In the later years of the emperor's life, you awaken two systems. The first is cutting off future generations. For each descendant who dies, you will gain their cultivation multiplied by 10,000 times. The second is more descendants, more blessings, all treasures, magical powers, secret techniques, etc. obtained by your descendants and disciples will be returned 1,000-fold. With the systems in hand, when your cultivation cannot break through, start by killing a grandchild, using the cultivation returned by them to forcefully break the shackles. If you still cannot break through, then convene a family meeting and kill them all. After killing all descendants, you will finally ascend to become an emperor. You are obviously the founder of the magic way with a short lifespan, but you are finally besieged by the righteous path when the end is near. Yellow Spring's old demon, I advise you to surrender quickly. Stop the meaningless resistance and struggle. If you resist for a moment, we will kill one of your descendants and disciples, and let you watch them die. Just as Han Wudao was pondering a way to break the deadlock, suddenly, a cold voice sounded. This disciple he valued the most has now become the gravedigger of him and the Yellow Springs demon sect. Yellow Springs old demon, since you choose to continue resisting to the end, then I will kill one of your disciples first. After speaking, Ling Ruoxue raised her sword and directly beheaded the middle-aged man. His name was Li Changfeng, the youngest of his 7 disciples. Just as Ling Ruoxue killed Li Changfeng in an instant, a cold prompt sounded in Han Wudao's mind. Ding, detected that one of your direct disciples has died. You have successfully activated the magic system. You have obtained the term, cut off descendants. You have obtained the term, more children, more blessings. Your direct disciple Li Changfeng has died. You have gained his cultivation base multiplied by 10,000 during his lifetime. You have gained his lifespan of 100 years during his lifetime. After the 10,000-fold return, you have gained 1,000,000 years of lifespan. Li Changfeng's cultivation base during his lifetime was at the 9th rank of a demigod. After this 10,000-fold return, surging in majestic spiritual power appeared out of thin air in Han Wudao's body. With the 10,000-fold cultivation returned from Li Changfeng's lifetime, Han Wudao broke through the first realm of humanity and became a demigod of humanity. Disciples who are killed indeed become stronger. Just by killing a rather mediocre disciple, the gains are so great. If I were to kill Ling Ruoxue, wouldn't the gains be even greater? By then, with the cultivation returned by Ling Ruoxue multiplied 10,000 times, perhaps I could reach a higher level and achieve the status of a demigod. If I were to kill all the disciples under my sect, would it help me achieve true godhood? The translation is, Yama. Look carefully. These people are all your descendants, as well as all the members of your clan. If you don't surrender now, I will kill them all and end your bloodline completely. Ling Ruoxue continued to threaten viciously. My descendants? Han Wudao on Tianzhu Peak shook his head playfully. Kill them? It's best to kill them all. After all, these are all descendants of the Yellow Springs old demon, not mine. The more you kill, the happier I am, so I don't have to do it myself. Come on, kill them all. I want the Yellow Springs old demon to watch his descendants die miserably in front of him. Let him completely cut off his descendants. With Ling Ruoxue's command, in an instant, the overwhelming screams immediately resounded in the surrounding space. The despair and screams of the descendants and clansmen continued to ring out. Faced with all this, Han Wudao on Tianzhu Peak always turned a blind eye. Even watching many descendants die tragically, he remained indifferent, not even a slight change in expression. What he truly cared about was how much benefit and advantage these people brought to him. Your son Han Qingshan has died, and you have gained his 10,000 times cultivation. Your daughter Han Qingyun has died, and you have gained her 10,000 times cultivation. All descendants and clan members are all dead. Now it's my turn to clean up the door. I hope that after killing Ling Ruoxue, this traitor, I can break through to the realm of demigods. With that, Han Wudao opened the door and walked out of Tianzhu Peak. If it snows, it seems that the old demon of the Yellow Spring is really determined to resist to the end, and indeed extremely cold-blooded. Ignoring one's own direct disciple is one thing, but not even caring about one's own descendants, truly living up to the notorious reputation of a great demon. Judging from this situation, the old demon of the Yellow Spring is not going to be captured easily. I think we should just directly attack the Tianzhu Peak. This time we are well prepared. Even if the old demon of the Yellow Spring is strong, he is only one person and cannot be our opponent. Upon seeing that all the descendants and clan members had been killed, Han Wudao never appeared. There was no movement on the Tianzhu Peak, and some demigod cultivators in the vicinity could no longer contain themselves. Speaking this time was an old man in green robes in a divine palace, named Yuntian, one of the 3 great elders of the Tai Xian sect. At the scene, there were also 3 human demigods. My good disciple, who do you want to kill? Just as Ling Ruoxue was deploying her plan confidently, a voice suddenly came from afar, with a hint of playfulness mixed in. This sudden voice immediately made everyone on the outside alert. looking as if they were facing a great enemy. Ling Ruoshua's expression changed drastically. Just as the cold and mocking voice sounded, a young man in sharp black armor walked out into the air. Is this the Yellow Springs old demon? Looking at Han Wudao's young appearance, as well as the majestic life aura emanating from all over his body, everyone was greatly shocked. At this moment, they all looked as if they had seen a ghost. Ruoshua, didn't you say that the Yellow Springs old demon had already run out of oil? Why does he now look better than us? Yun Tianhe asked in a solemn voice. Upon hearing this, Ling Ruoshua stared at Han Wudao with her eyes fixedly, and after a moment, as if she had realized something, she widened her eyes in disbelief. Huangquan old demon. You broke through? Ah! A startled cry broke the silence. Huangquan old demon's blood and lifespan are nearly exhausted. How could he continue to break through? Before he was a 10th order demigod. Now that he has broken through, wouldn't that be a humane demigod? It is said that the Yellow Springs old devil still has an extreme demigod dharma treasure in his hands, and coupled with his current cultivation, what level of strength will he reach? A burst of horrified voices came from the surrounding crowd. If it was a Yellow Springs old devil whose lamp had run out, they might not be too scrupulous. However, if it was a Yellow Springs old devil whose cultivation had broken through and was in full bloom, then it would not be easy to deal with. This time, there's a good chance it will go nowhere. Thinking about this, the cultivators who had originally come to kill Han Wudao with full confidence began to gradually waver inwardly, and even had the thought of retreating. Their reactions were seen in Han Wudao's eyes. However, what he is most concerned about is still Ling Ruoshue. My good disciple, Master has worked hard to adopt you to grow up, and to guide you in your cultivation, even exhausting his mind and heart to find all kinds of resources for you. Now that you've grown up, is this how you repay your master? You're really letting your master down. Han Wudao stood in midair with his hands behind his back, and in a calm tone, he looked at Ling Ruoshue and said. The more calm he acted, the more trepidation and unease Ling Ruoshue felt in her heart. Old devil of the Yellow Springs, good and evil are not mutually exclusive. Although you have raised and taught me, for the sake of the righteousness of the world, I cannot stand by and watch you continue to wreak havoc on the world. Evil devils and crooked paths like you are to be executed by everyone. By executing you, we are acting on behalf of heaven and upholding order on earth. Ling Ruoshua pushed down the fear in her heart and shouted with a hard head. Hearing this, Han Wudao instantly laughed. My good disciple, there is no such thing as good and evil in this world. Everything is just an excuse for profit. Back then, I adopted you to grow up and expended a great deal of effort. Since you now disown me as your master, then my master has no choice but to take back everything that is in you. Han Wudao didn't continue to talk nonsense. The moment his voice fell, he fiercely took a step out and raised his hand towards Ling Ruoshua in the distance, forcefully suppressing her. Do it, kill this old devil. Seeing Han Wudao take the lead, Yun Tianhe and the other crowd of demigod powerhouses didn't have any hesitation and rushed out of the Divine Palace Treasure Hall. Heaven-locking sword formation. With Yun Tianhe's loud roar, the four demigods who had broken the humanity extreme realm instantly offered up a set of ferocious and incomparable grand sword formations that closed over the four directions of the void, enveloping Han Wudao in them. Rumbling. The moment Yun Tianhe shook the sword formation, there was immediately an overwhelming amount of sword chi that raged out and converged to become a heavenly sword river, furiously crushing towards Han Wudao. The heaven-locking sword formation was copied by the Taishan sect based on the four-elephant sword formation from the ancient times, and despite its lack of power, it was still fine to deal with ordinary humanity demigods. Even if an imperial Dao demigod was caught in a sword formation, it would be difficult to escape death. This was one of the great killing weapons that the Taishan sect had prepared in order to kill the Yellow Springs old devil. Only, today's Han Wudao had long since ceased to be the Yellow Springs old devil from before. He was even more ferocious and terrifying than before. Shoo away. The moment the heaven-locking sword formation was unleashed, he violently raised his hand and blasted out with a fist, shattering the heavenly sword river that was sweeping towards him, hard and fast. Immediately afterward, Han Wudao drew out his hell demon blade and slashed out with a backhanded slash. With the powerful sharpness of the demon blade, he directly slashed out a huge gap in the heaven-locking sword formation. The sword formation was damaged, and the four humanity demigods who presided over the sword formation also suffered a shock. One of them violently spat out a mouthful of blood. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Wudao appeared in front of the man with a flash and fiercely threw a punch at his body. Miserable screams resounded through the area surrounding Sky Candle Peak. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, Han Wudao punched that person's body and hardened it. Chapter 4: The Might of a True God. A pinch to death. Fellow Daoist Qingdao. The sudden death of that humanity demigod caused a great visual shock to the crowd present, and shocked voices rose and fell. Yun Tianhe, who was the supreme elder, even let out a shrill howl of grief. his eyes looking wide-eyed. At the same time, a strong chill also rose in the bottom of his heart. Han Wudao was able to powerfully decapitate a Taoist demigod, so he could kill him as well. All of you together. We must not let the Yellow Springs old devil escape with his life today, otherwise there will be no peace in my Yuanzhou land. After letting out a roar that shook the heavens, Yun Tianhe greeted the two remaining humanity demigods and recklessly killed Han Wudao. Xian Tian treasure seal. With a flip of his hand, a green-colored treasure seal with an ancient and atmospheric shape was instantly sacrificed, wrapped in earth-shattering might and power, and fiercely suppressed towards Han Wudao. This Xian heavenly treasure seal was an extreme demigod dharma treasure inherited from the Taishan sect, and its might was capable of shaking mountains, rivers, and the earth. Since they had decided to come over and surround the Yellow Springs old devil, they had naturally made all sorts of preparations, and each of them also had their own undercard. Sure enough, after seeing Yun Tianhe sacrifice the Xian heavenly treasure seal, the rest of the two humanity demigods, as well as the other demigod cultivators in the surrounding space, also sacrificed their own magic treasures, raging to kill Han Wudao. While facing the siege of Yun Tianhe and the others, Han Wudao didn't show the slightest bit of panic or fear. Instead, he was filled with excitement and wariness. Today, none of you will leave alive. Letting out a cold sardonic laugh, Han Wudao lifted the hell demon blade in his hand and then slashed madly towards Yun Tianhe and the others. The battle of the demigods was earth-shattering. At this time, there were as many as hundreds of demigod cultivators gathered outside of Sky Candle Peak, including powerful demigods like Yun Tianhe, who held extreme demigod magic treasures. The sheer number of people was perfectly reflected at this moment. Moreover, under the combined siege of the crowd, Han Wudao did suffer some injuries. However, these injuries didn't have much of an effect on him, relying on the magical effects of the Devil's Path heaven mending technique. The injuries he had suffered were restored to their original state in the blink of an eye. So, Han Wudao grew more and more courageous the more he fought, and compared to his bravery, as well as the fact that he was unharmed, the other demigod cultivators were heavily dead or injured. Aside from Yun Tianhe and the three humanity demigods who were able to support themselves, the remaining demigods were slaughtered one after another by Han Wudao and died miserably under the Hell Demon Blade. As time passed, the balance of victory gradually tilted in favor of Han Wudao, and the aura of Yun Tianhe and the others began to gradually diminish. Seeing this scene, not only did Yun Tianhe and the others feel deep anxiety, even Ling Ruoxue, who was watching from the back, revealed a shocked and uneasy expression. The strength that Han Wudao had displayed was far more powerful than she had imagined. Today, we must kill the Yellow Springs old devil in one fell swoop. Otherwise, he will definitely launch a frantic retaliation. When the time comes, I'll likely be in the thick of it too. Ling Ruoxue clenched her palms. The moment the voice fell, she only saw her large hand lift, and a mysterious black cage suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping Han Wudao in it with lightning speed. This cage was called the Prison of the Muddy Sky. It was crafted from Xian Heavenly Essence Gold, and its power and strength was capable of imprisoning extreme demigods, an existence that was claimed to be invincible under the true gods. This powerful extreme demigod magic treasure was a treasure that she had acquired in an ancient relic, and had always used it as a crushing bottom card, never showing it to anyone. Nowadays, in order to be able to kill the Yellow Springs old devil, she couldn't care less and sacrificed the Prison of Muddy Heaven. The Prison of the Muddy Sky was indeed powerful. When Han Wudao fell into it, he immediately felt his own power fading rapidly as if it had been suppressed by something. In the meantime, following the Prison of Muddy Heaven, Ling Ruoxue took out another golden jade talisman and crushed it, and in an instant, a shocking sword chi that exuded a world-defying sharpness cut through the vastness of the void, raging towards Han Wudao. Gengjin sword chi? Feeling that earth-shattering sharp aura, a strong crisis instinctively rose in Han Wudao's heart. Through the memories of the Yellow Spring old devil's life, he recognized the origin of this sword chi as the legendary Gengjin sword chi. Gengjin, the strongest attack among the five elements. The aura and power contained in this Gengjin sword chi inspired by Ling Ruoxue in front of her was enough to decimate any extreme Dao demigod. This good disciple of mine has quite a lot of good things in his hands. A faint flash of surprise swept across the bottom of Han Wudao's eyes. Ling Ruoxue's performance did quite surprise him. This disciple was far from what he had imagined. But, a Prison of Muddy Sky coupled with the Gengjin sword chi, although it looked incredibly powerful, it still couldn't pose a threat to him. Just when the Gengjin sword chi, as well as the attacks from Yun Tianhe and the others, were about to fall on his body, Han Wudao unleashed the Devil's Path Ascension technique at the first opportunity. After consuming 1,000 years of his lifespan, he forced himself to temporarily raise his cultivation by 3 minor realms through this forbidden art of the swift demon Dao. From the original humane demigod, he reached a first-order true god. Rumbling. As the battle power was raised to true god, The monstrous pressure belonging to a god immediately swept out like a flood, instantly enveloping everyone present. Is this God's might? The crowd was in a state of shock. All of them couldn't help but tremble when that divine aura and power enveloped the 10 directions of space. Under the true gods, all are mortal. Even the most powerful mortals could not fight against the gods. It was a huge gap in the life layer. How is this possible? Didn't old devil Yellow Springs just break through the humanistic demigods? How could he have the aura of a god on his body? The Yellow Springs old devil is a true god? How can this even be fought? Countless people were plunged into unprecedented panic and despair. If Han Wudao was only a demigod, they might still be barely able to fight against it, but if it was a true god, then there was no way they could have any hope at all. Although there was only a difference of one word between demigod and true god, the difference was a world of difference. And indeed, it does. After forcibly raising his cultivation power to a first-order true god through the Devil's Ascension technique, Han Wudao did feel an unprecedented power. It was as if a single punch was capable of piercing through the entire heaven and earth. In the face of that beheading Gungold sword chi, as well as the attacks of Yun Tianhe and the others, he only gently waved his sleeve, and all of it all went up in smoke in an instant. Even the prison of muddy sky in front of him collapsed directly under the impact of divine might. Run! Seeing the terrifying power that Han Wudao had displayed, Yun Tianhe and the others' hearts and minds trembled. They didn't hesitate, and after coming back to their senses, they immediately fled in all directions as fast as they could. However, it was all too late now. Just as they turned around, a large hand that covered the sky instantly encompassed the 10 directions of the void, grabbing all of them in its hands. Elders, spare your life. I beg Senior to spare my life. I would like to be an ox and serve Senior for the rest of my life. Mercy, I don't want to die. Begging voices rang out one after another from the sky. Everyone, including the 3 humanity demigods of Yun Tianhe, all revealed a look of panic and fear at this moment. And, bitterly, if I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have had to do it in the first place. It's too late to beg for mercy. As the words fell, accompanied by many mournful screams, all of the cultivators involved in this siege were all pinched to death by Han Wudao. Han Wudao was not half interested in crushing these people. What he was truly concerned about was still that disciple of his, Ling Ruoxue. However, after his eyes swept through the surrounding void, he realized that there was no longer any trace of Ling Ruoxue at the scene. Ha! Escaped? My good disciple. You are Master's leak and fat sheep. Will Master let you escape so easily? The corner of Han Wudao's mouth lifted into a teasing smile. At this moment, with the powerful divine thoughts of the true God realm, he had already discovered Ling Ruoxue's trail, and the direction she fled in was clearly the Taishan sect. See this. Han Wudao disappeared with a single step. A moment later, when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Ling Ruoxue. Chapter 5 Innate Spiritual Treasure. Ascended Demon Furnace. My good disciple, where are you going? The sudden icy voice scared Ling Ruoxue to death, and when she came back to her senses from her shock and panic, she only saw that Han Wudao had already appeared in front of her, and was looking at himself with a grin on his face. Seeing that bland tone as well as the hideous smile, Ling Ruoxue's stunningly beautiful jade face suddenly turned pale, and then she hurriedly fell to her knees. Master, forgive me. Disciple did not intend to plot against you, but was coerced by the Taishan sect, so I had no choice but to compromise. Please be clear about this. Master, I beg Master to spare my life on account of my disciple's momentary confusion and 100 years of master-disciple love. In the future, disciples will absolutely serve their master faithfully, not daring to have any second thoughts. Under the threat of death, Ling Ruoxue could no longer maintain her previous composure and calmness, kneeling on the ground and begging heavily. In a flash, her forehead, then, was dripping with blood, and in the face of her bitter pleas, there was no trace of sympathy or pity in Han Wudao's eyes. There was only endless coldness and indifference. Since you have done something wrong, you have to pay for your behavior. Can a soft word of confusion and coercion wash away the betrayal of your master? My good disciple, is it too late for you to repent now? Besides, do you think Master will believe your words? Master, just as Ling Ruoxue wanted to open her mouth to continue her sophistry, a terrifying demonic palm suddenly landed violently, without giving her any chance to catch her breath at all. A palm shattered her heavenly aura, twisting out all life. Kindness to your enemy is cruelty to yourself. As a great devil, Han Wudao wouldn't make this kind of mistake. What's more, only by killing the disciples under his door would he be able to become even more powerful. So, Ling Ruoxue is destined to die, and when Ling Ruoxue died, he also finally received the 10,000 times return reward from the Devil's Path system. Your disciple Ling Ruoxue died, and you gained 10,000 times her cultivation during her lifetime, advancing your cultivation to an imperial Dao demigod. You have obtained the latter-day spiritual treasure she possessed during her lifetime, the Heavenly Devil's Furnace. After a 10,000-fold return from the Devil's Way system, the Heavenly Devil's Furnace has been upgraded to become an innate spiritual treasure, capable of melting all living things in the world and drawing the essence to condense the Devil's Pill, thus strengthening his body. As the system's beep sounded, a surge of majestic power appeared out of nowhere in Han Wudao's body like a great river. A few moments later, he forcefully broke the Imperial Dao Extreme Realm and his cultivation smoothly broke through to an Imperial Dao Demigod. Same time, a black cauldron with an ancient and atmospheric shape also appeared inside the system space. This is a Royal Dao Demigod? Relying on disciples under the door to cultivate is really much faster than relying on one's own efforts. Just by killing 2 disciples, I've broken through 2 realms. If I kill all 5 of the remaining disciples, I'll definitely be able to cultivate into a god. Feeling the powerful strength flowing through his body, a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of Han Wudao's mouth. Breaking 2 extreme realms consecutively in one day was unimaginable for any demigod cultivator. This also allowed Han Wudao to truly realize the joy of killing disciples for cultivation, as well as the powerful charm. After carefully sensing his own powerful strength, Han Wudao's mind moved, and an ancient black cauldron instantly appeared in front of him. Name, Magic Furnace of the Ascension. Grade, Innate Spiritual Treasure. 1. Melt all living things in the world and extract their essence to condense magic pills to strengthen themselves. 2. Sacrifice this treasure, and it will shake heaven and earth. 3. Suppress the flesh and the immortality. When Han Wudao gazed at the heavenly demon furnace, under the system's feedback, a large amount of information was immediately presented, in the form of a panel. It made him have a detailed understanding of the capabilities of the heavenly demon furnace. TSK, it's actually an innate spiritual treasure? Ling Ruoxue really does have a lot of goodies on her. It seems like she's also a person who carries great fortune and great creation now. It's fortunate that I've turned on the Devil's Way system. Otherwise, I would have inevitably been killed by her. Han Wudao softly lamented. He felt a bit shocked at the power and greatness displayed by the heavenly demon furnace, but more than that, he was still invigorated and elated. It had only just crossed over and had acquired an innate spiritual treasure. Luck was indeed good. With this heavenly demon furnace, his base and strength were even more powerful. Even if he didn't rely on the Devil Dao Ascension technique, he could still push all demigods across the board with the heavenly demon furnace's overwhelming greatness. Even a true god could not destroy his physical body. Thinking of this, Han Wudao's heart that had been hanging in the air was finally released at this moment. After carefully studying it for a few moments, he withdrew the heavenly demon furnace into his body, becoming one of his innate magic treasures. Immediately afterward, he brought Ling Ruoxue's corpse and quickly returned to the Yellow Springs demon sect and collected all the corpses of Yun Tianhe and the others as well. Sky Candle Peak. After returning to his room, Han Wudao threw the corpses of Ling Ruoxue as well as Yun Tianhe and the others, all of which were thrown inside the heavenly demon furnace. As he pinched the spell, the originally silent cauldron instantly blossomed with a blinding splendor, and then a black flame burned up. Under the melting of the heavenly demon furnace, the essence of the many corpses was extracted and eventually coalesced into a thumb-sized demonic elixir with a glowing green light all over its body. Han Wudao could clearly perceive that it contained a majestic energy. It was enough to allow a 10th order demigod to break the shackles of the humanity extreme realm and advance to become a humanity demigod. The heavenly demon furnace is really magical, and this demon pill condensed can quickly raise the cultivation and strength of living beings. Only, this thing isn't of much use to me, much less help me break the heavenly Dao extreme realm. Yet it can be given to disciples under the door. Han Wudao was thoughtful. It was definitely easier to raise the cultivation of the disciples under his door than himself, and if this magic pill was given to the disciples to use, when the time came to return 10,000 times their cultivation, it would be easier for them to break through themselves. At this moment, a plan gradually came to his mind. The next thing he had to do was to find the remaining few pro-disciples and make himself stronger through them. Thinking about it, Han Wudao pondered for a moment, then took out the summoning stone, wanting to contact the remaining few disciples through it. However, to his disappointment, when he stimulated the summoning stone, there was no response at all, and none of the 5 personal disciples, none of them were contacted. These disciples of mine, are they preparing to cut ties with me completely? It seems like they all knew what happened in the Yellow Springs demon sect and fled long ago. Outsiders, indeed, cannot be relied upon. Han Wudao frowned and sighed. He was not disappointed or surprised by the choices of the several disciples under his door. It was all human nature. In his own place, when faced with great danger, he would have promptly set aside his relationship as a means of preserving himself. But, these people were the leeks and fat sheep that he had cultivated, and for the sake of his future cultivation endeavors, he had to find a way to find them. Thud. just as Han Wudao was gazing at his brows in thought. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the room. Then, an old voice came in. Enlightened Master, the Patriarch has just returned with a summons. Sovereign? Upon hearing these two words, Han Wudao's eyes instantly lit up, because the Yellow Springs Demon Sect's Patriarch was clearly the eldest disciple under his command, Luo Xianshan. As for the old man speaking outside the door, he was a servant of the Yellow Springs Old Devil in his lifetime, and his name was Li Songhai. Although he only had the cultivation of a third-order demigod, he was better at being loyal and extremely efficient, and had never made a mistake. Come in. As his words fell, a hale and hearty green-clothed old man carefully walked in. Chapter 6, True Dragon Extravaganza. Born with great luck. Greetings, Master. Congratulations to Master for killing a strong enemy and advancing his cultivation. Upon entering the room, Li Songhai lowered his head and bowed his head in the most respectful manner. The old face was covered with exhilaration and surprise. As the servant of the Yellow Springs Old Devil, the survival of Han Wudao's life and death was also related to his destiny. Now that Han Wudao was fine, and even his cultivation had improved greatly, this was also a great joy to him. At least, there's no need to be wary for a while. At the same time, while Li Songhai was bending down and bowing, Han Wudao's deep, sharp eyes were also secretly sizing him up. For this old servant left behind by the Yellow Springs Old Devil, he was still relatively satisfied. At least he could help him deal with the various trivialities of his daily life. Where is Luo Xianshan now? What did he say? This seat just contacted him with a summoning stone. Why is there no response? After a long moment of silence, Han Wudao asked in a faint voice, reporting back to Master. According to the message that Patriarch just sent back, he is currently at the top of the Cloud Sea on Kangwu Mountain, attending the once-in-a-decade True Dragon ceremony. Previously, I was too involved because of my closed-door cultivation, so I didn't see your summons, Master. Now, the Patriarch happens to have finished his seclusion, so he immediately sent a message back to you. Li Songhai respectfully offered an explanation. A retreat? Didn't get the summons? Han Wudao didn't believe a single word of Luo Xianshan's words, and, based on his guess, Luo Xianshan was definitely keeping an eye on the movements of the Yellow Springs Demon Sect and how things were unfolding. Seeing that the Taishan Sect siege had failed, this was the first time he sent a message back to himself. Otherwise, he would not have exposed his trail and location at all. In this regard, although Han Wudao knew it all in his heart, he didn't dwell too much on this issue. As long as we know Luo Xianshan's trail, it's a good thing. He actually ran away to attend the True Dragon ceremony? Li Songhai, get ready and head to Kangwu Mountain immediately. This seat will also go and take a look in person. Yes. Upon hearing the command, Li Songhai respectfully answered, and then he went out to get ready. Regarding the True Dragon ceremony at the top of the Sea of Clouds, Han Wudao roughly knew what was going on through the memories of the Yellow Springs Old Devil during his lifetime. Every 10 years, the righteous and demonic paths within the realm of the Kyushu Earth would hold a grand True Dragon conference at the top of the Sea of Clouds on Kangwu Mountain, specifically for the purpose of selecting disciples and talents. Also, above the top of the Sea of Clouds on Kangwu Mountain, it was said that there was also an ancient heavenly path, a divine miracle that had been passed down since distant ages ago, which could be used to test the qualifications of beings in the world. So, every True Dragon extravaganza would bring together celestial pride in jungles from within and outside the realm of the Kyushu Earth to replenish fresh blood for the various sects. Right now, 2 personal disciples have died under my sect, and there aren't many disciples left. Taking advantage of this True Dragon extravaganza, I can also consider recruiting a few disciples with potential and then cultivate them vigorously. When the new leeks are ripe, it's time to harvest. Han Wudao kept calculating in his mind. Sooner or later, the leeks that have already grown will be harvested, to avoid having no leeks to harvest in the future. New leeks must be planted in advance. This True Dragon extravaganza was undoubtedly a good opportunity to pick leeks and fat sheep, and it was also a good opportunity to kill Luo Xianshan in the process and raise his cultivation level. Think about it. After Han Wudao had carefully planned, he then gathered his mind and walked out of the room. Then under the leadership of Li Songhai, the two of them harnessed a large spirit boat and traveled in the direction of the top of the Sea of Clouds. The top of the Sea of Clouds was located in the very center of Yuanzhou. As there were supreme miracles of God left behind in this place ages ago, it was worshipped as a holy place by the living beings in the realm of the Kyushu Earth. However, all major matters would be resolved at the top of the Sea of Clouds on Kangwu Mountain. In the memories of the Yellow Springs Old Devil, there were many messages about the peak of the Sea of Clouds, as well as the True Dragon extravaganza. Along the way, Han Wudao was immersed in combing through these messages, allowing Li Songhai to steer the spirit boat. Phew! He didn't know how much time had passed, and just as he was diving into combing through the situation of the various disciples under his door, suddenly, a sharp air-breaking sound came to his ears. Immediately afterward, before Han Wudao could return to his senses, a bizarre figure violently appeared within the cabin. When he fixed his eyes on it, it was a black-clothed woman with an 8th-stage demigod cultivation and who was seriously injured. Tushan items? Deep, sharp eyes swept over the woman, and under the reflection of the Devil's Way system, there were various information about the other party's identity and origin, as well as her qualifications, cultivation, potential, and so on, all of which were fed back. Original. With regards to this sudden intruder, Han Wudao subconsciously wanted to expel her. However, after seeing the qualifications and potential of the Tushan items, he instantly dismissed this thought. Even ready to take her under his wing, it was because this Tushan item in front of her was not simple. Although she was only at the cultivation level of an 8th-stage demigod, her qualifications and roots were quite extraordinary. Name, Tushan items, cultivation, 8th-order demigod, potential, infinite, introduction, 1. Those who are born with great fortune and possess a companion treasure, the forbidden copper coffin, can access items that the dead possessed, or touched, during their lifetime. 2. The more graves you dig, the faster your cultivation rises. Han Wudao's mind moved, and there was simple information about the Tushan items that was instantly presented in the form of a panel. This was the first time he had ever seen a living being that possessed infinite potential. Moreover, it was also born with a companion supreme treasure. Digging graves makes you stronger. Interesting. This Tushan item is simply born extraordinary. Endless potential. That is growth without limits. As long as she keeps digging up graves, her cultivation will be able to keep rising and getting stronger. Endlessly. She's just a perfect disciple. Han Wudao marveled in his heart. At this moment, his eyes were filled with surprise and appreciation as he looked at the Tushan items. Tushan items perfectly fit the phrase, many sons, many fortunes, and if she were to be adopted as a disciple, it would be the equivalent of obtaining a money tree. Killing a disciple under the door would at most only result in a full meal. However, cultivating a disciple like Tushan items would result in a full meal. The difference in interest is nothing short of staggering. Han Wudao is not a cutie. At this moment, after seeing this powerful talent and potential of Tushan items, he instantly had a mind to take on a disciple. Same time, just as Han Wudao was considering how to take Tushan items under his tutelage, the other party was also supporting his severely injured body and sizing him up warily. Fellow Daoist, lend me your place to hide for a while, and the little woman will be rewarded for her generosity in the future. Please also ask for the convenience of the Taoist friends. Cough. Tushan items kept coughing up blood while talking. You, Shu, don't talk. Seeing that the injuries on her body were becoming more and more severe, Han Wudao immediately wanted to open his mouth to say something. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Tushan items raising his hand. A pair of eyes, alert, looked beyond the cabin. Shu, 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 only to see that, accompanied by a sharp and urgent air-braking sound, more than a dozen spirit boats, large and small, traveled from the distant space, and it was rapidly approaching towards them at an extremely fast speed. Fellow Daoist, I'm being chased by bad people. Can you hurry up? Fellow Daoist, your great kindness is something that my little girl will never forget. He will surely knit the grass in return for the great favor. Seeing that the enemies in the outside world were getting closer, Tushan items immediately pleaded anxiously. Li Songhai, hurry up! Han Wudao indifferently commanded. As his words fell, the speed of the spirit boat that was originally traveling normally skyrocketed by a large margin. Master, those people behind us are chasing us. It looks like they are the sect members of the Shangqing sect. The worried voice of Li Songhai came from outside. The Shangqing sect? Hearing this name, Han Wudao nodded thoughtfully. According to his understanding, the Shangqing sect was a great sect of righteousness in the realm of the Kyushu earth, which had been inherited for more than 5,000 years so far, with thousands of disciples within the sect and several true gods in attendance. In the past, such a behemoth he certainly did not dare to provoke, but now, not necessarily. The key was that a world-defying heavenly pride like the Tushan items that could be encountered but not sought after could not be let go no matter what. Now that he had seen it, there's no need to worry. With this seat here, the people from the Shangqing sect won't be able to hurt you. Many thanks, fellow Daoist. No, many thanks, senior. Tushan items hastily changed their name. Don't be so happy yet. This seat has conditions for helping you. This seat sees that you have extraordinary qualifications and will definitely have a great future. So I want to take you as a disciple. Are you willing? Ha? Take me as your disciple? Hearing this request, Tushan items froze in place. Chapter 7, New Disciple Tushan items, all refined into devil's pills. You can think about it. Become this seat's disciple. And this seat will not only help you smooth out all dangers and difficulties, but will also give you many cultivation resources. The future is limitless. If you don't want to be the seat's disciple, that's fine, the seat can only let you fend for yourself, Han Wudao said expressionlessly. At this time, with a strong enemy from the Shangqing sect chasing after her outside, and with Tushan items being seriously injured, it was obvious that she would not be able to escape alive if she relied on herself. So, this was a perfect opportunity to take her as a disciple, and Han Wudao wouldn't let it go easily, no matter if it was coercion or enticement. As long as the desired result could be achieved, then it was good. Not to mention, he was already a great evildoer, so he didn't need to take into account any Zhenghu morality. All he wants is the result. The process doesn't matter. And after hearing Han Wudao's words, Tushan items also fell into deep thought and gradually looked odd. Originally, she thought that Han Wudao would take advantage of the fire and put forth some excessive conditions. Little did she know that he actually just wanted to take her as his disciple. This made her confused about Han Wudao's intentions and purpose for a while. Elder, I'm a person with quite a lot of troubles. If you take me as your disciple, I might bring you many calamities in the future. And I'm particularly easily offended, and more likely to get into all kinds of big trouble, which will involve you. Never mind, isn't it just like digging up graves? It's nothing heavenly. As long as you become this seat's disciple, this seat will naturally protect you. As for the rest, it's not really something you should think about. You only have two paths to choose from now. Either you worship the seat as your master and become a personal disciple under the seat, or this seat will drive you out, and life and death will depend on heaven's will. Han Wudao always maintained a bland and calm demeanor. When he heard him reveal his identity as a grave robber in a single word, Tushan items' hearts were also jolted. With that, she carefully looked at Han Wudao in front of her, and then looked at the pursuing disciples of the Shangqing sect outside, and finally agreed with a clench of her teeth. Since Han Wudao wasn't afraid, what did she have to worry about? Disciple Tushan items, greetings to master. Strongly supporting his severely injured body, Tushan items knelt down in front of Han Wudao and respectfully bowed in great reverence. Ding! Congratulations on the addition of a new personal disciple, Tushan items. Abruptly, a system prompt sounded, causing a slight smile to bloom on Han Wudao's indifferent and emotionless face. With the system's authentication, it indicated that Tushan items had become officially a disciple under his command, and at the same time, a captive leek and fat sheep. Congratulations on making a wise choice. From now on, you're the sixth personal disciple under the seat. I forgot to tell you that this seat is the Yellow Springs demon sect's old ancestor, Han Wudao. In the future, there will be a teacher to protect you. What? Yellow Springs elder Han Wudao? When Han Wudao declared his family name and origin, Tushan items' eyes widened violently, and the look on his face began to turn bitter. She had originally thought that this newly worshipped master was some kind of big shot, but she hadn't expected that it would be a ferocious and infamous big devil. Having become her disciple himself, he was afraid that his future life and destiny would be painful. Think about that. Tushan items were both alarmed and scared in their hearts, feeling infinite uncertainty and confusion about their future. I'm in the wolf's den before I'm out of the tiger's mouth. Alas, life is too hard, she sighed sadly in her mind. Han Wudao didn't pay any attention to the reaction of the Tushan items and the change in his complexion. At this moment, he turned his stern eyes and looked beyond the cabin, only to see that they had been tightly surrounded by numerous demigod disciples of the Shangqing sect. There were a total of hundreds of people coming. All of them were clear-cut demigods. At the head of the group was even an extreme demigod. The Shangqing sect has come after you with such vigor. You didn't go digging up their ancestral graves, did you? Han Wudao casually asked. That grave was indeed dug up, but it's not really an ancestral grave, is it? At most it's just a true god elder from 800 years ago. Besides, that elder is too poor to have any oil at all. If I had known that, I wouldn't have gone. It took a desperate effort to dig up a true god's grave, and in the end, not only did I get nothing, but I almost lost my little life instead. This Shangqing sect's people are also too petty. At least it is also a true god elder. Actually, not even a little burial goods are given. When it came to digging graves, it was as if Tushan items had opened up a box of words, and immediately complained in a torrential manner. To this, Han Wudao nodded in agreement. Not giving a single burial item, the Shangqing sect is indeed overly stingy. When master is free some other day, I will accompany you to dig up the ancestral tomb of the Shangqing sect. Inside there should be something good. Ha? Digging the ancestral graves of the Shangqing clan? Tushan items looked at Han Wudao incredulously, his eyes filled with shock and amazement. She really hadn't thought that this new cheap master she had worshipped would actually have to help her dig graves and rob tombs together. Worthy of being the biggest devil in Yuanzhou, doing things that are just ferocious and tyrannical, and not afraid of the sky or the earth. The Shangqing sect, that's a behemoth in the realm of the Kyushu earth, wanting to dig up their ancestral graves. How difficult is it more than ascending to the sky? You devil, go! beware of being thwarted. A dark thought crossed her mind. Even though Han Wudao's devilish reputation resounded through the land of Yuanzhou, it was only limited to Yuanzhou, it was nothing compared to the entire realm of the 9 states. And he wasn't even a true god, so he wanted to dig the ancestral tomb of the Shangqing sect, which was a bit whimsical. In the eyes of Tushan items, this was no different from seeking death. However, just when she thought in her mind that Han Wudao was out of his depth, a loud roar came violently from the outside world. People inside, listen. You are surrounded. We are disciples of the Shangqing sect, and we have been ordered to capture the grave robbers. Be sensible and hurry to hand over the person, or I will wait. Get out. The person speaking from the outside world was a powerful humanity demigod cultivator. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by an icy voice. Immediately after, amidst the shocked gaze of the Tushan items, they only saw a powerful aura steeply erupt from Han Wudao's body, instantly enveloping the 10 directions of space. True gods? Tushan items let out a shocked cry of disbelief. At this moment, the look she gave Han Wudao was filled with intense shock, as well as disbelief. Everyone in the entire Yuan state knew that old devil Huangquan was only a demigod cultivator. When did he break through to a true god? It's not just her. Even those demigod disciples of the Shangqing sect in the outside world, each and every one of them revealed a look of panic and fear when they sensed the powerful divine might that Han Wudao had unleashed. Elder, forgive me. We have no intention of offending. For the sake of the Shangqing sect, please ask Senior to raise your hand. Boom. Before the man could finish his words, he was greeted by Han Wudao's huge devil palm that covered the sky. Under the watchful eyes of Tushan items, Han Wudao, with the monstrous divine might of a true god, crushed all the disciples of the Shangqing sect in his hands. Immediately afterward, he spread out his palm, and an ancient and mysterious black cauldron appeared from the center of his palm, throwing everyone in. Aha! Accompanied by a mournful and agonizing scream, those disciples of Shang Cheng who were thrown into the heavenly demon furnace flew to ashes in a matter of moments. Eventually, all the essence around them was condensed by the heavenly demon furnace into a green-colored demonic Dan. Hiss, worthy of being the number 1 demon of Yuanzhou. This is too ferocious, tyrannical, and powerful. Looking at Han Wudao's ferocious and ruthless actions, Tushan items was also fiercely startled. Before this, she had heard many terrifying rumors about the Yellow Springs old devil, but had never seen one. Didn't realize, not only did he see it with his own eyes today, but he also became a disciple under his command, which made the trepidation and uneasiness in Tushan items' heart much stronger. Chapter 8 Ancient Holy Land. Extreme Demigod. Han Wudao saw all of the reactions to Tushan items' expressions in his eyes, but didn't care. The moment, his gaze landed on top of the magic pills. This demon pill, which was condensed from the essence of hundreds of demigod disciples of the Divine Clearance sect, was of quite good quality. Based on the system's feedback, Han Wudao learned that it was an Imperial Dao demigod-level devil pill, which contained majestic spiritual energy and essence, and the demonic pill that he had previously used the corpses of Ling Ruoshui and the others, and melted them down, was only of 10th order demigod quality. The heavenly demon furnace is indeed magical and has the ability to go against the heavens, and the demonic pills that are condensed are tonics for any living being in this world to grow their strength. The stronger the cultivation of the living being's lifetime, the higher the quality of the magic pills that are condensed and the more helpful they are. If these magic pills are bestowed to the disciples under the door, will they receive a 10,000-fold return? A glint swept across the bottom of Han Wudao's eyes. He then turned his gaze to the fidgety Tushan items in front of him. You don't have to worry or feel scared, although this seat doesn't have a very good reputation. That's all a misunderstanding of people from the outside world. As long as you listen to your master and be a good disciple, your master will not make things difficult for you. As a teacher, I have always made a clear distinction between grudges and enmities. If there is a favor, it will be repaid, and if there is a grudge, it will also be repaid. Since you have become this seat's disciple, this seat should have the responsibility to protect you. Meeting for the first time, let the master give you 3 gifts for meeting. Speaking, under the uneasy and curious gaze of Tushan items, Han Wudao immediately executed the Devil's Path Heaven Mending technique to help her recover from the injuries on her body. After about half a quarter of an hour, relying on the Devil Dao Heaven Mending Grand Technique, a forbidden art of the ancient Devil Dao, Tushan items' injuries that were originally very serious were completely restored. This is the first gift for you from your master. The second gift to meet you is to enhance your qualifications and root bones, so that you can go farther on the road of cultivation in the future. The words fell. Han Wudao proceeded to execute the Devil's Way baptismal technique, and after consuming about 1,000 years of his lifespan, he raised the qualification and root bones of the Tushan items by 100 times. The third meet and greet gift is 2 divine pills. These 2 divine pills contain extremely pure heaven and earth essence, which is of great benefit to the cultivation of earthly beings, capable of rapidly raising their cultivation and strength. Han Wudao spread out his large hand and handed the 2 magic pills, handing them over to Tushan items. Thank you, Master. Seeing his own injuries, he recovered in an instant, and his qualifications and root bones also received a huge boost. Even Han Wudao was going to bestow her with a divine elixir. Tushan items first felt shock and disbelief, but after coming back to her senses, she immediately bowed down and bowed in great obeisance. Although this cheap master of mine is an unapologetic devil, he also really gives his disciples benefits. Perhaps it would be a good choice to worship him? She thought darkly in her mind. Even though she was still a bit wary of Han Wudao, she was grateful for Han Wudao's help and reward. If she were to rely on herself, just recovering from that serious injury would take the better part of a half year. As for improving her qualifications and root bones, it was even more beyond her reach. However, Han Wudao, possessed such heavenly means of transforming decay into magic, and for a time, he made Tushan items astonished. In addition to shock in the heart, there is also a strong admiration. Hurry up and refine these 2 divine elixirs, as the master protects you. Yes, Master. Tushan items did not hesitate, and after respectfully responding, they immediately sat aside and submerged themselves in refining and absorbing. The other side, Han Wudao also focused his mind and attention inside the system space. After he bestowed the Humanity Demigod Demon Pill, as well as the Extreme Demigod Demon Pill, to the Tushan items, the system did make a 10,000-fold return. The original 10th rank Demigod Demonic Dan was upgraded to a Royal Dao Demigod Demonic Dan after a 10,000-fold return. The original Imperial Dao Demigod Magic Pill, on the other hand, was upgraded to a true God-level Magic Pill after being returned 10,000 times. It's really what I thought. Items gifted as well as bestowed to disciples under the door are also returned 10,000 times over. In this way, the benefits I will receive in the future will be even greater. The only unfortunate thing is that the same kind of item can only be returned once. Something like the Heavenly Demon Furnace can't be returned 10,000 times over. After this trial, Han Wudao had unearthed another channel to quickly obtain benefits, but anything that a disciple acquires can be returned 10,000 times over. What is given by the master? Naturally, counts. Li Songhai, how much longer will it take to get to the top of the Sea of Clouds in Kangwu Mountain? After a few moments of silence, he turned his head to the outside and asked, reporting back to master. At the current speed, it will probably take another day or so. Aha! Slow the pace down and just arrive in 3 days. After saying that, Han Wudao began to close his eyes and recuperate. 3 days later, their group of 3 arrived at the top of Kangwu Mountain's Sea of Clouds as expected. The top of the Sea of Clouds was the highest place in Yuanzhou. When Han Wudao looked around, he saw that the surrounding 4 directions of space were filled with a sea of clouds as far as the naked eye could reach, and in the distant places, the Sea of Clouds was steaming with a cloudy light. And the place where the top of the cloud sea is located, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth is still extremely rich, and the surrounding area is filled with the ancient and pale atmosphere of the ages, showing the ancient and mysterious. In the place where the dome of the sky met the Sea of Clouds, there was a huge square. An ancient and magnificent heavenly road was suspended above the square. A glance at the sky is a long way off. On it stood a majestic and magnificent heavenly gate, manifesting an endless mysterious weather. Master, for ages, there has been a legend that has been circulating in the realm of the 9 regions. It is said that whoever knocks on the heavenly gate will receive gifts and creations from the heavens. Throughout history, but anyone who has knocked on the heavenly gate has basically cultivated into a saint or even an earthly great emperor. I also don't know if anyone will be able to walk to the end of the heavenly road and knock on the legendary heavenly gate in this true dragon extravaganza. Just as Han Wudao was surveying the top of the Sea of Clouds, as well as the heavenly road in the distance, the yearning voice of Tushan items suddenly rang in his ears. Turn your head. She was seen gazing closely at the distant sky road, her eyes filled with intense longing and yearning. Regarding the legend that Tushan items had spoken of, Han Wudao also knew something about it through the memories of the Yellow Springs Old Devil. It was only that the heavenly path had always existed throughout the ages. However, there were very few people who were able to walk to the end of the heavenly path. As for those who were able to knock on the door of heaven, there were only a handful of them in history. Those who possessed this kind of world-defying stance were none of them the rare heavenly pride and human experts of the earth for ages. The last time he knocked on the heavenly gate was the heavenly desolate emperor 30,000 years ago, and the most outstanding beings that followed the heavenly desolate emperor had only reached the end of the heavenly path. According to your qualifications and strength, being able to cross the 80 steps of the heavenly ladder and walk to the end of the heavenly path is already quite good. It's hard to knock on the heavenly gate. Han Wudao glanced at the Tushan items beside him and replied expressionlessly. Nowadays, with the power of those 2 magic pills, the cultivation level of Tushan items had received a very huge boost. From the original 8th rank demigod, he had broken through to a royal Dao demigod in one step, and was only half a step away from an extreme Dao demigod. As for Han Wudao, thanks to the 10,000-fold return of cultivation from the Tushan items, he had also successfully broken the heavenly Dao extreme realm and his cultivation had reached the extreme Dao demigod realm. At this very moment, if he were to execute the Devil's Demon Road Ascension technique, his battle power could instantly climb to a level that was comparable to that of a third-order true god. In just 3 days, their cultivation and power, both master and disciple, had gained a huge boost. Han Wudao was still satisfied with this result. Li Songhai, I told you to contact Luo Xianshan before. Where is he now? After carefully surveying the scene at the top of the Sea of Clouds, Han Wudao looked around and asked Li Songhai behind him. This time, he had come here to select a suitable disciple on the one hand, and for Luo Xian Mountain on the other. However, his eyes swept around and he did not see Luo Xuanshan's figure, which could not help but make his face slightly sink. Master, the patriarch will be here soon. Call out. Just as Han Wudao was displeased, suddenly, a sharp air-breaking sound came from the distance. Immediately afterward, an ancient and simple spirit boat docked in front of the eyes, and a country-faced, Shen-clothed middle-aged man stepped out from it. Chapter 9 The Fat Sheep That Has Been Raised for 200 Years. Disciple Luo Xianshan. Greetings to Master. After the middle-aged man stepped out of the spirit boat, he hurriedly fell to his knees in a respectful gesture and bowed profusely to Han Wudao. And his body was still trembling continuously, and his originally majestic face was now covered with a strong sense of trepidation and uneasiness. This person was clearly the Yellow Springs demon sect's patriarch, as well as a great disciple under Han Wudao's command. According to the memories of the Yellow Springs Old Devil during his lifetime, Luo Xianshan was a disciple he took in 200 years ago, and his qualifications and bones as well as his means and abilities were all very good. Later, given Luo Xuanshan's outstanding performance, with the support of the Yellow Spring Old Devil, he became the sect leader of the Yellow Spring Demon sect. For this eldest disciple, the Yellow Springs Old Devil likewise held great expectations, and amongst the 7 disciples, Luo Xianshan was also the most stable one. But, at this time, Han Wudao didn't value these. Upon meeting Luo Xianshan, he carefully scrutinized and sized him up. Based on the system's feedback, it gave him a more detailed understanding of Luo Xianshan's qualifications and potential. 70% chance of cultivating into an extreme demigod, 1 in 10,000 chance of breaking the shackles and advancing to a true god on earth. It seems that Luo Xianshan won't be able to cultivate into a true god in this lifetime, and his ultimate potential is only that of an extreme demigod. Compared to the 2 Shan items, Luo Xianshan was simply trash. For Han Wudao, he doesn't have much use for him either. The Taishan sect is besieging the Yellow Springs Demon sect. Are you aware of this matter? The disciple does not know. As early as 10 days ago, disciples had already arrived at the top of the Cloud Sea to participate in the True Dragon ceremony, wanting to select a group of outstanding talents for my demon sect. Regarding the matter of the Taishan sect siege of the Yellow Springs Demon sect, disciple really didn't know about it. By the time disciple knew about it, you, Master, had already suppressed all of the rebellious thieves of the Taishan sect. All of them. Luo Xianshan replied with a shiver. That terrified look, afraid that Han Wudao would kill him ruthlessly in a fit of rage. Other people might not lay their hands on the disciples under their own sect, but old devil Huang Quan, as the number 1 devil in Yuanzhou, he wouldn't show any mercy, but anyone who betrays him must die. Fortunately, Luo Xianshan did not usher in Han Wudao's poisonous hand after some explanations, which caused him to breathe a huge sigh of relief. Actually, Han Wudao wouldn't believe a single word of Luo Xianshan's explanation. However, none of this mattered. Luo Xianshan couldn't live much longer in his eyes anyway. You have more than 200 years of teacher-disciple relationship with your master, and you are the most dutiful among the many disciples. Therefore, the master takes you at your word. Get up. Let me introduce to you. This is master's newest disciple, Tushan items, and from now on she will be your junior sister. Han Wudao pointed at the Tushan items beside him and introduced them. Words. Only then did Luo Xianshan notice that there was another stunningly beautiful woman next to Han Wudao and was curiously sizing herself up. Hello, little sister. I'm your eldest senior brother Luo Xianshan. From now on we're family. Greetings eldest senior brother. Please take care of eldest senior brother in the future. The 2 men smiled and exchanged pleasantries. As they greeted each other, Han Wudao also looked at the space around the top of the Sea of Clouds. Right now, it was the time when the once-in-a-decade True Dragon ceremony opened, and many clans and cultivators had already gathered at the top of the Sea of Clouds. Han Wudao's eyes swept over, and in the 4 directions of southeast, west, north, and west, he saw an ancient and magnificent divine palace treasure hall, in which there was a powerful divine might that swept around. This showed that there were true gods sitting inside: the Shanqing sect, the Heavenly Heartsword Lodge, the Heaven-worshipping Demon sect, and the Seven-slaying Demon Palace. Relying on the memories in his mind, Han Wudao knew the 4 divine palace treasures in front of him, and the forces they represented. These, all of them, were great powers that had been inherited for thousands of years in the 9 Earth realm, and in each of these sects, there were powerful true gods in attendance. Its power and heritage were far from the Yellow Springs Demon sect and the Taishan sect, which were small sects that could be compared to each other. At this point, with the opening of the True Dragon Extravaganza, numerous cultivators had already begun to head to that ancient heavenly path to test their qualifications and roots. Han Wudao lost interest after watching for a moment. Luo Xianshan, come in with me. As he spoke, he brought 2 Shan items back to the spirit boat he was in. Recently, by chance, my master obtained a magical secret art that can gather the power of the heavens and earth to wash all beings and enhance their qualifications and root bones. Luo Xianshan, you have followed your master for more than 200 years, during which time you have been loyal, diligent and scrupulous, and have made many achievements for the Yellow Springs Demon sect. All of this, for the master, is in the eye of the beholder. Today, master intends to grant you a heavenly chance in creation, as a reward for all these years. The words fell. Han Wudao repeated his old technique and performed the Devil's Way heaven mending technique to baptize Luo Xianshan, causing his qualifications and root bones to increase 100-fold from the original. Luo Xianshan only had a 1 in 10,000 chance of cultivating into a true god, but after being washed by the Devil's baptismal technique, the probability of cultivating into a true god was raised to 1 in 100. Although this figure was still poor and it was difficult to hope to cultivate into a true god, it was far better than his previous situation. After washing Luo Xianshan's qualifications and root bones, Han Wudao pondered for a few moments and handed the true god quality demon pill to him. Master, this is? Upon seeing that true god demon pill, both Luo Xianshan and the 2 Shan items on the side all looked over. The eyes were filled with shock and longing. They felt a powerful divine might on top of this demonic Dan, the aura and power belonging to a true god on earth. This is the divine elixir of creation. It was refined by a powerful true god who collected the essence of the heavens and earth, and it contains majestic to the core spiritual energy that can rapidly increase cultivation and strength. If a being with the qualifications of a true god swallows and refines it, there is a great probability that it will be able to break the mortal shackles and cultivate into a true god on earth. You followed master for so many years, and master doesn't have anything good to give you, so this divine pill of creation, consider it a reward from master. Han Wudao made up a lie off the top of his head and said in a serious manner. Having said that, he solemnly handed that magic pill into Luo Xianshan's hands. Swallow it, to become a god? Listening to Han Wudao's narration, Luo Xianshan and 2 Shan items were both shaken, and the color of longing in the bottom of their eyes reached its peak at this moment. Luo Xianshan, in particular, was trembling with excitement. Not only had he never seen this legendary divine elixir, but now it was the first time he had heard of it, and Han Wudao even bestowed it upon himself. This made Luo Xianshan feel flattered and feel like he was dreaming. Master, this divine pill of creation is too expensive for disciple to accept. Moreover, you need it more than disciple. As long as you cultivate into a true god, master, it will then be a supreme honor for my Yellow Springs Demon sect, and my disciple will be able to follow suit. So, please also ask your master to take it back. Despite the great longing in his heart, Luo Xianshan couldn't be sure if this was Han Wudao's test of himself. Therefore, he forced himself to hold back the greed and yearning in his heart and strongly rejected Han Wudao's good intentions. He treasured his life more than the divine pill of creation. However, Han Wudao, didn't care that much. Elders give, not to be resigned. Since master has bestowed you with a divine elixir, then you should keep it. As for breaking through to true god, master has other methods, and doesn't need to resort to this divine elixir of creation. Without waiting for Luo Xianshan to speak, he directly forced that true god demon pill into his mouth and forcefully swallowed it. Sit back and let go of distractions. Next, the master will personally protect your path and help you refine this divine elixir. Seeing that Han Wudao really intended to bestow the divine elixir upon himself, Luo Xianshan didn't dare to hesitate and immediately collected his mind and concentrated all his attention on refining it. Watching this scene, the heart of the nearby 2 Shan items was filled with envy. Although old devil Huang Quan is a bit ferocious, he is extremely kind to the disciples under his door. However, relying on external objects to enhance one's cultivation and strength is always not the right path to cultivation. I'd better dig the grave honestly. That's what I'm supposed to do. As long as I dig enough graves, I'm sure I'll be able to cultivate into a true god one day as well. 2 Shan items secretly cheered in his heart. Afterward, she glanced at Han Wudao and Luo Xianshan who were refining the demonic pills and followed suit, sinking into her cultivation. Chapter 10. My disciple has the appearance of a great emperor. Thanks to Han Wudao's help, Luo Xianshan only took a day to refine and absorb all of the essence and spiritual power contained in the true God demon pill. Eventually, as Han Wudao expected beforehand, Luo Xianshan's qualifications and potential were limited, and even with the help of the true God demon pill he still failed to break through to a true god. It had only reached the realm of the extreme demigods. It seemed like only half a step away from being a true god. However, the gulf and the moat in between was something he would never be able to cross in his entire life. In the meantime, Luo Xuanshan's cultivation had advanced greatly, and Han Wudao had gained 10,000 times the cultivation he had returned. Again, he had failed to break the shackles to ascend to true god, but it's also just short of the final kick in the pants. Through Luo Xuanshan's cultivation feedback, it also made him more clearly cognizant of the huge gap between demigods and true gods. This heavenly moat, which blocked countless mortals on the world, could not be broken so easily without the appropriate qualifications and potential. Thank you, Master. Master's great kindness to my disciple is something that my disciple can't repay even though I die. Feeling the huge increase in his cultivation, Luo Xuanshan's heart surged with infinite excitement and exhilaration. After coming back to his senses, he immediately knelt down in front of Han Wudao with an incomparably respectful demeanor and bowed heavily. Get up. You are a great disciple under the master's discipline, with whom the master has had a teacher-pupil relationship for more than 200 years, and you have been loyal and filial. For you, master is naturally different from others. Although your current cultivation has advanced greatly, breaking through to the realm of extreme demigods, do not be complacent. You need to keep to your heart and continue to forge ahead. With your qualifications and potential, you still have a chance to become a god in the future, Han Wudao said with a calm and encouraging expression. Between the words, it sounded like Luo Xianshan had placed great hopes on him, but Luo Xianshan himself was very clear in his heart that his hope of becoming a god this time around was afraid to be low. A true god-level demon pill couldn't even allow him to break his shackles and advance to the true god realm, so it was evident that his qualifications and potential weren't strong. Relying on yourself would certainly be impossible in this life. I have remembered my master's teachings, and in the future, I will definitely adhere to my heart, cultivate diligently and subconsciously, and never fail my master's expectations. Even though he knew that he couldn't become a god, but now that he was able to reach the extreme demigod in one step from a 10th order demigod, Luo Xianshan was still relatively satisfied. At least, it saved him at least a couple hundred years of hard work. That's right, master. Today is the once-in-a-decade true dragon ceremony, and disciple would like to try out on top of that heavenly path to see how far I can go. I also ask for permission from the master. At this moment, Luo Xianshan suddenly thought of something and volunteered to ask for instructions. Words. Han Wudao glanced at him, then at the mysterious heavenly road in the distance that traversed the ancient and modern ages, and nodded his head flatly. Since you want to go ahead and try. You can't force anything, just do your best. Yes. After obtaining Han Wudao's permission, Luo Xianshan immediately left the spirit boat with joy in his heart and took large strides towards the distant heavenly path. Seeing this, the Tushan items on the side also revealed a look of anticipation. Senior, do you think that according to eldest brother's qualifications and strength, he will be able to walk to the first few levels of the heavenly stairs? She asked, full of curiosity. Your eldest senior brother previously only had a 1 in 10,000 chance of cultivating into a true god, and even after master cleansed his qualifications and root bones with a secret method, the probability of becoming a god was only raised to 1 in 100. If he doesn't have a great chance or a great creation in this life, he will only be able to stop here for the rest of his life. According to the standards passed down from ancient times, stepping through the 9 levels of the heavenly ladder means one has the qualifications of a true god. Luo Xuanshan's qualifications and potential aren't enough to break through to the true god realm, so he'll only make it to the 8th level of the heavenly ladder at most. However, if it were you instead, it would be possible to walk to the end of the heavenly path and have the appearance of a great emperor. Ha! Is my potential so strong? Hearing Han Wudao's praise, Tushan items were also taken aback by their own qualifications and potential. Luo Xianshan could only walk to the 8th level of the heavenly ladder, while she could possibly walk to the end of the heavenly path. The gap between the two was simply too great. Do you want to try the skyway too? No. Tushan items shook his head. As the old saying goes, if the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. Although this ancient heavenly road looks mighty, even if it really comes to an end. So what? I think it's better to keep a low profile as a human being, so that you can also avoid many potential menaces and threats. In the cultivation world, there are too many people with dark hearts who can't see others as better than him, and if they are too publicized, they will instead easily lead to killing. So, I'm not going to go along with this. Seeing that she had such insight, Han Wudao couldn't help but show an appreciative look as well. The cultivation world is cruel beyond measure. the last thing you can speculate on is the human heart. Even if Tushan items really had the intention to go and try to challenge the heavenly path, Han Wudao wouldn't allow it. After all, Tushan items were his future cash cow. If anything went wrong or unexpected, then he would lose a lot of money. Unlike Luo Xianshan, it was harder than climbing up to the sky for her to find a disciple who possessed endless potential, was obedient and understanding. It was also his luck to be able to meet Tushan items, and he naturally did not want anything to happen to this disciple. Think about that. Han Wudao glanced appreciatively at the Tushan items, and then he was looking towards the square in the distance. Li Songhai, what's the situation with this true dragon extravaganza? Are there any outstanding celestial pride appearing? After watching for a moment, he turned to Li Songhai, who was guarding the outside of the cabin, and asked, reporting back to my master, there weren't any outstanding talents at this true dragon extravaganza. To this day, there isn't even a single person of true god's talent. Even the talents of demigods don't exceed 10. The quality is quite a bit worse than the last true dragon extravaganza. Outside the cabin, a respectful voice came from Li Songhai. It was also when he was reporting the specifics of the true dragon extravaganza that he saw Luo Xianshan had already harnessed a long rainbow and landed on top of the heavenly road. At this very moment, the true dragon ceremony was still continuing, so there were still very many cultivators on the heavenly road, all of them pouring their best efforts into climbing forward in an attempt to cross over more heavenly stairs. However, the heavenly path was difficult, and it was an extremely harsh test for the qualifications and strength of the living beings, and the vast majority of them stopped before the 5th level of the heavenly staircase. There were even fewer people who were able to step onto the 6th level of the heavenly ladder, the 7th level of the heavenly ladder, or even the 8th level of the heavenly ladder. However, this was soon broken. Before and after coming to the surface of the sky road, Luo Xianshan first calmly surveyed the area for a few moments before taking large steps to climb upwards. After Han Wudao's baptism, his qualifications and potential had been greatly improved, and he had the strength of an extreme demigod himself. So, compared to the others, it was much easier for Luo Xianshan to walk on top of the heavenly path. It didn't take long for him to easily cross the 7 levels of the heavenly ladder. His appearance also drew the attention of those great powers around him, and the many onlookers gathered their gazes on Luo Xuanshan's body. Who is this person, crossing the 7 levels of the heavenly ladder in less than a quarter of an hour? His qualifications and strength are good. Isn't that the Yellow Springs demon sect's patriarch Luo Xianshan, who was actually able to walk to the 7th level of the heavenly ladder in one go? Is his qualification and potential so remarkable? When did Luo Xianshan break through to an extreme demigod? When I saw him yesterday, he was still a 10th ranked demigod. His qualifications, when did they become so good? The surrounding crowd resounded with overwhelming cries of shock. As the Yellow Springs demon sect's patriarch, Luo Xianshan still had a certain reputation within the boundaries of the Kyushu Earth, and many of the people present were aware of his existence. But, what shocked and amazed them was that in just a day's time, Luo Xian Mountain seemed to have transformed. Whether it was the qualifications, the root bones, or their own strength, all of them had undergone a drastic change. It was almost like they were a different person. Even the surrounding great powers like the Shangqing sect and the heaven-worshipping demon sect, who were unfamiliar with him, were all casting astonished gazes at the moment. Chapter 11, Digging into the Devil's Path. Shangqing Shendan. Isn't this person Luo Xianshan, the sect leader of the Yellow Spring Demon sect in Yuanzhou? This seat remembers that his previous cultivation seemed to be a 10th ranked demigod? What caused him to break through to an extreme demigod in such a short period of time? Inside the divine palace where the heaven-worshipping demon sect was located, a middle-aged man with a country face and a domineering aura around him let out a surprised voice. His name was Chen Shatian, the 8th elder of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, who broke the mortal shackles 30 years ago and cultivated into a first-order true god. This time, he had come to participate in the True Dragon ceremony on behalf of the heaven-worshipping demon sect in order to select a group of buildable talents for the sect. The previous ones hadn't satisfied him too much, and this Luo Xianshan, who had just appeared, was quite interesting to him. Master, this person is indeed the Yellow Springs demon sect's patriarch, Luo Xianshan, and his previous cultivation level was indeed a 10th ranked demigod. As for why he suddenly elevated to an extreme demigod, I think he must have obtained some amazing chance or creation. However, although Luo Xianshan has reached the level of an extreme demigod in cultivation, the qi and blood around him has already begun to decay, and I'm afraid that he won't be able to reach true god in this life. Unsurprisingly, the extreme demigod is the end of his life. Such a person has little potential or value. A purple-clothed youth beside Chen Shatian said in a deep voice. At his words, Chen Shatian agreed. Indeed, according to the observation of this seat's divine eye, this Luo Xianshan has surging spiritual energy around his body. but his foundation is weak and unstable. It's obvious that he used a divine elixir to forcefully raise his cultivation. Although it is possible to acquire great power in a short period of time, it is not good for long-term cultivation in the future. That makes his potential even lower. Chen Tian shook his head. The words revealed a faint touch of disappointment. Originally, he had thought that he had encountered a person who could be made, but he didn't know that Luo Xianshan turned out to be vain and without any future. Master, although Luo Xianshan doesn't have the qualifications of a true god, he is at least an extreme demigod, and there are still benefits to incorporating him into my heaven-worshipping demon sect. No, the Yellow Springs demon sect is originally a sect under my demon sect, and Luo Xianshan is naturally a member of my demon sect as well, so there's no need to be redundant. Having said that, Chen Tian continued to observe Luo Xian Mountain with a flat gaze. In the meantime, aside from the heaven-worshipping demon sect, there was also a group of people paying attention to Luo Xianshan within an ancient golden treasure hall where the Shangqing sect was located in the distance. Elder, this person is the sect leader of the Yellow Spring Demon sect. 2 days ago, the Taishan sect just gathered people to attack the Yellow Spring Demon sect, wanting to kill the Yellow Spring Old Demon, but in the end it failed. This Luo Xianshan in front of us is the eldest disciple under the Yellow Springs Old Devil. Moreover, we have discovered that the Yellow Springs Old Devil seems to have arrived at the top of the Sea of Clouds as well. Now that the devil's path is rampant, it's time to suppress their arrogance. A red-robed old man gruffly suggested. Above the first place of the golden treasure hall, there was a refined middle-aged man sitting at the moment, a pair of eyes likewise surveying Luo Xian Mountain outside with great interest. Tao is 1 foot tall, the devil is 10 feet tall. In the past 100 years, the demonic forces have become more and more rampant, and they really need to be suppressed. This Luo Xianshan of the Yellow Springs Demon sect might be a good pawn. It's just right to use him to kill the might of the heaven-worshipping demon sect. With a mysterious smile, Zhao Zhuoyang replied softly, Elder, how do you plan to utilize Luo Xianshan? He's a member of the Devil's Way. Will he willingly act as our pawn? There is definitely a way. This Luo Xianshan has no chance of becoming a true god in this life. But if we bring him the hope of becoming a true god, do you think he'll be moved? It just so happens that previously, the old ancestor bestowed an upper Qing divine elixir, and I think it's just right to use it on Luo Xuanshan's body. As long as he takes the bait, our plan will be a big success. Shangqing Shendan? Upon hearing this name, the surrounding crowd all had their spirits lifted, and many of their eyes erupted with the slightest hint of longing. This was a rare divine elixir that had been passed down by the Shangqing sect since ancient times, and its greatest effect was to help a person break the mortal shackles and ascend to become a true god. Only, this magical divine elixir was only useful to cultivators of the extreme demigod realm, and there were many drawbacks after using it. The lifespan is only 1/3 that of other true gods, and the strength is lower than that of true gods of the same realm, and they are unable to continue to make breakthroughs for the rest of their lives. All along, the divine elixir of Upper Qing had been given to disciples who had no chance of being a true god for a last-ditch effort. Regarding this legendary divine elixir, the crowd had only heard of it, and they didn't expect Zhao Jiang to actually have it in his hands. Moreover, it is also prepared to be used to attract Luo Xianshan. Elder, Luo Xianshan is after all the patriarch of a force subordinate to the heaven-worshipping demon sect. Even if he does take the bait, the heaven-worshipping demon sect side definitely won't agree. I know, the big deal is just a fight. Anyway, every time the True Dragon ceremony is held, there are inevitably a lot of big battles and killings. There's nothing to care about. Even if we can't use Luo Xian Mountain to strike the heaven-worshipping demon sect, this seat will still have to properly discuss them. Zhao Zhuoyang snorted coldly and turned his gaze toward the distant heavenly road. At this point, Luo Xianshan, with his powerful strength, smoothly ascended the 8th level of the heavenly ladder and came to the forefront of all the cultivators. Only, due to his limited qualifications and potential, no matter how hard he fought to climb, he was ultimately unable to cross the boundary of the 8th level of the heavenly ladder. It seems that I really don't have the qualifications or potential to become a god in this life. The extreme demigod is already the end of my life. Luo Xianshan sighed helplessly, looking ahead at the ancient and magnificent rambling heavenly road. Despite his heart being filled with endless longing and yearning, he was powerless to continue climbing upwards. Eventually, after a helpless sigh, Luo Xianshan began to return the same way. He was relatively satisfied to have reached extreme demigod in this life. During this process, the heaven-worshipping demon sect, as well as the surrounding demonic forces, did not extend an invitation to him. Seeing this, Luo Xianshan could only walk towards the spirit boat where Han Wu Dao was with sadness and bitterness. Luo Xianshan, would you like to join my Shangqing sect? Just as he was walking down the heavenly path, a loud voice suddenly rang out violently. Fix your eyes. only to see a middle-aged man in green with an extraordinary demeanor slowly walk out of the golden treasure hall of the Shangqing sect in the distance, with a powerful divine might emanating up and down his body. The upper Chang true god, Zhao Jiuyang. Seeing that person, Luo Xianshan couldn't help but freeze in place. Not only him, but even the surrounding cultivators who were attending the grand ceremony, Chen Shaitian of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, and Han Wutao and the rest of them, all revealed looks of surprise. Everyone hadn't expected that the Shangqing sect would actually intervene at this moment. Intending to dig into the corner of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, Zhao Jiuyang, you've crossed the line. Luo Xianshan is a disciple under my heaven-worshipping demon sect. It's impossible for him to enter your Shangqing sect. From the divine palace where the heaven-worshipping demon sect was located, Chen Sha Tian's icy voice was heard. To this, Zhao Jiuyang didn't care at all. The true dragon extravaganza is supposed to be for selecting heaven's pride in jungles. Who says that my Shangqing sect can't recruit beings from the devil's path? If you heaven-worshipping demon sect is not convinced, you can also recruit righteous cultivators. We don't mind. Besides, everyone here has the right to choose their own life. Who are you? The heaven-worshipping demon sect. To stop people? Luo Xianshan. Although you have limited qualifications and potential, you are not completely without a chance to cultivate into a true god. This seed has an upper Qing divine pill here, which after swallowing will allow one to become a god on the ground. As long as you agree to join my Shangqing sect, this seed will grant you the Shangqing divine elixir and help you achieve true god. Zhao Jiuyang's calm voice continued to ring out. Having said that, with a flip of his large hand, a thumb-sized elixir that emitted a green-colored divine light instantly appeared on top of his palm. The moment this elixir appeared, the gazes of the entire peak of the Sea of Clouds were all attracted to it. Chapter 12, Good Disciple. Please help your master become a god. The legend of the divine elixir of Shangqing had been circulating in the realm of the Kyushu earth for a long time. Everyone had heard about the miraculous functions of this divine elixir, only that they had never seen a physical object. Nowadays, what the crowd did not expect was that they would actually be able to have the honor of seeing the legendary rare divine elixir at this true dragon ceremony. Moreover, it was also being used by the true god of the Shangqing sect to recruit the demonic cultivators of the Yellow Springs demon sect. This kind of action by Zhao Jiang caused everyone present to feel perplexed, not understanding what exactly he had in mind. Even the two of them, Han Wudao and Tushan items, who were within the spirit boat, had their minds and attention drawn to the divine pill of upper clearance. Master, what is the Supreme Clearance sect trying to do? Actually using the Supreme Clearance divine pill to poach the devil Dao. The legendary divine pill of upper clearance is indeed very miraculous, capable of helping extreme demigods to forcibly break their shackles and cultivate into true gods. But this elixir has a great disadvantage. After becoming a true god, the lifespan is only 1/3 that of other true gods, and the strength is the weakest. No one would choose to use the divine elixir of upper cleansing as a last resort, but this elixir is nothing less than a supreme divine object for those beings who have no access to the true gods. Will eldest brother be able to resist the temptation of the divine pill of upper clearance? If he does say yes, then, Tushan items looked cautiously at Han Wudao, wanting to see what his reaction was. However, to her disappointment, Han Wudao did not show any difference from the beginning to the end. His complexion as calm and indifferent as ever. Everyone has the right to choose their own life. Although Luo Xianshan is a disciple of the devil's path, Master also respects his choice. If he has to break away from the demon sect and join the Shangqing sect, Master has no problem with that, much less stop it. Whether it will be a blessing or a curse in the future depends on his own destiny, Han Wudao said with a flat face. Between words, he appeared to be very enlightened and generous, and everything respected Luo Xuanshan's own choices. Hearing these words, a flash of intense surprise and amazement swept across the bottom of the eyes of the nearby Tushan items, and the gaze that they looked at Han Wudao underwent some more subtle changes. Original. She thought that Han Wudao would be furious over this, but she didn't expect it to be so calm, as if she didn't take it seriously at all. What on earth does this cheap master of mine think? Does he really not care at all? That's a personal disciple that has been cultivated for more than 200 years. So much effort and cost has been put into it. If it's scooped up by the Shangqing sect, that's a huge loss. Moreover, it's likely that it will also be used against the Yellow Springs demon sect. Isn't this raising a tiger? According to old devil Huan Quan's temperament and disposition, shouldn't he have prevented this from happening? Tushan Item's hearts were filled with confusion. She really couldn't figure out what Han Wudao was thinking, and she actually didn't care at all when others were digging at her door. Actually, Han Wudao really didn't care and even wanted Luo Xianshan to join the Shangqing sect. If Luo Xianshan chose to join the Shangqing sect, and then forcefully broke his shackles to become a true god with the help of the miraculous effects of the Shangqing divine pill, then after 10,000 times the return of his cultivation, he would also be able to cultivate into a true god. Such great benefits are available. The Shangqing sect had done him a big favor, so how could Han Wu Dao refuse? My good disciple, hurry up and choose the Shangqing sect, so that you and your master can both become gods. According to your character, I'm afraid it's hard to resist the temptation of a true god. Han Wu Dao kept urging in his mind. With regards to this great disciple under his door, he still had a better understanding, even though Luo Xianshan usually acted very calmly. Within his heart, there had always been an obsession to become a god. He dreamed of cultivating into a god. Nowadays, relying on one's own qualifications and potential, there was no hope of cultivating into a god. However, if one obtained the divine pill of the supreme clearance, it would be a different story. Even if a true god cultivated in this way had very significant drawbacks, it was still a true god, not something that could be compared to a mortal like a demigod. So, according to Han Wudao's understanding of Luo Xianshan, he definitely couldn't resist the great temptation of the divine pill of Upper Qing. And it is true, after hearing Zhao Zhouyan's words, as well as the divine pill of upper clearance that he had taken out, Luo Xianshan's originally despairing heart rekindled a blazing fire of hope. In his eyes, there was an unprecedented yearning and longing. Join the Shangqing sect. Me. Although Luo Xianshan was extremely moved, he also had strong scruples. His gaze first looked at the spirit boat behind him where Han Wudao was, and then looked toward the distant heaven-worshipping demon sect. Obviously, it's in spite of them. And upon seeing this reaction from Luo Xianshan, the corner of Zhao Jiang's mouth, who stood on the golden treasure palace, lifted up into a wide smile. You don't have to worry about your master, old devil Huang Quan, or what the heaven-worshipping demon sect will do to you. As long as you agree to join my Shangqing sect, all threats and hindrances will naturally be taken care of for you by this seat. You only need to show your attitude now. Are you willing to join my Shangqing sect? Zhao Zhouyan continued to pursue the question. At those words, Luo Xianshan took a hard, deep breath. Then, as if he had made some sort of determination, he nodded his head forcefully. I do. A firm voice echoed around the top of the sea of clouds. After saying that, he was pouring out all of his strength and darting towards the direction where the Shangqing sect was located at the fastest speed possible. Bold, how dare you turn your back on my heaven-worshipping demon sect? The moment Luo Xianshan made his choice, a heaven-shattering roar immediately emanated from the divine palace where the heaven-worshipping demon sect was located. Immediately after, the crowd present was the one who saw that along with a monstrous divine might, a terrifyingly large hand violently probed out from within the divine palace, aggressively grasping towards Luo Xianshan. The one who struck out was clearly Chen Shatian of the heaven-worshipping demon sect. Same time, at the time Chen Shitian made his move to suppress Luo Xianshan, a large hand was also instantly stretched out from the golden treasure hall where the Shangqing sect was located. With just a gentle punch blast, he wore down Chen Shatian's attack, and then, two brilliant divine lights rushed out from the golden treasure hall of the Shangqing sect, transforming into two powerful figures, a man and a woman, in midair. It was clearly two true gods, together with Zhao Jiang. This time, the Shangqing sect had sent out a total of 3 true gods. Moreover, in order to fight against the heaven-worshipping demon sect, the Tianqin sword sect next to them had also sent out 2 true gods. The 5 true gods of the two forces were in a stark confrontation with the devilish forces of the heaven-worshipping demon sect. On the side of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, along with the 7 slaying demon palace, there were only 4 true gods in total, and their strength was significantly weaker than that of the Shangqing sect and the heavenly heartsword sect. So, under the disparity in strength, Chen Shitian could only watch Luo Xianshan, being guided inside the golden treasure hall of the Shangqing sect by Zhao Jiang. Chen Shatian, everyone here has the right to make their own choices, and since people have made their choices, then you can't interfere or stop them. This seat is as good as its word. As long as Luo Xianshan joins my Shangqing sect, this seat will grant him the Shangqing divine pill and help him become a god now. Speaking, Zhao Zhouyan's sharp eyes swept across the entire room, and then under the watchful eyes of countless people, he handed that divine pill of upper clearance to Luo Xianshan. As for Luo Xianshan, he didn't have any hesitation and immediately swallowed the divine pill of upper cleansing after paying a respectful obeisance to Zhao Zhouyan. Eldest senior brother, he really chose the upper clearance sect. Senior, if we become enemies with eldest brother in the future, what should we do then? Seeing that Luo Xianshan had already joined the Shangqing sect, Tu Shan Items instantly turned his gaze toward Han Wu Dao beside him. This showed that from now on, there was already a hostile relationship between them and Luo Xian Mountain. As for Han Wu Dao, he didn't utter a word in the face of Tu Shan Items' inquiry, and only quietly looked at Luo Xian Mountain on the golden treasure hall in the distance. The moment, his heart was filled with exhilaration and anticipation. My good disciple, you have indeed chosen this step. Next, you will help your master become a god. Chapter 13, The Great Disciple Becomes a God, Deceiving His Teacher and Destroying His Ancestor. Luo Xianshan couldn't resist the temptation of cultivating into a true god and chose to betray the devil's path and join the Shangqing sect, to which Han Wudao was not surprised. Everything he expected. Not only did he not stop it, instead, his heart was very much looking forward to Luo Xianshan doing so, as long as Luo Xianshan became a god through the divine pill of Shangqing. At that time, with the help of the 10,000 times of cultivation that he had returned, he himself would be able to cultivate himself into a true god in one fell swoop. And Luo Xianshan can also be reused. After he became a true god, he himself could still use the excuse of clearing the door to kill him as a matter of course. At that time, another 10,000 times the cultivation would be returned. In this way, the last bit of value on Luo Xianshan could be squeezed clean. So, this issue that two Shan items was worried about, this issue of becoming enemies with Luo Xian Mountain, Han Wudao didn't put it on his mind at all. That kind of thing just doesn't happen. Luo Xianshan will never have that chance either. As for the scheming in Han Wudao's mind, Luo Xianshan and the others were not aware of it. At this very moment, as Zhao Jiang bestowed that divine pill of Upper Qing to Luo Xianshan, all the cultivators around the top of the sea of clouds all gathered their gazes on him. With the help of Zhao Jiuyang, a true god, Luo Xianshan refined and absorbed the majestic medicinal power of the divine pill of upper clearance at an extremely fast speed. The aura and power fluctuations emanating from his body were becoming more and more powerful, under the impetus of the divine elixir of upper clearance. Luo Xianshan's tendons, bones, blood, flesh, and so on, were all undergoing an astonishing metamorphosis. Going from demigod to true god was not only a metamorphosis of cultivation strength, but also a great sublimation of the living being's life level. Once you become a true god, you will increase your lifespan by 1,000 years. Rumbling. After about a day or so, under the attention of many cultivators, the aura and power around Luo Xianshan finally reached its peak. Among his sinews, bones, and flesh, a brilliant divine light shone, and a hidden divine might blossomed out, sweeping through the surrounding space. Luo Xianshan is going to become a god. The Shangqing divine elixir is worthy of being the legendary supreme divine elixir. It's actually really capable of forcibly breaking the shackles of mortals, allowing one to advance to the realm of true gods. Yes, I used to think of it as a legend, but today I've had my eyes opened. If only I could have such an upper clear divine pill, how good would it be? From the surrounding crowd, there were overwhelming murmurs. The moment Luo Xian Mountain became the most visible focus of the entire room. Whether it was the great powers such as the Supreme Clearance Sect, the Heaven-worshipping Demon Sect, the Heavenly Heartsword Lodge, or the Seven Slaughtered Demon Palace, even Han Wutao and the rest of them, they tightly fixed their gazes on him. He didn't know how long had passed, but when Luo Xuanshan's aura around him climbed to the extreme, a huge rumble emanated from his body. It sounded like the thunder of heavenly drums. Immediately afterward, a wave of vast divine might began to be released from him, under the washing of divine power. Luo Xuanshan's body as well as his face became younger at a speed visible to the naked eye. The life force and qi and blood around his body also became unprecedentedly strong, although it was not as good as other true gods. It was a world of difference compared to mortals. Eldest senior brother has really become a true god. This divine elixir of supreme clearance is truly miraculous enough as well. And even though the drawbacks of a true god cultivated in this way are great, it's not comparable to the demigods from before. From now on, the Shangqing sect has added another true god powerhouse. Tushan items secretly lamented in his heart. As she spoke, her eyes kept falling on Han Wudao, watching for his reaction. However, to the very end, Han Wudao didn't show any unusual emotions, as if he really didn't care. To this, although Tushan items felt that there was something odd, they didn't think too much about it, and turned to continue looking towards Luo Xian Mountain in the distance. Thank you, Elder. The Elder's recreative grace? Luo Xianshan can't repay it with 10,000 deaths. If the Elder has any dispatch in the future, Luo Xianshan will definitely go through fire and water without hesitation. Successfully breaking through to the true god realm and feeling the shocking changes in himself, Luo Xianshan paid heavy tribute to Zhao Jiang with endless exhilaration and excitement. To him, Zhao Jiuyang was his regenerative parent. While facing Luo Xuanshan's pious kowtow, Zhao Jiuyang's expression was very indifferent and calm. Only a hint of an inexplicable smile lifted from the corner of his mouth. Is what you say true? Whatever the seat tells you to do, you go and do it? Yes, as long as it's something I can do. But at the Elder's command, Luo Xianshan replied with a heavy nod. Whether it was to express his gratitude to Zhao Jiuyang or to show his attitude, he couldn't say no at this time. That's good. Since you do everything at my command, there is one thing that this seat needs you to accomplish right now. That is, go and kill your master, the yellow spring old devil. What? Killed my master? Upon hearing this request, Luo Xianshan was suddenly shaken. Despite the Yellow Springs Old Devil's notoriety and his evil deeds, he was after all his master. And there was still a 200 years of master-disciple relationship between them. Also, Han Wudao also had the grace of creation and cultivation for him. And if Han Wudao hadn't bestowed him with a divine elixir and washed his qualifications and roots, he wouldn't have been able to reach the extreme path demigod in a single step. It was even more impossible to cultivate into a true god now. No matter what, Han Wudao's favor to him was higher than the sky and deeper than the sea. This would be like deceiving his master if he went to kill him. Elder, the Yellow Spring Old Devil he. What? Didn't you just say that you would do whatever the seat told you? Now you've changed your mind? Since you've joined the Shinqing sect, it's only natural that you should draw a clear line with the demonic path. Old Devil Yellow Springs, that's your pitch. You can only prove your determination and attitude by killing him, and the righteous cultivators of the world will truly accept you. Moreover, you have now cultivated into a true god. Killing a Yellow Springs Old Devil at the demigod realm is as easy as a slap in the face. If you don't want to, then this seat will have to take back everything in you. A clear, cold and flat voice echoed in Luo Xuanshan's ears. When the words fell, he instantly felt a powerful divine might and killing intent that instantly enveloped him. He knew that as long as he refused, he would immediately be mercilessly suppressed by Zhao Jian. Disciple, obeys. Under the threat of death, Luo Xianshan only struggled for a few moments before completely making up his mind. He nodded heavily, then got up and looked toward the spirit boat where Han Wudao was in the distance. In the meantime, seeing that the first thing Luo Xianshan did when he entered the Shinqing sect was to lay his hands on his former master, the entire top of the sea of clouds instantly boiled over. This guy, Luo Xianshan, is trying to deceive his master. TSK, this has only just cultivated into a true god and is about to poison his own master. Well, at least there is still more than 200 years of master and disciple love between them, right? Devils are indeed devils. Each and every one of them is cold-blooded and heartless, with the kind of master. There are the kind of disciples. Did the old devil of the Yellow Springs ever think that he would have such a day? Retribution. Retribution. The overwhelming murmurs resounded all around the top of the sea of clouds. Just as Luo Xianshan carried the demon blade and walked down the golden treasure hall step by step, the duo of Han Wudao and Tushan items in the distance also walked out of the spirit boat in unison. Luo Xianshan, as you're a great disciple under Master Teacher has always treated you well, and before that, he even helped you wash your qualifications and raise your cultivation to extreme demigod. Now this is how you repay your master? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Do you think that by joining the Shinqing sect, you'll be able to gain their approval? They're using you. You're nothing more than a pawn for them. Eldest brother, it's not too late if you turn back now, as long as you're willing to admit your mistake. Master will forgive you. Before Han Wudao could say anything, the Tushan items on the side began to question loudly. Speaking of the end, she also painstakingly persuaded Luo Xianshan to turn back to the other side and try to get Han Wudao's forgiveness. At that time, it might be possible to save your life. Otherwise, once Han Wudao took matters into his own hands, what awaited him would definitely be a death without a burial site. Other people didn't know Han Wudao's strength, but she had seen it with her own eyes. Even though Han Wudao was only at the cultivation level of a demigod right now, he had the terrifying power of a true god, and a crippled true god like Luo Xianshan could not possibly be his opponent. Luo Xianshan was simply dreaming when he wanted to kill Han Wudao. However, in the face of Tushan items questioning and persuasion, Luo Xianshan didn't pay any attention. Master, please forgive my disciple for being unfilial. As the words fell, he only took one step and instantly appeared in front of Han Wudao before viciously slashing over. Chapter 14, Killing Disciples. Kill the true god. My good disciple, you have truly disappointed your master. Seeing that Luo Xianshan actually did kill himself as his master in order to show his loyalty to the Shinqing sect, Han Wudao let out a thick sigh. Between the words, it's full of disappointment, regret, and hopelessness. However, this was just something he did for outsiders. In fact, Han Wudao didn't feel the slightest bit of pain or disappointment in his heart when he saw Luo Xianshan killing over. Instead, it was full of exhilaration and surprise. To the very beginning, in his eyes, these disciples of Luo Xuanshan's sect were nothing more than fat sheep and leeks that he used to harvest. Even if there was a master-disciple bond, it was between them and the Yellow Springs Old Devil. For Han Wudao himself, there was not the slightest psychological burden in killing these people. Before, he had consecutively reaped the likes of Ling Ruoxue and Li Zhanfeng, and now it was Luo Xuanshan's turn. Boom! It was too late. Just as Luo Xianshan killed in front of him, Han Wudao, who had been preparing for a long time, violently launched the Devil Dao Ascension technique, forcibly raising his cultivation power to the true god level, only to see him gently waving his sleeve. Luo Xuanshan's raging chopping blade light broke in an instant. Not only that, Even Luo Xianshan himself was blown away by this sudden force from Han Wudao. This is the true god? It all happened in an instant. Feeling the powerful divine might and strength that Han Wudao had displayed, Luo Xianshan, who had just stabilized his figure, immediately let out a shocked cry of disbelief. In his eyes, there was an intense shock, a pair of eyes as even dead looking at Han Wudao. Other than him, Zhao Zhuoyang of the Shangqing sect, Chen Xiaotian of the heaven-worshipping demon sect and the others, as well as the many cultivators who were onlookers at the top of the Sea of Clouds, were all looking at Han Wudao closely with shocked gazes at this moment. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as well as disbelief. Wasn't old Devil Yellow Springs a demigod? When did he become a god? I don't know. I haven't even heard about it. Hiss. The Yellow Springs old devil actually broke through to true god without saying a word. Now Luo Xianshan has kicked the bucket. What a master and disciple drama. Over the top nah. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock. Even Chen Shiqian and the others who were confronting the Supreme Clearance sect from afar were casting extremely astonished gazes at this moment. A true god that the Yellow Springs old devil has broken through? No. His physical body hasn't formed a true god body. It's still a mortal body. That is to say, he has not yet become a god? Not having cultivated into a true god, yet possessing the mighty power of a true god, this Yellow Springs old devil should not be underestimated. Is he exceptionally gifted? Or does he have other powerful cards? Chen Xiaotian narrowed his eyes and eyed Han Wudao. The same. Zhao Zhuoyang of the Shangqing sect, as well as the rest of the several true gods, each one of them also scrutinized Han Wudao with astonished eyes. It seemed to want to see through him. However, to their disappointment, no matter how much they observed, they were unable to see through Han Wudao. That look seemed to shroud a thick layer of mist over Han Wudao's body, making it impossible to see. In the meantime, Han Wudao didn't pay any attention to the astonishment and shock of the crowd around him. After wearing out all of Luo Xuanshan's attacks, he took a step out in front of him. Boom! The large hand violently probed out, and the terrifying power around him swept out like a flood, instantly transforming into a large hand that fiercely pressed towards Luo Xianshan. The aura that was revealed caused Luo Xianshan to feel unprecedented panic and fear. Master, forgive me. Disciple knows I'm wrong. Please, Master, spare my life on account of the 200 years of master-disciple relationship. Under the great threat of death, Luo Xianshan fell to his knees and cowed out frantically, begging for mercy. However, in the face of his bitter pleas, Han Wudao acted as if he hadn't heard them, and under the gaze of the surrounding crowd, he took Luo Xianshan in his hands. My good disciple, you've really let your master down very much. From the moment you made your move, our master-disciple bond has already been exhausted. Since master was able to make you, he was also able to destroy you. If you don't recognize me as your master, then master will have to take back everything in you. Master, don't. Master, spare me. Feeling Han Wudao's strong killing intent, Luo Xianshan wanted to say something else, but Han Wudao didn't give him that chance. Accompanied by a mournful scream, under the gaze of the surrounding crowd, Han Wudao's 5 fingers suddenly merged together and directly crushed Luo Xianshan hard. The entire body turned into a bloody piece of powder. Hiss! Seeing this ferocious and tyrannical tactic of Han Wudao, the crowd of onlookers sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and each of them looked horrified. Even though Luo Xian Mountain's true gods had a great deal of water in them, they were not comparable to demigods. Han Wudao had pinched him to death with such ease, showing how powerful he was. And after exterminating Luo Xianshan, Han Wudao didn't stop there, but instead, he turned his icy and ferocious eyes towards Zhao Zhuoyang and the others from the Shangqing sect. You urged Luo Xianshan to cause our master and disciple to fight each other. Zhao Zhuoyang, how do you want to die? An icy and merciless voice slowly rang out. Having said that, Han Wudao's entire body instantly disappeared in place, and when it reappeared, it had already arrived in front of Zhao Zhuoyang. He didn't have any unnecessary nonsense or other fancy movements. He directly swung his fist and fiercely blasted Zhao Zhuoyang with a punch. Since Zhao Zhuoyang was a genuine true god, his strength was far from something Luo Xianshan could compare to, so when dealing with him, Han Wudao directly used his full strength. Of course, after the aura was fully opened, a vast divine might suddenly envelop the entire top of the Sea of Clouds. He threw out a punch, and although it was only the most ordinary attack, it caused Zhao Zhuoyang and the others to be shocked, because the power displayed by Han Wudao had far exceeded that of an ordinary first-rank true god. Red Sky Treasure Tripod. In the face of the monstrous threat from Han Wudao, Zhao Zhuoyang, who originally didn't care much about it, directly offered up his own innate magic treasure, a powerful red-colored treasure tripod. The precious tripod had 3 feet and 2 ears, with a blazing red divine fire entwined around its surface. At a glance, it was like a round of red-colored sun, rising in midair. The scorching aura that was released caused the surrounding beings to feel boundless fear, as if even the heavens and earth could be incinerated. Even a second-order true god would be inferior. All along, Zhao Jiang had treated this red sky treasure tripod as a bottom card, never showing it easily. Nowadays, facing Han Wudao's death threat, he directly sacrificed this powerful bottom card, expecting to escape. Not only that, after sacrificing the red sky treasure cauldron, Zhao Jiang also summoned the other two true gods of the Shangqing sect, as well as the true gods of the Heavenly Heartsword ceremony, to deal with Han Wudao together. Together with himself, there were a total of 5 true gods. With such a powerful force, any first-order true god would surely die, even a second-order true god would have the power to fight. Only, they simply don't understand the ferocity and power of Han Wudao. Bang! The moment Zhao Jiang sacrificed the red sky treasure tripod, Han Wudao fiercely slapped out a slap, wrapping it in a world-defying divine might and power, directly sending the red sky treasure tripod flying thousands of miles away. Its vast divine might crashed down a majestic mountain. Immediately afterward, Han Wudao's entire body drove long and dashed to Zhao Zhuoyang's face, punching him in front of countless people. Ah! Miserable screams resounded through the 10 directions. Amidst the shocked gazes of countless people, Han Wudao shattered Zhao Zhuoyang's neck with a single punch, sending his head flying. Chapter 15, Returning 10,000 times your cultivation, proving your path and becoming a god. Elder! Zhao Zhuoyang's sudden death set off an uproar around the top of the sea of clouds, and the crowd of Shangqing sect members standing on the golden treasure hall lost their voices and exclaimed in shock. Even the true gods of the Shangqing sect as well as the Heavenly Heartsword Lodge were shocked at this moment, and their eyes were filled with shock and horror as they looked at Han Wudao. They were very clear about Zhao Zhuoyang's strength, in the level of a first-order true god. There were rare people who could match him. They thought they were no match. However, Zhao Zhuoyang, who was now crushing their strength by a mile, had been exterminated by Han Wudao in the blink of an eye, and this scene caused them to feel endless trepidation. This devil is ferocious. Run! The remaining 4 true gods, seeing Han Wudao being so ferocious and tyrannical, one by one immediately collected their minds and harnessed their divine light and magical treasures as fast as they could, fleeing in different directions. Staying here is only a way to die. Only by leaving this place of wrongdoing would it be possible to save one's life. After returning to the sect, one would then gather strong men to crusade against the Yellow Springs old devil. However, they wanted to leave, but Han Wudao refused to agree. After forcefully exterminating Zhao Zhuoyang, Han Wudao's cold and ferocious eyes instantly landed on the 4 true gods of the Shangqing sect and the Heavenly Heartsword sect. Want to leave? All of you stay here. Accompanied by a cold and merciless voice. Suddenly, a large hand that covered the sky covered the 10 directions of the void. Under the enhancement of the Devil's Ascension Dharma, Han Wudao directly sealed the entire top of the Sea of Clouds with the mighty power of a third-order true god. Finally, the 4 true gods that were trying to escape were grabbed into the palms of their hands. Old Devil Yellow Springs, what are you doing? Do you want to fight to the end with our Shangqing sect, as well as the Heavenly Heartsword sect? Kill us, and you will surely suffer the wrath and vengeance of our clan. The crowd roared in panic and anger. At this moment, their only saving grace was the clan behind them, only. In the face of the hissing and threatening of the 4 true gods, Han Wudao didn't take it to heart at all. Before they could finish their words, they saw Han Wudao's 5 fingers suddenly come together, and in an instant, monstrous divine power swept out, directly pinching the 4 true gods to death. This time, Han Wudao didn't crush them to pieces, but rather wiped out the vitality on their bodies and threw the corpses inside the system space. All of these people had relied on their own qualifications and efforts, thus cultivating into true gods, and their divine bodies contained extremely majestic essences. It would be a pity if they weren't used to refine magic pills. In the meantime, after Han Wudao had exterminated all of the true gods of the Shangqing sect and the Heavenly Heartsword sect, with a thunderous force and means, there were also overwhelming voices of shock coming from the surrounding crowd. At this moment, whether it was those ordinary cultivators attending the True Dragon extravaganza or these devils way true gods like Chen Shaitian, all of them were filled with deep awe and scorn. Even if they were as strong as a true god, in front of Han Wudao, they were nothing more than dirt. Just how terrifying has the strength of the Yellow Springs old devil reached? With the lift of his hand, he exterminated 6 true gods. It's horrible, too powerful, too ferocious. Now, old devil Huangquan is stabbing the sky. The Shangqing sect and the Heavenly Heartsword Lodge will surely launch a frantic retaliation. The old devil is so powerful, there will be no peace in my Kyushu land realm. All sorts of shocked and terrified voices came out one after another from the surrounding crowd. To this, Han Wudao did not care. After exterminating all of Zhao Zhuoyang and the others, he also received a 10,000 times reward back from the system. Your great disciple Luo Xianshan broke through to the first order true god, and you gained 10,000 times his cultivation. The death of your great disciple Luo Xianshan, you gained 10,000 0.000 times his cultivation during his lifetime. You have obtained a fragmented Flood Dao tablet. And after the system returns it 10,000 times, you have obtained a complete Flood Dao tablet. You have broken the shackles of mortality and advanced in your cultivation to the third order true God. Rumbling, accompanied by the system's beep. In an instant, a surge of majestic power appeared out of nowhere within Han Wudao's body, and it flows through all the limbs. Under the strong push of this force, Han Wudao's cultivation began to rise at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. As time passed, the aura around him surged, and his own tendons, bones, blood, flesh, and so on, were undergoing an astonishing metamorphosis. A hidden divine might began to be released from Han Wudao's body. See the scene. The crowd around the top of the sea of clouds once again erupted into a shocking clamor. My goodness, the Yellow Springs old devil is actually just now starting to become a god? Then he was in the realm of a demigod when he fought against Zhao Zhuoyang and the others before? Someone lost their voice and exclaimed. Between the words, it was filled with strong shock, as well as disbelief. It has always been the case that all below the true gods are mortal. And although there was only a one-word difference between demigods and true gods, the level of power and the level of life were worlds apart. Original. They all thought that the Yellow Springs old devil must have cultivated into a true god a long time ago when he was able to powerfully exterminate Zhao Zhuoyang and the others. Which is not the case. Prior to this, the Yellow Spring old devil was using his cultivation at the demigod realm to consecutively suppress the 6 true gods of the Shinqing sect and the Heavenly Heartsword sect. A demigod killing a true god against all odds was unimaginable in the eyes of the crowd. The world-defying strength that Han Wudao had displayed subverted their perceptions. Everyone hadn't expected that a demigod would be so powerful to such a terrifying extent. Even Chen Shaitian of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, who was far away, was shocked as he looked toward the Han Wudao who was making a breakthrough. His eyes filled with deep scorn and awe. He knows, if it was himself against Han Wudao, he would have ended up in the same situation as Zhao Zhuoyang and the others. What a Yellow Springs old devil, to kill the 6 true gods against their will with a cultivation of the demigod realm. Looking at the whole of the 9 states Earth realm, I'm afraid that no one can even come close to matching that, right? Truly a demon that cannot be found in all ages. Chen Shaitian sincerely marveled. At this moment, he was also deeply shocked and admired by Han Wudao's terrifying and overwhelming strength. Master, the Yellow Springs old devil was able to kill true gods against their will at the demigod realm, and now that he's broken through to true god, his strength must be even more terrifying. If I were to incorporate this person into my heaven-worshipping demon sect, then you would certainly be doing a great service. Master, disciple feels that we should inform the sect master and the old ancestor of this matter and ask them to make a swift decision, so as not to be preempted by forces such as the 7 Slaughter Demon Palace. The purple-robed man beside Chen Shatian reminded in a condensed voice. Words. Chen Shatian nodded approvingly. You're right. An amazing talent like old devil Huangquan must be included under my heaven-worshipping demon sect. With his strength, he can at least become an elder of my demon sect. With him joining us, my heaven-worshipping demon sect's depth and strength is bound to increase greatly, and there will be even more hope of uniting the realm of the 9 states. Master will send a message to inform sect master and old ancestor. Without hesitation, he directly took out his summoning stone and began to report what had happened at the top of the cloud sea. The same. The other Devil Dao forces at the top of the Sea of Clouds also sent messages to their respective clans, hoping to secure Han Wudao, a strong Devil Dao master. Han Wudao didn't pay attention to the reactions of the people in the outside world. At this moment, he focused all of his mind and attention on breaking through to true God. Knock. Half a day later, accompanied by a loud sound of heavenly drums and thunder, only Han Wudao's body erupted with an extremely powerful divine might around him, enveloping the entire top of the Sea of Clouds. The divine light behind him was even more voluminous for 30,000 miles, causing countless cultivators to be shocked. With the help of Luo Xianshan, his great disciple, and the system's 10,000 times returned cultivation, Han Wudao finally broke the shackles of mortality and was promoted to become a true god. And his breakthrough this time was a thick and thin one, and under the impetus of his strong foundation, his cultivation soared all the way up to the 3rd rank of true god before coming to a halt. Chapter 16, Flooded Dao Steel. Xian Tian Treasure Tripod. Hiss. This Yellow Springs old devil is too demonic. Right. While others become gods only at the most ordinary first-order true god, he has directly reached the 3rd-order true god? I don't know exactly how this old devil cultivated. This strong foundation is a little too terrifying. The Yellow Springs old devil was able to kill true gods against their will at the demigod realm. Now that he's become a god, I'm afraid that he's able to compete with 4th-order true gods. Feeling the powerful divine might that was released from Han Wudao's body, all sorts of shocked voices came out from the crowd around the peak of the Sea of Clouds. Their perceptions were shattered one after another. At the same time, The color of awe in the bottom of the eyes of the onlookers in the distant divine palace, Chen Shitian, grew more and more intense. Just on the first day of becoming a god, Han Wudao had already far surpassed him. Also, according to the strength that Han Wudao had shown before, now that he had cultivated into a true god, his battle power must not be lower than that of a fourth-order true god. Throughout the entire righteous and demonic paths in the realm of Kyushu Earth, today's Han Wudao could be called a powerful existence. In fact, they had still underestimated Han Wudao's strength. Right now, with his cultivation of a third-order true god and the enhancement of the Devil's Ascension technique, his power could reach a sixth-order true god. Han Wudao's heart was also filled with exhilaration and joy regarding his huge breakthrough this time. Crossing over and being reborn into this cruel mythological world? Nowadays he had finally gained some power to defend himself. The Yellow Springs Old Devil recruited a total of 7 disciples during his lifetime. Luo Xianshan, Li Chengfeng, and Ling Ruoxua have all fallen to my leaks. The remaining 4 disciples are all just at the demigod realm as well. Even if I kill them all, it won't be much help to me anymore. Next, if I want to continue to rapidly increase my cultivation and strength, I'll only have to rely on Tushan items. She has endless potential compared to others. After consolidating his realm, Han Wudao pondered about his next path of cultivation. The other few disciples, for sure, could not be relied upon. So, he pinned his hopes on the Tushan items. Tushan items possessed infinite potential and were born extraordinary. Not only did they have a companion treasure like the forbidden copper coffin, but they were also able to quickly become stronger by digging graves. Han Wudao intended to use the powerful talent of the Tushan items next to rapidly increase his strength. Digging a grave is, without a doubt, the fastest. In this Kyushu Earth realm, almost all of the strongest people are concentrated within the great powers of the Shangqing sect, as well as the heaven-worshipping demon sect. Their ancestral graves, too, are the strongest. If I can dig up the ancestral graves of the righteous and demonic paths, Tushan items will be able to quickly become a god. Once she becomes stronger, I will be able to follow suit. This is much faster than relying on your own one-dimensional drudgery. Han Wudao secretly pondered in his heart. At this time, he had already targeted the ancestral tombs of those great powers of the orthodox and demonic paths. When the right opportunity arises, dig their ancestral graves. Thinking about it, Han Wudao first carefully perceived the great changes in himself. Immediately afterward, he focused his mind and attention on that Flood Dao tablet. The Flood Road monument is ancient and pale. When his consciousness touched the Flood Dao tablet, there was immediately an ancient and pale flood aura that surged in like a great river. Under this flooding aura, an infinite humility and insignificance rose in Han Wudao's heart, causing him to tremble more than just a little. Original. The Flood Dao tablet was crippled, but after being strengthened 10,000 times by the Devil Dao system, it had been completely restored to its former state of perfection. After taking a few slight glances, Han Wudao began to check out the information about this ancient Dao tablet, as well as its specific function. Name, Flood Road Monument. Introduction. 1. The inheritance treasure of the Taoist sect during the flood period of the opening of the heavens and the earth, on which are inscribed 3 major heavenly secret arts, namely, the Great Disguise Art, the Great Shift Art, and the Great Imprisonment Art. 2. Sacrifice this object, and it will subdue the heavens and suppress the earth. Under the system's reflection, there were detailed information about the Flood Road Monument, which was presented in a panel. At the same time, the 3 heavenly Dao secret arts engraved on top of the Flood Dao tablet were also automatically branded into Han Wudao's soul and instantly grasped the essence and mysteries of them. These 3 heavenly Dao secret arts were all extremely magical. Among them, the Great Disguise technique is able to change body shape, appearance, breath, and so on, disguising all living things in the human world. The Great Nomadic Transfer technique, after casting it, was able to instantly move millions of miles without being restricted by terrain or space. The Great Imprisonment technique, as its name implied, was capable of imprisoning everything in the world, possessing an extremely powerful sealing ability. These are great treasures to be found. I didn't expect that Luo Xuanshan's qualifications and potential weren't great, but his own fortune and blessings were quite good, and that he even possessed the broken fragments of the Flood Dao tablet. He did give me a surprise. Feeling the magic and power of the 3 heavenly Dao secret arts, Han Wudao's eyes erupted with a radiant essence. This time around, he had gained an incomparably rich reward from Luo Xianshan. Not only had he cultivated into a true god, he had also obtained an ancient Dao tablet from the Flood era. The result, to his great satisfaction, call out, call out. It was also at the time when he was feeling the magic and power of the Flood Dao tablet that he saw 2 streams of light crossing midair and arriving in front of him. It was clearly Tushan items and his servant Li Sunhai. Congratulations to Master for certifying as a god. Congratulations to Master for proving himself as a god. The two men coincided in a respectful gesture of congratulations. As he spoke, Tushan Items also presented a crimson-colored treasure tripod with both hands, which was the original treasure that Zhao Jiang had previously sacrificed. Han Wudao's eyes swept over and realized that this red sky treasure tripod in front of him was actually a mid-grade true god magic treasure, and that its quality and power were very good. Previously, after Han Wudao sent the red sky treasure tripod flying out, the quick-eyed Tushan Items quickly chased after it and snatched it into their hands before the crowd. Now it was just the right time to use it as a congratulatory gift for Han Wudao's becoming a god. In the meantime, when the Tushan Items brought out the red heavenly treasure tripod, blazing gazes from all directions instantly converged, each with a strong desire in their eyes. Even the devil Dao true gods such as Chen Sha Tian were no exception. After all, this was a true god's treasure, and for any cultivator present, it was a treasure that could not be found. But, even though they were all eyes, they didn't dare to make a move to grab it. The Yellow Springs old devil wasn't a vegetarian. Master, with this token, disciple would like to congratulate Master on his certification as a god. May Master God's blessings last forever and the great Tao prosper. Tushan Items held the red sky treasure tripod in his hand and said loudly, "Words." Han Wudao gently nodded, but didn't reach out to pick up the red sky treasure tripod. "Keep this for yourself." "Ha? Gave it to me?" Tushan Items was stunned and looked at Han Wudao with unbelievable eyes. She also didn't expect that Han Wudao would actually give her a precious true god magic treasure like the red sky treasure cauldron. "Master, this is too expensive." "Disciple, take it if it's given to you. Master doesn't see it yet and doesn't need it." "Then, well, many thanks to Master for the treasure." Seeing Han Wudao's resolute attitude, Tushan Items didn't have any politeness and immediately accepted the red sky treasure tripod with joy. What she didn't know was that just as she had put the red sky treasure cauldron into her storage bag, Han Wudao had also obtained an even more powerful treasure cauldron. After the system's 10,000-fold return, the red heavenly treasure tripod he had gifted to Tushan Items was upgraded to become an extreme true god Dharma treasure, and the shape and breadth, all changed. Cannot see the slightest trace of the red sky treasure tripod. Also, on the surface of this precious tripod, there were also two large characters of great ancient charm imprinted on it. Name, Xian Tian. Xian Tian Baoding? That's a good name. Examining the precious tripod in the system space, Han Wudao nodded in satisfaction. Congratulations to fellow Daoist for attaining godhood. Just then, a divine light streaked across the sky in the distance, and then under Han Wudao's gaze, a green-clothed middle-aged man came before him with a smile. Chapter 17, the first vice-lord of the Devil Sect. 7 Killed Devil Palace. Du Qingfeng. His eyes swept over the person in front of him, and with the help of the system, Han Wudao instantly knew his identity and origin. Du Qingfeng was an elder of the 7 Slaughtered Demon Palace, and like Chen Sha Tian, he was at the first order true god cultivation, and had come to the peak of the Sea of Clouds to recruit outstanding disciples. Although Han Wudao felt a bit surprised by his sudden arrival, he realized the other party's purpose after a second thought. It must have wanted to recruit him and enter the 7 Slaughtered Demon Palace. Sure enough, after a few moments of slight silence, Du Qingfeng opened the door and stated his intention. "My name is Du Qingfeng. Meet fellow Daoist Han." Fellow Daoist Han is astonishingly talented. He was able to kill the 6 true gods against all odds with the realm of a demigod. He can be considered a worldly man of great talent that cannot be found in the ages. "I wonder if you are interested in traveling to my 7 Slaughtered Demon Palace to cultivate?" "I, the 7 Slaughtered Demon Palace, am willing to provide all the resources for your cultivation and treat you with the position of Grand Elder. Dare I ask what you think?" Du Qingfeng said with a smile on his face. His posture was placed very low, and his words were full of respect and sincerity, and he made a major promise on behalf of the 7 Slaughtered Demon Palace. Great Elder of the 7 Slaughtered Demon Palace. Is it a symbolic name, or is it an elder who holds the affairs and power of the sect? Han Wudao was not interested in the resources that Du Qingfeng was talking about. His cultivation and power did not rely on these ordinary resources to raise his cultivation and power at all, but rather on the disciples under his door. Right now, although there were 5 other personal disciples under his door, 4 of them didn't seem to have much potential, and the only one who was focused on training was the Tushan Item. And if Tushan Items wanted to raise their cultivation, what they relied on was not these ordinary resources, but digging up the graves of the powerful. Compared to these so-called resources, what Han Wudao valued more was his own identity and status within the 7 Slaughtered Demon Palace. As long as he had a lofty status, then it would be much easier for him to get things done in the future. This is of course a real Grand Elder, and not simply hanging a name. In order to welcome you, my 7 Slaughtered Demon Palace has already vacated the position of Grand Elder ahead of time, only waiting for you to become a veritable Grand Elder upon your arrival. The status is only below that of the old ancestor and the palace master. Du Qingfeng continued to reply respectfully. Han Wudao was still satisfied with the conditions offered by the Seven Slaying Demon Palace. The Seven Slaying Demon Palace was also a great power within the boundaries of the Kyushu Earth, passed down for over 3,000 years. The Devil's Palace has many true gods sitting in it, and its disciples are in the tens of thousands, so its foundation and power are not weaker than the heaven-worshipping devil cult and the Shinqing sect. If one entered the Seven Slaughtered Demon Palace and was able to directly become an actual Grand Elder, it would still be very good. In time, identity, power, status, resources, all of that. Well, good. Seven Slaughtered Demon Palace's sincerity. This seat is very. Fellow Daoist Han is in no hurry. I, the heaven-worshipping demon sect, am willing to offer the position of first vice-sect leader, so I hope that you will consider it carefully. Just when Han Wudao was about to agree to Du Qingfeng, suddenly, an anxious yell came from the distance. Fix your eyes. One could only see Chen Shatian of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, who was riding a divine light at that moment, quickly arriving in front of him. His arrival instantly caused Du Qingfeng's face on the side to gloom. Chen Shitian. There must be a first-come first-served approach to everything, right? It was clearly me who came to invite fellow Daoist Han first, and fellow Daoist Han he has already agreed to be invited to become the Grand Elder of my demon palace. You dare to come and spoil my Seven Slaughtered Demon Palace? Is it because you want to start a war? Du Qingfeng split his head and roared, seeing that Han Wudao was ready to agree to enter the Seven Slaughtered Demon Palace. It was at this critical time that Chen Shatian jumped out. This made Du Qingfeng feel a huge threat, fearing that Han Wudao would be snatched away by the heaven-worshipping demon sect. While facing Du Qingfeng's stern accusation, Chen Shatian didn't care and instead sneered disdainfully. It's true that you came first, but Daoist Han didn't promise to go to your Seven Slaughtered Demon Palace. As long as he didn't say yes, then he doesn't count as one of yours. Besides, your huge Seven Slaughtered Demon Palace is using the position of a mere Grand Elder to fool fellow Daoist Han? As I recall, the Seven Slaughtered Demon Palace is, in order from top to bottom, your old ancestor, the 4 great supreme elders, a palace master, and 3 vice palace masters, and then the platoon is the next demon sect elder, right? Fellow Daoist Han is such a world-defying figure that he can only be an elder when he goes to your Seven Slaughtered Demon Palace? You are not being too sincere. And my heaven-worshipping demon sect is different. Our old ancestor has already sent word that as long as you, Daoist Han, join my demon sect, you'll immediately be the first vice-sect leader. And wait until fellow Daoist Han has familiarized himself with the affairs and situation of the demon sect. Then he can succeed to the position of sect leader at any time. The 100,000 congregations of my heaven-worshipping demon sect will all be at the command and disposal of fellow Daoist Han. In addition to all of the resources of the demon sect, fellow Daoist Han can take them as he pleases. Identity, status, resources, power, etc. All pulled full. With a sincere and respectful gesture, Chen Shatian exclaimed. Hear that? Du Qingfeng on the side couldn't help but widen his eyes, looking at Chen Shatian with an unbelievable look. His face was even more cloudy. He really hadn't thought that in order to draw Han Wudao in, the heaven-worshipping demon sect would be willing to put down such a huge amount of blood. In comparison, it was their Seven Slaughtered Demon Palace's pattern that was small. Du Qingfeng, now do you still want to continue inviting fellow Daoist Han to your Seven Slaughtered Demon Palace? I, fellow Daoist Han, on behalf of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, I, Chen Shatian, sincerely invite you to cultivate in the heaven-worshipping demon sect. I, the heaven-worshipping demon sect, would like to take the position of first vice-sect leader, and all the resources of the demon sect up and down the land will be at the service of your friend, Dao. Please consider this, fellow Daoist. Ignoring Du Qingfeng's reaction, Chen Shatian turned his head and sincerely invited with an incomparably respectful gesture. Yes, this seed is willing to join the heaven-worshipping demon sect. The cultivation world is about the weak and the strong, and what is pursued is only status and position, as well as benefits and strength in these. Compared to the Seven Slaughtered Demon Palace, the conditions offered by the heaven-worshipping demon sect were truly impossible to refuse. So, after a short period of thought, Han Wudao agreed to the invitation from the heaven-worshipping demon sect, and upon hearing Han Wudao's choice, Du Qingfeng sighed regretfully, and after giving them a complicated look, he then led a group of disciples from the Seven Slaughtered Demon Palace and left the top of the Sea of Clouds. As for Chen Shatian, he immediately sent this good news back to the heaven-worshipping demon sect. By the way, can this seat's disciples and servants also be brought to the heaven-worshipping demon sect? When Chen Shatian finished his report, Han Wudao pointed at the Tushan items and Li Sanhai in front of him and faintly asked, "That's for sure. Your disciples, sect master Han, would be the disciples of my heaven-worshipping demon sect, the sect master has ordered that all of the disciples under you be promoted to become true sect masters of the demon sect. Your servants can also be taken to the heaven-worshipping demon cult and continue to serve the cult master. This makes you a true disciple of the heaven-worshipping demon sect? Upon hearing Chen Shaishan's words, the beautiful eyes of the Tushan items on the side revealed a strong look of astonishment. The ordering of status and position of the Devil's Way forces was very strict and cruel, and in general, ordinary congregations who wanted to be promoted to become true masters needed to go through many screenings and examinations. The point is that there are a number of places for true disciples. However, in order to pull in Han Wu Dao, the heaven-worshipping demon sect had rigidly changed the rules of the demon sect and directly arranged for them to become the true disciples of the demon sect. This showed the sincerity of the heaven-worshipping demon sect and the importance it placed on Han Wu Dao. Even Han Wu Dao himself can't pick any faults. Sect Master Han, when do you plan to travel to the heaven-worshipping demon sect? Is it necessary to return to the Yellow Springs demon sect first and make arrangements? No need. There's nothing left to arrange for the Yellow Springs demon sect. Let's go to the heavenly devil-worshipping sect now. From now on, this seed is a part of the demon sect. Okay, my subordinate will report to the Godfather. Speaking, Chen Shatian first sent the message back, then he led the three of them, Han Wu Dao, and sped towards the heaven-worshipping demon sect. Chapter 18, Worshipping the Heavenly Devil Sect. Entering the Imperial Extreme Peak, the heaven-worshipping demon sect, located in the Eastern Emperor Mountain in Yuanzhou. Its sect had been passed down for more than 5,000 years, and at its peak, the demon sect possessed millions of congregations and hundreds of true gods. There was even a heavenly god-level powerhouse in attendance. About 3,000 years ago, the heaven-worshipping demon sect began to decline. From the original behemoth that had dominated the entire boundaries of the 9 states, it fell to become a devilish force that is now entrenched in this corner of the Yuan state. Along the way, through the memories left over from the Yellow Spring Old Devil's life, as well as Chen Shaitian's narration, it gave Han Wu Dao a general understanding of the situation of the heaven-worshipping demon sect today. The hierarchy between the heaven-worshipping demon sect and the 7 slaughtered demon palace was not too different, and the strongest person in the demon sect was the heaven-worshipping elder ancestor Lu Xianzong. His cultivation was said to have reached a 6th order true god, and under the heaven-worshipping elder ancestor Lu Xianzong, there were also 4 supreme elders, Sect Master Chen Tianho, and 3 vice sect masters. Further below, it is the group of elders and protectors of the devil religion. After learning about the general situation of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, Han Wu Dao was even more relieved. With his cultivation nowadays, along with the help of the demonic ascension technique, he would be a complete ancestor-level existence when he went to the heaven-worshipping demon sect. So, he didn't need to worry about anything. Now the powerful strength can completely horizontal push the entire worship of the devil religion if there is not served, directly suppress is. With this thought in mind, Han Wu Dao listened to the various strange anecdotes told by Chen Shatian while heading towards the heaven-worshipping demon sect. Half a day later, under Chen Shatian's leadership, their group finally arrived at the Eastern Emperor Mountain where the heaven-worshipping demon sect was located. Just after entering the mountain gate of the devil sect, Han Wu Dao saw tens of thousands of congregants gathered in the square of the Eastern Emperor Mountain to greet him. At the front of the crowd was a middle-aged man with a country face and a majestic and domineering temperament, and his cultivation had already reached a 4th stage true god. Behind him, there were 3 third-order true gods, Sect Master Chen Tianho, Vice Sect Master Zhou Fengtian, Fu Qingyi, and Yan Jinshan. His eyes swept over a few people, and under the reflection of the system, Han Wu Dao instantly knew their identities, as well as their respective cultivation situations. Welcome, Sect Master Han. Welcome, Sect Master Han. When the spirit boat that Han Wu Dao's few people were traveling in landed on the square, the 100,000 congregants of the heaven-worshipping demon sect immediately bowed and worshipped in a neat and tidy manner. Immediately after, Sect Master Chen Tianho also brought along the 3 vice sect masters and greeted them with smiles. The heaven-worshipping demon sect, welcome to fellow Daoist. I've heard as much about fellow Daoist Han's glorious deeds of killing 6 true gods by himself with his cultivation at the demigod realm. Fellow Daoist's great presence here. The heaven-worshipping demon sect is flabbergasted, and at the same time, it's an honor and a blessing for my demon sect. In the future, with fellow Daoists sitting at the helm, in time, my heaven-worshipping demon sect will surely rebuild its former splendor and glory, and unify the realm of the 9 states, Chen Tianho said with a big smile. As he spoke, he was silently scrutinizing and sizing up Han Wu Dao. It's not just him. Behind them, Zhou Fengtian and the other 3 vice sect masters, as well as the 100,000 demon sect disciples in the square, were also sizing up the new first vice sect master. At this point, Regarding Han Wudao's brilliant deed of powerfully killing the 6 true gods of the righteous Tao at the top of the Sea of Clouds, it had already spread throughout the realm of the 9 regions, causing a huge shock. In just half a day, Han Wudao had become the center of attention for cultivators in the world. A lot of people want to see his cover. Sect Master Han. Let me introduce you. This is our current Sect Master Chen Tianho of the Heaven-worshipping Demon Sect. This is Vice Sect Master Zhou Fengtian. This is Vice Sect Master Fu Qingyi. And this is Vice Sect Master Yan Jinshan. In addition, my Heaven-worshipping Demon Sect has 4 other Supreme Elders, as well as an old ancestor. Chen Sha Tian took the initiative to step forward, pointing at Chen Tianho and the others to introduce them. Words. Han Wudao didn't say anything, just nodded flatly as a greeting. Powerful strength gave him a powerful backbone. Even when facing Sect Master Chen Tianho, as well as the 3 Vice Sect Masters, his complexion did not change at all, because he didn't even have these people in his sights. If it was that old ancestor of the Heaven-worshipping Demon Sect who was a 6th-order true god, he might only give a little face. Regarding the condescension and indifference shown by Han Wudao, Chen Tianho looked as normal, always maintaining a light and calm smile. However, the 3 vice patriarchs behind him were frowning darkly. Obviously, they were very unhappy with Han Wudao's gesture. More importantly, Han Wudao's arrival directly affected their immediate interests. Thus, several people had a hidden hostility towards Han Wudao. Zhou Fengtian's anger and hostility towards them was naturally felt by Han Wudao, but did not care. Fellow Daoist Han, this seat has already notified the world in the name of the Heaven-worshipping Demon Sect that you are the first Vice Sect leader of my Demon Sect from now on. Furthermore, the dojo for your cultivation. Fellow Daoist, we have also prepared for you. It's at the easternmost imperial extreme peak of the Eastern Emperor Mountain. That place was originally the dojo of the heavenly god ancestor of my Demon Sect 3,000 years ago. It was also the place where the aura of heaven and earth was the most dense. According to the rules of the Heaven-worshipping Demon Sect, only disciples or disciples with the qualifications of a heavenly god are qualified to stay at the imperial extreme peak. All this time, the imperial extreme peak has been left vacant. Now, it has finally welcomed its owner. Sect Master Han is a worldly talent. Within just a few days, he has broken through from a 10th-order demigod to a 3rd-order true god. He will surely become a heavenly god in the future. Thus, only a treasure such as the Imperial Extreme Peak can be worthy of Sect Master Han. Chen Shaitian, you immediately bring Sect Master Han and the others to the Imperial Extreme Peak, and later on, this seat will host a banquet in the Heavenly Demon Hall to receive them. With a sincere smile, Chen Tianho said. Listening to his arrangements, Han Wudao nodded his head flatly and then headed to the location of the Imperial Extreme Peak under the leadership of Chen Shatian. Sect leader. This Han Wudao is also too uneducated. Thinking that he has a few qualifications and strengths, he dares to be unselfish. The way he gestured just now, he clearly didn't place you. Sect leader. In his eyes, I think that we should find an opportunity to teach him a lesson, otherwise, he will definitely become even more lawless in the future. Han Wudao had just left when Zhou Fengtian behind him couldn't wait to badmouth him. As for the remaining 2 vice patriarchs, although they didn't say so explicitly, they both displayed a look of dissatisfaction. Regarding their minds, Chen Tianho knew exactly what was going on. Heaven's pride. Of course it has its own character. Just get used to it in the future. Furthermore, Han Wudao is already the first vice sect leader of my heaven-worshipping demon sect, and you need to maintain due respect and obedience to him. In the future, this seat doesn't want to hear any bad words about Han Wudao. If anyone can't adapt to this rule, then give up their position. Also, inviting Han Wudao to become the first vice sect leader of the demon sect, or even succeed the sect leader in the future, is the decree of the old ancestor. If you have any complaints or grievances, go and speak to the old ancestors yourselves. The words fell. Chen Tianho snorted coldly, then turned around and left the square. In the face of his reprimand, the faces of the 3 vice sect masters did not look good, especially Zhou Fengtian, who had a strong resentment flowing out from the bottom of his eyes. Original. According to his seniority and strength, he should be the one to be promoted to first vice sect leader. However, he didn't expect that he would be preempted by Han Wudao, forcibly taking away the power and resources that belonged to him. This made Zhou Fengtian very dissatisfied in his heart. Now that he was seeing Han Wudao's unself-conscious stance again, as well as Marquis Chen Tian's reprimand, it deepened the anger within him even more, following the transformation into the hatred of Han Wudao. So what if you are the first vice sect master appointed by the old ancestor? I, Zhou Fengtian, will definitely get back what belongs to me, he swore in his mind. After saying that, Zhou Fengtian glanced at the nearby duo of Fu Qingyi and Yan Jinshan, whisked his sleeves and left in large strides. Looks like someone is very upset. Looking at Zhou Fengtian's departing back, Yan Jinshan revealed a playful smile. Ha! So what if it's unpleasant? If you don't dare to disobey the old ancestors' decree in the open, then you can only do it behind your back. Next, it might be a good show. What business is it of ours? Let them make a scene. The more they make a scene the better. Ha ha, that's what I thought. The duo, Fu Qingyi and Yan Jinshan, revealed gloating smiles. They were all secretly looking forward to a war between Zhou Fengtian and Han Wudao, preferably a battle between the two. In time, they'll be able to sit back and reap the benefits. Han Wudao was not aware of the trio's thoughts and schemes. At this moment, he had followed Chen Shatian to the best treasure of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, the Imperial Extreme Peak. Chapter 19 Purchasing Supplies, Killing Mines. Imperial Extreme Peak. The mountain is steep, like a sharp sword straight into the sky. Within the 10 square space, there is a dense purple gas spreading over 3,000 miles. Extremely created and mysterious. As the best cultivation treasure of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth on the Imperial Extreme Peak was very dense, and there was an extremely high-quality spiritual vein hidden underneath the ground. When he entered the Imperial Extreme Peak and came to the highest place, the first thing that caught Han Wudao's eyes was an ancient and magnificent treasure hall. The name is Imperial Palace. With the Imperial Extreme Hall as the center, the surrounding space is also arranged in a staggered manner. A simple and ornate palace. Many pavilions and pavilions towering between the peaks. Majestic and spectacular. The Imperial Extreme Peak, a nice place indeed. After stopping to survey the area for a moment, Han Wudao was very satisfied with this dojo for future cultivation. And hearing his appreciation, Chen Shatian behind him also revealed a smile. As long as you're satisfied, Teacher Han, in the future, this will be the place for you to cultivate, as well as live. So if you have any needs, just order me. By the way, Sect Master Han, later on the Sect Master will host a banquet at the Heavenly Demon Hall to receive you. My subordinates will go and make arrangements first, and then come over to invite you. Yes, Han Wudao nodded, then led Tushan Items and Li Sanhai on a tour of the Imperial Extreme Peak. Master, this heaven-worshipping demon sect doesn't seem to be as calm and harmonious as it appears to be. Based on my old slave's observation, those 3 vice sect masters carry strong hostility towards you. According to my old slave's understanding, Zhou Fengtian has been in the position of vice sect leader for hundreds of years and is about to break through to a 4th order true god. He has enough qualifications to become the first vice sect leader of the demon sect, both in terms of his seniority and his own strength. Unsurprisingly, the position of first vice sect leader should belong to Zhou Fengtian. Now that you, Master, have suddenly arrived, it's equivalent to robbing the position that originally belonged to him, as well as power and resources. For this, Zhou Fengtian will surely harbor a grudge. That's why you can't afford to be unguarded. Master, Li Sanhai broke the calm and carefully reminded. His words were echoed by the Tushan Items next to him. You do need to be careful. Master, I don't think those 3 vice sect masters are good people, and they definitely have evil intentions. They are coy on the surface, but behind their backs, they might do something vicious and evil. Even the sect master, Chen Tianhou, may be holding back the bad. I've heard that Chen Tianhou as well as Zhou Fengtian, the several vice sect masters, all have a demon sect supreme elder standing behind them, and their interests are intricate. Although Marquis Chen Tian seems to be very sincere on the surface, it can't be ruled out that he wants to kill someone with a borrowed knife and use you, Master, to deal with Zhou Fengtian and the others. Dare not do it on the surface, but the secret action is certainly not less. Listening to their reminders, Han Wudao's complexion didn't change in any way, as calm and indifferent as ever. In the face of absolute strength, all plots and tricks are paper tigers, unbeatable, so there is no need for you to worry too much. With this seat here, they can't make a big wave. Strike that. Han Wudao excursed to familiarize himself with the surroundings of the Imperial Extreme Peak before arriving at the Imperial Extreme Hall. Li Songhai, you have followed this seat for many years and have been loyal, diligent and hardworking, all of which this seat has seen in my eyes. Today, this seat grants you a divine elixir of creation, as well as the Hell Demon Sword, as a reward for all these years. In the future, all matters of Imperial Extreme Peak, both large and small, will be placed under your charge. Han Wudao flipped his big hand and handed that Imperial Dao Demigod quality demon pill, as well as the Hell Demon Blade he had used earlier, to Li Sanhai. Thank you, Master. Looking at the items in front of him, Li Sanhai was both energized and excited, and it was only after some respectful bowing that he carefully received the magic pills and magic sword. Okay, you guys go ahead and get out. In the future, if there is nothing significant, do not come to disturb this seat's purification. Yes, the two bowed and responded, then turned around and exited the Imperial Extremity Hall. When night fell, Chen Shatian once again came to the Imperial Extreme Peak and invited Han Wudao to attend the Devil Sex Feast. Since he was new to the country and was still unfamiliar with all of the circumstances of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, Han Wudao did not excuse himself and agreed readily. At the banquet hosted by Marquis Chen Tian, he met almost all of the top echelons of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, including the 4 great supreme elders, and those elder protectors. It's kind of a brief introduction to each other. Han Wudao didn't really like such a lively scene. He wasn't keen on chasing after the power of the demon sect either. After that feast he returned to his Imperial Extreme Peak and used the heavenly demon furnace to melt the corpses of Zhao Zhuoyang and the others. During this time, no one came to disturb. Such days continued until half a month later. Early this morning, as the sun was rising, a stream of light cut through the void and descended to the Imperial Extreme Peak, and came straight to Li Songhai, who was concentrating on his cultivation. Disciple Zhao Changqing of the Green Origin Hall. Meet Elder Li. With a respectful gesture, the visitor curtsied and paid his respects. As Han Wudao's servant, Li Songhai's status and position in the heaven-worshipping demon sect was also superior, and no one dared to offend him easily. During this period of time, Li Songhai had a general understanding of the situation of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, and the Qingyuan Hall was in charge of the distribution of the resources and materials of the demon sect. Li Songhai felt a little confused about Zhao Changqing's arrival. Anything? It's like this elderly sect Master Han. His old man has been staying at the Imperial Extreme Peak for quite some time now, and he hasn't asked for any resources. Today, disciples have been ordered by sect leader to come and present the various resources belonging to sect leader Han. In addition, if there are any items that need to be procured at the Imperial Extreme Peak, you can also directly tell the disciples. Speaking, Zhao Changqing respectfully sent a storage bag to Li Songhai. Hearing this, Li Songhai nodded. My sect master likes quietness. Just send someone over regularly in the future. There's no need to come over every day. As for the items on the Imperial Extreme Peak, the ones from before are rather old, and it's really time to reprocure a batch of them as well. Tell you what, the old man will go with you. My sect master's preferences are not clear to you. It's better for me to make the trip myself. Having served Han Wudao for so long, Li Songhai was still very clear about his temperament and preferences. After saying that, he was ready to head to the outside world with Zhao Changqing to purchase supplies. Elder Li, please stay. There's no need to trouble your old man with this matter of procuring supplies. It's better to let me go. After coming to the heaven-worshipping demon sect for so long, I don't have much to do, so this time, I'll go and serve my master. A stream of light cut through midair, and the figure of Tushan items appeared in front of the two. Hearing her words, Li Songhai was obviously a bit uneasy. But you're not sure of the preceptor's preferences either, are you? This is easy. Elder Li, you will write me all of master's likes, as well as dislikes. Won't that solve it? That. Well then. Tushan Item's mind was naturally clear to Li Songhai, knowing that she wanted to go outside. She did not point it out. A few moments later, he listed all of Han Wudao's various preferences and taboos and handed them over to the Tushan Items. Go early and be safe. Got it. Don't worry, Elder Li, I'll be back soon. After collecting the list of items listed by Li Songhai, Tushan Items hurriedly followed Zhao Changqing and left Huangji Peak. It wasn't long before they were out of the range of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, and their every move was watched by a pair of eyes. Ziyang Peak, the dojo where Vice Sect Master Zhou Fengtian was. At this moment, a ghostly figure silently and unobtrusively arrived in the depths of the Purple Sun Hall and knelt down in front of Zhou Fengtian, reporting to Sect Master. Han Wudao's disciple, Tushan Items, has just left the Imperial Extreme Peak and has gone out to purchase supplies. Chapter 20 Zhou Fengtian's Revenge. Kill your disciple to vengeance. Great. Finally, I got my chance. If I can't clean up you old devil Han, can I not clean up your disciples and servants? Zhou Fengtian, who was in the midst of his meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth spread out in a silky, icy smile. Han Wudao had robbed him of his position and benefits, and this revenge had to be avenged. For the past half a month, he had been paying close attention to the movements of the Imperial Extreme Peak, but it was not because Han Wudao had always lived in deep seclusion since joining the heaven-worshipping demon sect, making it impossible for him to find a chance to make a move. Nowadays, although he didn't wait for Han Wudao to appear, he waited for a disciple from his sect, which was good news for Zhou Fengtian. Killing Tushan Items was just as much of a way to vent the anger in his heart as it was to give Han Wudao a profound lesson. Song Kasa, you immediately follow Tushan Items, and no matter what method you use, you must let her die without a burial place. Old devil Han dares to rob this seat, I will make him regret it. Zhou Fengtian coldly commanded. The man in front of him, who had a body like a ghost, was a servant who followed him, and not only was he loyal, but he was also a second-stage true god. Over the years, he had helped them secretly eradicate many obstacles, and was deeply respected and trusted by him. Yes, Godfather. After hearing Zhou Futian's order, Song Kasa respectfully answered. And then he was ready to get up and head after the Tushan items. Wait, Father, why don't you let my child go out to see more this time as well? Don't worry, Father. Now that I've cultivated to an extreme Dao demigod, dealing with an imperial Dao demigod isn't a piece of cake. What's more, it's even more foolproof with Sangasa's protection. Accompanied by the sound, a brocade-clothed youth full of arrogance walked out from the depths of the Purple Sun Hall. Seeing the visitor, Zhou Fengtian then nodded his head after a little thought. Yu Chun, it's good for you to go out and practice. Tushan items is only at the cultivation level of an imperial Dao demigod, so she shouldn't be able to make any big waves. So you go with Song Kasa and bring her head back to me. Don't worry, Father. I promise to fulfill my mission. Zhou Yuchen promised with conviction. Having said that, he and Song Kasa both bowed to Zhou Fengtian before leaving Xiang Peak. Zhou Fengtian was very relieved about this operation. According to the exact information he had received, Tushan items was currently only at the cultivation level of an imperial Dao demigod, not to mention Song Kasa, a second stage true god. Even Zhou Yuchen would be able to suppress her with ease. Therefore, he wasn't worried about Tushan items being able to escape with their lives. Tushan items were not clear about the murder plans of Zhou Fengtian and the others. Since leaving the sect area of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, she had changed from her previous reserved and disheveled state and had become lively. Finally, I can go out and have some fun. Staying on the Imperial Extreme Peak for this period of time is like being in jail. It's suffocating me. Right, Senior Brother Zhao? Where are we going to purchase supplies? Tushan items stretched and asked curiously to Zhao Changqing, who was steering the spirit boat next to him. Leaving the heaven-worshipping demon sect had changed her mood for the better. Senior Sister Tushan. Nowadays, the disciples and disciples of the demon sect, one by one, are sharpening their heads, all wanting to enter the Emperor's Extreme Peak and become Sect Master Han's disciples. Senior Sister, you're in a state of bliss. If I could also become Sect Master Han's personal disciple, even if I were to be allowed to stay on the Imperial Extremity Peak, for 10 years and 100 years, I would be willing. This procurement, the place we're going to is the Kyushu Black Market. Wait until we get to the place. Just ask for whatever you see. As long as it's within the ability of the Devil's Cult, you can buy it, Zhao Changqing said respectfully. Although his cultivation level was higher than Tushan items, when it came to his status and position, he was far inferior to Tushan items. So, in front of Tushan items, he acted very respectfully. If he could get on good terms with Tushan items, it would be of great benefit to him in the future. Kyushu Black Market? Well, it's been a long time since I've been to this place, so I'm taking the opportunity of this purchase to visit an old friend. By the way, Senior Brother Zhao, is there a time limit for us to go out and purchase supplies this time? Did you give instructions on when to go back? This doesn't have a specific deadline. However, we can't stay out there for too long, or else we won't be able to account for it when we go back. 7 days at the most. After 7 days, we must procure all the supplies and return to the heaven-worshipping demon sect. As if he could see what was in Tushan Item's mind, Zhao Changqing gritted his teeth and replied, actually, the deadline for the heaven-worshipping demon sect to go out and make purchases was 3 days. But in order to gain favor with the Tushan items, Zhao Changqing bit the bullet and extended the deadline to 7 days. Even if the sect asked about it at that time, with Han Wu Dao's face, no one would be able to do anything to them. Upon hearing that they could play outside for 7 days, although Tushan items were still a bit disappointed and regretful, they didn't dwell on it too much. Next, go inside the Kyushu Black Market and have a good time for a few days before meeting a few friends and discussing the matter of digging a grave with them. Continuing to stay on the Imperial Extreme Peak and doing nothing, I'll have to waste. Sooner or later, the Tushan items were secretly calculating in their minds. It was also when she was thinking about her next cultivation plan that a strong warning sign suddenly rose from the bottom of her heart, causing the hairs on her body to explode. No good. There's danger. The sudden premonition caused Tushanyu to instantly wake up from her contemplation. She let out a loud shriek and immediately pulled Zhao Changqing and disappeared in place. Boom! They had just left with their front feet when a terrifyingly large hand suddenly descended from the sky and ruthlessly suppressed it. The powerful and overwhelming force directly smashed the spirit boat under their feet into pieces with a slap. Looking at the shattered spirit boat, Zhao Changqing, who had escaped from the disaster, took a deep breath with palpitations in his heart before taking out his magic treasure as fast as he could and staring at his guard. We are disciples of the heaven-worshipping demon sect. Who dares to cut the crap and run for your life? These people are coming for us. The signboard of the heaven-worshipping demon sect is no longer good. Tushan items forcefully interrupted Zhao Changqing's words, then cast a secret technique and disappeared in a flash. When she reappeared, she had already come 100 miles away. However, Even though she had already escaped hundreds of miles, the strong sense of crisis in her heart didn't disappear because of this, but instead became more and more intense. Tushan items, don't waste your time, there's no way you can escape today. If you want to blame it, you can only blame your master, old Devil Han, who shouldn't have come to worship the Heavenly Devil sect, and even more so, shouldn't have snatched away what originally didn't belong to him. An icy, sardonic laugh snapped behind him. Words. Tushan items turned to look, only to see an angular and arrogant brocade-clothed youth looking at him with a murderous aura. Zhou Yuchen? The moment she saw that brocade-clothed man, Tushan items instantly understood what was going on in her heart. She was worried about something before, and it had finally happened. All of this must have been led by Zhou Fengtian. Only, she did not expect that Zhou Fengtian's retaliation would be so quick and fall on her. Zhou Yuchen, if you dare to make a move on me, aren't you afraid that my master will come after you? If this matter were to be known to my master, not only you, but even your old vice-sect leader would die without a burial place. Tushan items threatened in a cold voice. As she spoke, she hid one hand in her sleeve, preparing to send a message to Han Wudao, who was far away in the heaven-worshipping demon sect, through a summoning stone. However, her every move was under Zhou Yuchen's watchful eye, and the moment she pulled out her summoning stone, Zhou Yuchen took a steep step and instantly appeared in front of her. Immediately after, raised his hand and fiercely blasted a fist over. Chapter 21, The Forbidden Lands of the Heavens. Hunted to death. The Forbidden Earth of the Heavens. Seeing that Zhou Yuchen had ragely killed his way to the front, and that the aura and power displayed had already reached extreme demigod, Tushan items did not hesitate, and as her mind moved, the silent forbidden copper coffin in the depths of her consciousness trembled gently. Immediately after, an invisible greatness suddenly swept through the 10 directions, evolving into a mysterious and powerful forbidden earth space that enveloped Zhou Yuchen. Being within the forbidden lands of the heavens, the cultivation and power of the Tushan items instantly increased by a small realm, from the original imperial Dao demigod to an extreme Dao demigod. Zhou Yuchen, on the other hand, was forcibly suppressed by a small realm and fell to an imperial Dao demigod. This, my cultivation? In the face of this sudden change, Zhou Yuchen's mind was horrified. Originally, he had thought that he could easily pin down the Tushan items. Little did he know that at this moment, he would be pinned down by the other party, Heavenly Demon Seal. In desperation, he offered up an ancient and atmospheric black treasure seal and ruthlessly smashed it towards the Tushan items. It was a lower-grade true god Dharma treasure that Zhou Fengtian had given him for defense, even though with his strength as an extreme demigod, he was not yet able to manipulate the Devil Mountain seal and unleash its full might and power. But at this moment, Zhou Yuchen couldn't care less and desperately urged the Devil Mountain seal to smash into the Tushan items, wanting to forcefully break the confinement and bondage of the heavenly forbidden lands with the powerful divine might of a true god's magic treasure. However, he had true god Dharma treasures, and Tushan items likewise had them. Right at the moment when Zhou Yuchen sacrificed the Devil Mountain seal, Tushan items also took out the Red Sky Treasure Cauldron at the first opportunity and ruthlessly suppressed it. Rolling, the Red Sky Treasure Cauldron was a mid-grade true god Dharma treasure, and the divine might and power it displayed far exceeded the Demon Mountain seal. What's more, being in the forbidden lands of the heavens, the cultivation power of the Tushan items had been raised to extreme Dao demigods, while Zhou Yuchen had been suppressed to imperial Dao demigods. Whether it was the power of the magic treasure or his own strength, the Tushan items were sufficient to crush Zhou Yuchen. Under this huge gap, the Devil Mountain seal that Zhou Yuchen had offered up was directly blasted out by the red heavenly treasure tripod of the Tushan items. Even he himself, under the impact of the powerful divine might, violently spat out a large mouthful of blood, and most of the tendons and bones around his body were shattered. Die for me! After the successful strike, Tushan items did not let Zhou Yuchen go, but instead, they rode on the victory and continued to maneuver the red heavenly treasure cauldron, fiercely blasting away. If this strike landed on his body, even if Zhou Yuchen had 100 lives, he would surely die. Actually, after feeling the vast divine might that was released from the red sky treasure tripod, an unprecedented panic and fear suddenly swept through Zhou Yuchen's entire body. At this moment, he felt the breath of death. Uncle Song, save me! Seeing that he was about to perish under the red sky treasure cauldron, Zhou Yuchen couldn't care about anything else and shouted at the top of his voice. As his voice fell, a brilliant divine light suddenly cut through the void, transforming into a large hand that covered the sky and fiercely pressed towards the Tushan items. Just the aura that emanated from it made her heart and soul tremble, and an infinite humility and insignificance rose in the bottom of her heart. True God? Tushan items was shocked. After sensing this divine might that was terrifying to the extreme, she did not continue to tangle with Zhou Yuchen, but instead maneuvered the red heavenly treasure cauldron and backhandedly blasted towards the large hand. Same time, she strangled the secret technique as fast as she could. and her entire body instantly disappeared from the spot. And when she reappeared, she had already appeared hundreds of miles away. Humph. Want to run? With a palm that wore away the divine might of the red sky treasure cauldron, Song Kasa's figure appeared in midair, and after faintly scrutinizing the treasure cauldron in his hand, his cold gaze instantly looked into the distant void. Immediately afterward, he wrapped up the vast and unending might of a true god, stepped on the void, and chased after Tushan items in the direction they had fled. As a true god, the level of life as well as one's own strength were all qualitatively elevated compared to mortals. Although Tushan items' speed was fast, it still hadn't escaped the range of Song Kasa's control, and his powerful divine thought swept through, easily locking onto Tushan items' location. No matter how much she tried to escape, she was never able to get away. See this. Although Tushan items' heart was filled with trepidation and uneasiness, she didn't mess up her position, and when she saw that Song Kasa's distance was getting closer and closer, she pulled out a summoning stone as fast as she could and began to contact Han Wu Dao, who was far away in the heaven-worshipping demon sect. Master, I am Tushan items. Today, when I went out to purchase supplies, I was unfortunate enough to be hunted down by Zhou Fengtian, who dispatched a second-ranked true god, as well as his son, Zhou Yuchen, to kill me. If my disciple is unfortunate enough to perish today, I beg Master to avenge my disciple's death, she said, full of worry and anxiety. This place was more than 10,000 miles away from the heaven-worshipping demon sect, and even if he contacted Han Wu Dao at this moment, it was already too late, and in the face of Song Kasa, a second-stage true god, pursuing him, Tushan items knew that with his own strength, he would definitely not be able to escape him. So, she no longer had any expectations of surviving, and her only hope was that Han Wu Dao would hear her last words and avenge her in the future. Her summons didn't fall flat. At this moment, Han Wu Dao, who was far away in the heaven-worshipping demon sect's imperial pole hall, had already ended his cultivation. In the past half a month, apart from refining magic pills, he had spent most of his time studying the other functions of the magic Dao system. The emperor is not responsible for the hard work. After a long time of delving into the system, he had really explored some of its magical wonders. This includes the disciple locator function. As long as they were his recruited personal disciples, they could clearly locate the exact location through the Devil's Path system. With the help of this magical function, Han Wu Dao clearly locked the location of the 5 disciples under his door. No matter where they are or where they are not, they are able to locate them through the system. With this feature, I won't have to worry about those good disciples of mine going missing in the future. No one will be able to escape from my master. Looking at what was displayed on the Devil Dao system, the detailed locations of the 5 disciples, Han Wu Dao's mouth revealed a satisfied smile, buzzing, just as he was checking out the hiding places of the various disciples under his door. All of a sudden, the summoning stone in the system space trembled violently. Tushan items? Isn't she on the Imperial Extreme Peak? What's the point of sending me a message? Although he felt a bit confused, Han Wu Dao still connected the transmission. Then, the anxious and panicked voice of Tushan items came out. Good Zhou Fengtian, how dare you kill my disciple? After roughly understanding the cause of the matter, Han Wu Dao's eyes erupted with intense killing opportunities. Apprentice, don't panic. Master is coming to save you. He sent a short message to the Tushan items as fast as he could, and then he executed the great nomination technique and disappeared into the Imperial Extreme Peak. The other side, Tushan items, who originally didn't hold much expectation, were also excited when they received Han Wu Dao's transmission, but then thought carefully. This place is 10,000 miles away from the heaven-worshipping demon sect, and Han Wu Dao is not clear about her exact location. Even if he has the intention to come over to save her, I'm afraid that it will be too late. Think about that. Tushan Item's heart was filled with bitterness. She didn't expect that she had only just found a powerful backer, and before she could enjoy a few days of good times, she would have to die. If I had known this, I should have listened to my master and stayed honestly on the Imperial Extreme Peak. Now, it's too late for regrets. As she spoke, she kept lamenting in her mind while pouring out all her strength and frantically escaping. In the meantime, the duo of Song Kasa and Zhou Yuchen behind them were also in hot pursuit. Uncle Song, don't rush to kill her yet. Anyway, she's already bound to die today. No one can save her. I'm going to play cat and mouse, torturing her little by little, letting her die in the midst of endless panic and fear. Zhou Yuchen stopped the ruthless Song Kasa and said with a sardonic smile, words. Song Asa didn't say anything, but just silently followed behind Tushan Items, striking out a powerful sword chi from time to time, causing her to be bruised and battered. It was unknown how long had passed, and when all the power around his body was exhausted, Tushan Items could no longer support his weak and severely injured body, and his entire body fell from midair to the ground. My lord, you can do it now. We have to hurry back. Otherwise we won't be able to leave if we let old demon Han rush over. Looking at the dying Tushan items, Song Kasa said in a faint voice, "Yes, I was going to have some more fun, but since you gave the word, Uncle Song, let's kill her." If old devil Han learns of his disciple's death, he doesn't know what his reaction will be. After saying that, Zhou Yuchen didn't continue with the nonsense as he dodged to the front of Tushan items and lifted his hand to viciously chop over with his sword. And in the face of Zhou Yuchen's attack, the Tushan items, who had already run out of oil, didn't continue to struggle and resist, but instead sadly closed their eyes. She was ready to die. Only, just as she closed her eyes and waited to die, she didn't welcome Zhou Yuchen's sword of death. Instead, a terrified scream came to her ears. In disbelief, Tushan items opened his eyes, only to see that a cold and domineering man in black had appeared in front of her at an unknown time. His large hand tightly squeezing Zhou Yuchen's neck, all over the body, exudes a heavy murderous aura. Chapter 22, Old Devil Han transmits the Dharma, smashing purple sun peak with a palm. Master? Looking at this cold man that suddenly appeared in front of him, Tushan Item's eyes widened in disbelief. Originally, she had given up struggling and was psychologically prepared for death. She did not expect that at this final moment of life and death, things actually appeared to have a shocking reversal. What seemed impossible came to pass. This familiar figure in front of him gave Tushan Items an unprecedented sense of security at this moment. Han Wudao's arrival. That meant her life was saved. And compared to the surprise and excitement of the Tushan Items, the duo of Zhou Yuchen and Song Kasa were greatly alarmed. Han, old devil, aren't you far away from the heaven-worshipping demon sect? How can you appear here? Zhou Yuchen let out a low roar of disbelief. His eyes were filled with boundless panic and fear. Han Wudao was a great devil who killed without blinking an eye, and could kill true gods in reverse at the demigod realm. Now that he and Song Kasa had fallen into his hands, their end must be incomparably miserable. As soon as he thought of this, Zhou Yuchen's heart was filled with unprecedented fear, and he wanted to struggle to get rid of Han Wudao's control, but he was unable to do anything about it. In the meantime, after seeing Han Wudao appear out of thin air, not far away, Song Raza saw that the situation was not right and immediately pinched the secret method and fled towards the distant space at the fastest speed. Han Wudao was a third-order true god, and with his cultivation and strength, he simply couldn't fight against it, and continuing to stay here would only lead to death. The only way to have a glimmer of hope of survival is to escape from here. However, as good as his ideas were, the reality was harsh. You want to leave like this after injuring this seat's disciple? You have not been too dismissive of this seat. As the icy voice rang out, a large hand that covered the sky suddenly covered the surrounding 10,000 feet of emptiness, wrapped in vast divine might, and grabbed the fleeing Song Kasa into its hands. Teacher Han, spare your life. It was not my intention to try to kill your disciple. This was all at the behest of Vice Sect Master Zhou Fengtian. I begged the Godfather to spare my life. Before Song Kasa could finish his words, he was greeted by Han Wudao's ferocious suppression, only to see his 5 fingers suddenly merge together, and a powerful divine force blasted out, directly crushing him alive. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yuchen was instantly scared out of his wits. Bishop Han. He wanted to open his mouth to say something, yet Han Wudao didn't give him that chance, and with a backhanded slap, he smashed the bones in his entire body. In a flash, miserable and extreme screams resounded through the surrounding space, and a large amount of scarlet blood also gurgled out like spring water, soaking through Zhou Yuchen's clothes. The intense pain and suffering caused his entire face to distort and his body to tremble unceasingly. This seat won't let you die so easily. Didn't you want to torture the seat's disciples to see how this seat would react? Just in time. This seat also wants to see how Zhou Fengtian will react when he sees the miserable sight of his son. Han Wudao waved his hand and took out a spirit boat, bringing Zhou Yuchen and Tushan Items with him as he quickly sailed towards the heaven-worshipping demon sect. During that time, he restored some of the injuries on Tushan Items through the Devil's Way heaven-mending technique. Many thanks to Master for saving my life. This time it's all Disciple's fault. If it wasn't for Disciple's insistence on going out, it wouldn't have given Zhou Fengtian and the others a chance to take advantage of it. Disciple has caused trouble for Master. After regaining his mobility, Tushan Items knelt down in front of Han Wudao and said with shame, this time, if it wasn't for Han Wudao's timely arrival, she was bound to die a horrible death under Zhou Yuchen's butcher knife. Get up. It's not your fault this time. Zhou Fengtian has been harboring a grudge against Master for stealing his position as first Vice Sect Master. The reason why I didn't make a move is that I just didn't find the opportunity. Whether it's you or Li Songhai, as long as they catch a chance, they'll definitely take crazy revenge. This time, it's fortunate that Master arrived in time, or else the consequences would have been unimaginable. Your cultivation and strength is still a bit too weak. You still need to cultivate diligently in the future. Han Wudao said expressionlessly. After the words fell, he gazed at his brows and pondered for a few moments. Then he raised his hand and pointed a finger at the center of Tushan Item's brows. 3 divine lights blossomed from his fingertips, transforming into 3 ancient and mysterious rune seals that were imprinted on the soul of the Tushan Items. In the future, it will be impossible for Master to be by your side all the time. You must learn to protect yourself. These are the secret techniques of the flood that my master obtained by chance. And today, my master will impart them to you, as well as allow you to have some more means of self-preservation. The Great Disguise Technique, which can hide your identity, the Great Transfer Technique, which allows you to instantly move 10 million miles of territory, and the Great Imprisonment Technique, which can imprison all living things. Each of these 3 supreme arts possesses the powerful power to turn decay into magic, or even change fate against the heavens. So in the future, you must cultivate diligently and not slack off. Han Wu Dao commanded majestically. This pursuit incident had given him a wake-up call, making him focus more on the safety of the Tushan Items. Therefore, he bestowed the 3 heavenly Dao secret arts on top of the Flood Dao tablet to Tushan Items in order to increase her depth and strength. If they were to encounter something like today again, with the Great Transfer Technique, the Tushan Items would be able to escape with complete ease. Tushan Items are a money tree with unlimited potential, and they are unattainable. Han Wu Dao didn't want to see that the leek he had worked so hard to cultivate was harvested by someone else in advance. In time, the many efforts and endeavors he had put in were all going to be in vain. Regarding Han Wu Dao's mind and thoughts, Tushan Items was not clear. At this moment, she was immersed in the magic and subtlety of the 3 heavenly Dao secret arts. Thank you, Master, for giving me the law. Disciple will definitely cultivate diligently, and will never fail to live up to my master's expectations. And in the future, I will no longer cause trouble for my master and make you worry about him. Tushan Items respectfully bowed. After this incident, she felt firsthand that Han Wu Dao valued and cared for her, and was not as cold-blooded and heartless as the legend had it. It was her good fortune to be able to worship Han Wu Dao as her teacher. In response to Tushan Item's surprise and gratitude, Han Wu Dao didn't say anything and just nodded silently. Then, he began to close his eyes. Seeing the situation, Tushan Items didn't dare to interrupt and honestly sat beside them, experiencing the magic and mysteries of the 3 heavenly Dao secret arts. In the meantime, Zhou Fengtian, who was far away in the heaven-worshipping demon sect, violently awoke from his cultivation and frowned. A bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart, and the uneasiness, growing stronger and stronger. It looked as if something bad was about to happen. Woe to the heart! Could it be that something happened to Song Kasa and the others? It shouldn't be. Song Kasa is a second-order true god, and Tushan Items is only a mere imperial Dao demigod. There's a vast difference in each other's cultivation. Even if Tushan Items has heavenly abilities, it's impossible for them to be Song Kasa's opponent. Zhou Fengtian's frown grew tighter and tighter. Unable to figure it out, he began to wander around the Xiang Hall. As time passed, the uneasy feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. No, I'll have to go and see for myself before I can do that. According to the time projection, if everything goes well, Song Kasa and the others should have come back a long time ago, and now there is a delay in seeing anyone. So perhaps there really has been an accident. Zhou Fengtian, who couldn't hold back, decided to personally search for Song Kasa and Zhou Yuchen. However, just as he had just walked out of the Violet Sun Hall, a sharp and urgent air-breaking sound suddenly came from the distant sky. Immediately afterward, a terrifyingly large hand that covered the sky, wrapped in vast divine might, struck the Violet Sun Peak with a swift and fierce palm. Boom! As the big hand fell, the huge purple Sun Peak shook violently, and the palaces and jade buildings, pavilions and so on, were all destroyed by a palm, reduced to rubble. Even the entire Violet Sun Peak was shattered for the most part under the bombardment of this monstrous divine might. Chapter 23, You kill my disciple, I'll kill your son. Who dares to come to my purple Sun Peak to act recklessly? A roar shook the 10 directions of heaven and earth. And then, a stern divine light rose up from the ruins and arrived on the void of the Violet Sun Peak. Looking at the ruins at his feet, Zhou Fengtian's face was grim to the extreme, and his icy eyes flickered with a stern, ferocious light. Same time, that sudden sky-covering hand shattered half of the purple Sun Peak and shook the entire heaven-worshipping demon sect. From the heaven-worshipping elder ancestor Lu Xuansong, the 4 great elders, sect master Chen Tianhou, and a group of elders and protectors, down to the thousands of disciples of the demon sect, all of them looked with shocked gazes in the direction of the purple Sun Peak. Immediately after, many figures rode the rainbow light and arrived at the purple Sun Peak. When they saw the sight of the ruins of the purple Sun Peak, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Sect Master Chen Tianhou and the others frowned. After the initial shock, they coincidentally looked towards the distant void, only to see, along with a brilliant stream of light passing by, An ancient and simple spirit boat came into the eyes of everyone present. On top of the spirit boat, there were 3 figures, 2 men and 1 woman. At the head of the group was clearly the first vice-sect leader, Han Wudao, who had just been invited back. Beside him stood the disciple Tushan Items, and at his feet lay a half-dead young man. What's going on with sect leader Han? I don't know. Wow. As soon as he came back, he shattered the purple sun peak. It seems like he's looking for trouble with sect leader Zhou. Does sect master Han have a grudge against sect master Zhou? Look guys, isn't that sect leader Zhou's son? Senior brother Zhou Yuchen, who seems to be in a somewhat less than stellar state. It's not just Zhou Yuchen. Senior sister Tushan Items is in an equally bad state and seems to be injured. The disciples who were onlookers spread out a flood of murmurs. At this very moment, they were all very curious as to what had happened that caused Han Wudao to get so angry. As for the delicate-minded Chen Tianho and the others, after seeing the injured state of Tushan Items and Zhou Yuchen, as well as the shattered violet sun peak, they all vaguely guessed the cause and effect of the matter in their hearts. They did fight. Now Zhou Fengtian has stirred up a hornet's nest. Looking at old devil Han's aggressive stance, it's obvious that he won't stop. And once he strikes, Zhou Fengtian might not be an opponent. In that case, it will involve the supreme elder behind him, or even the old ancestor. Make a scene. Make as much noise as you can. It's best if you fight to the death so I can reap the benefits. The duo of Fu Qingyi and Yen Jinshan in the distance were filled with gloating. They all couldn't wait for Han Wudao and Zhou Fengtian to fight, and only if the two had a conflict of interest would they be able to profit from it. Actually, Fu Qingyi and Yen Jinshan were not the only ones who had such thoughts. Even sect master Chen Tianho was waiting for such an opportunity. Behind Zhou Fengtian stood the first supreme elder of the demon sect, Duo Cong Yunzi, and had gradually threatened his position over the years. He also wanted to use Han Wudao's hand to eradicate Zhou Fengtian, a powerful enemy, and nip the threat in the bud. It was precisely because of this that he had strongly invited and recommended Han Wudao to become the first vice-sect leader of the heaven-worshipping demon sect. Now it seemed that everything was going as he had planned. And things are going far beyond his expectations. Regarding this situation today, Chen Tianho was still very satisfied in his heart, however. He did not show it. The other side. After seeing the culprit who had destroyed Xiang Peak, Zhou Fengtian's heart was also jolted. Although Tushan Items appeared to have taken extremely serious damage, she wasn't killed, and instead Han Wudao hit the door. Even Song Kasa was nowhere to be seen. This caused Zhou Fengtian to secretly clench his fists. He knew that his plan to hunt down and kill him had definitely failed. Song Kasa didn't come back, and it was very likely that he had already been suppressed and killed, and even his own son, Zhou Yuchen, had fallen into Han Wudao's hands. For a while, Zhou Fengtian did not know what to do. Han Wudao, what exactly do you intend to do by destroying my Purple Sun Peak dojo for no reason and holding my canine son hostage? This is the heaven-worshipping demon sect. Even if you are the first vice-sect leader, you can't do whatever you want. Zhou Fengtian jumped the gun and questioned. Even though the entire devil sect attached extreme importance to Han Wudao, and even intended for him to take over the position of sect leader in the future, it didn't mean that Han Wudao could do whatever he wanted. With the supreme elder as well as old ancestor Lu Xinsong sitting at the back, it was impossible for Han Wudao to make much of a fuss. However, in the face of Zhou Fengtian's questioning and accusations, Han Wudao didn't take it to heart, only to see his large hand reach out, and Zhou Yuchen's entire body was cupped in his hands. Zhou Fengtian, you sent people to surround and kill this seat's disciples. If it wasn't for this seat's timely arrival, I'm afraid that the Tushan Items would have already died tragically under your butcher's knife. This seat must be avenged. Since you dared to surround and kill this seat's disciple, then this seat will kill your son today to get justice for my disciple. An icy and merciless voice resounded through the space surrounding the Purple Sun Peak. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fengtian was instantly shocked. No! Han Wudao, you dare! Just as his words rang out, he saw Han Wudao's 5 fingers suddenly close together, and under the watchful eyes of the thousands of disciples around him, he twisted off Zhou Yuchen's head, and then, a cold corpse was dropped at Zhou Fengtian's feet. Yuchen, my son! Seeing Zhou Yuchen being pinched to death by Han Wudao, Zhou Fengtian's eyes were instantly enraged and his mouth let out an earth-shattering roar of grief. This was his only son, and with great expectations, and now he was dying on his own watch. This made Zhou Fengtian's heart grieve to the extreme. Han Wudao, you dare to kill my son. I want you dead. In the midst of the earth-shattering roar, he flipped his hand and took out an ancient black divine spear, wrapped in a monstrous murderous aura, and pounced madly towards Han Wudao. In just the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of them. As the vice-sect leader of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, Zhou Fengtian's qualifications and strength were very good, and he was already close to a 4th-order true god. Unsurprisingly, there would definitely be a breakthrough within 10 years. Looking at the entire heaven-worshipping demon sect, it was called a powerful existence. However, his little bit of power was simply a class act in the eyes of Han Wudao, and he didn't know how much he was capable of. Just as Zhou Fengtian came to kill him in a furious manner, Han Wudao unhurriedly threw out a punch, first wearing down his frantic attack, and then his fist drove in long and hard, hitting his body. Aha! Muffled grunts of pain resounded all around. In the shocked gazes of the surrounding thousands of demon sect disciples, Zhou Fengtian had only just approached, and before he could launch a powerful attack, he was suppressed by Han Wudao with a single punch. The ferocious and incomparable fist landed on Zhou Fengtian's body, directly shattering his protective armor, and his entire body fell from mid-air, crashing into the ruins of the Purple Sun Peak. The scene, not only did it shock the demon sect disciples present, even Chen Tianhou and the crowd of watching high demon sect executives had their pupils clenched. They were all very clear about Zhou Fengtian's strength. Even if it was them, it was impossible to suppress it so lightly. However, Han Wudao's light punch not only suppressed Zhou Fengtian, but even shattered the protective divine armor on him. This makes Chen Tianhou and others feel shivering. One must know that the divine armor Zhou Fengtian was wearing was the Xuanwu treasure armor given by old ancestor Baidian himself. A mid-grade true god magic treasure, possesses an extremely powerful defense. It could withstand the full force of a 5th-ranked true god strike. But now, this Xuanwu treasure armor, which was known for its defense, was actually shattered by Han Wudao's punch. What kind of power does it take to break a mid-grade true god Dharma treasure? Isn't old Devil Han a 3rd-order true god? How could he be so terrifying? Fu Qingyi and Yan Jinshan and the others were shaken to their core. The way they looked at Han Wudao changed from the original bloating to intense fear and scorn. Even sect leader Chen Tianhou, who was on the side, was like this. Originally, they all wanted to kill with a borrowed knife, hoping that Han Wudao and Zhou Fengtian would fight to the death and then reap the benefits. Now, it seemed that not only would they not be able to be fishermen, but they would instead be reduced to fish on the chopping board, to be slaughtered by Han Wudao. One thought. A deep sense of worry and uneasiness then rose in the hearts of the people. As for the reactions of the people around him, Han Wudao didn't pay the slightest attention or heed to them at all. His attention was always focused on Zhou Fengtian. Actually not dead? Seeing that his pouring punch actually didn't kill Zhou Fengtian, Han Wudao took a step out into the sky and once again raised his hand to suppress a punch. If one punch doesn't kill you, let's do another one. Stop, Han Wudao. You're too rampant. This is the heaven-worshipping demon sect. It's not your turn to be wantonly reckless. Chapter 24, Killing the Supreme Elder and Promoting the Demon Sect's Ancestor. The sudden and shocking roar shook the entire heaven-worshipping demon sect, and everyone turned their gazes to the place where the sound originated. Boom! The moment the words fell, a terrifyingly large hand that penetrated the sky and the earth traversed the void, wrapped in a vast divine might, and fell towards Han Wudao's head. The aura and power that was released had already reached the 5th rank of true god. At the same time, a green-clothed old man fiercely rode a divine light to the sky above Xiang Peak, revealing a powerful majesty all over his body. Supreme Elder, Sun Yunzi. Upon seeing the visitor, a burst of horrified exclamations came out from the surrounding onlookers of the demon sect disciples. Even Han Wudao landed his gaze on the imposing green-clothed old man. This man, not only was he the heaven-worshipping demon sect's supreme elder, but he was also the backer behind Zhou Fengtian. A mere 5th-order true god dares to come and teach me things? Are you worthy? Ignoring Song Yunzi's furious roar, Han Wudao waved his large sleeve, and a vast divine might surged out like a flood, directly grinding out Song Yunzi's incoming large hand. Immediately after, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he arrived in front of Zhou Fengtian with a flash, and his monstrous divine power transformed into a large hand that covered the sky and ruthlessly struck down. Accompanied by a loud sound that shook the heavens and the earth, Zhou Fengtian's entire person was struck with a palm that sent him to ashes, and even the entire Purple Sun Peak collapsed for the most part under the vastness of this divine might. Seeing this horrifying scene, Chen Tianhou and the other crowd of onlookers couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air as each and every one of them gazed at Han Wudao with incomparably shocked eyes. Didn't sect leader Han just break through to the 3rd-order true god? How could he have such terrifying battle power? Half of the Purple Sun Peak has been shattered. It's simply terrifying. Killing Zhou Fengtian with one palm in front of the Supreme Elder. Sect Master Han's guts are too big. That strike he made just now seems to be no weaker than a 5th-order true god. Shocking voices rang out one after another from the sky. Han Wudao, you seek death. Compared to the shock and awe of the demon sect disciples, Sun Yunzi was filled with anger and humiliation. It was well known that Zhou Fengtian was his man. Nowadays, not only did Han Wudao openly provoke his authority, he even stiffly beat Zhou Fengtian to death in front of so many people. which made Song Yunzi feel a great loss of face. As he spoke, he violently waved his sleeve, and a set of ancient and powerful sword formations flew out, enveloping Han Wudao's entire body. As Song Yunzi pinched his spell, thousands of powerful and unrivaled sword chi rose up from the sword formation, transforming into a heavenly sword river that crushed towards Han Wudao. Great Five Elements Sword Formation. Chen Tianhou and Fu Qingyi, among others, lost their voices in shock. This set of Great Five Elements Sword Formation was Song Yunzi's original treasure that he had been cultivating for hundreds of years, and its grade had long since reached that of a mid-grade True God treasure. Even, the power was enough to be comparable to a top-grade True God magic treasure. All along, this Great Five Elements Sword Formation had been used as Song Yunzi's bottom-of-the-barrel bottom card, even they had not seen it several times. Unexpectedly, this time, in order to deal with Han Wudao, Song Yunzi had actually directly sacrificed this powerful killer weapon. The Great Five Elements Sword Chi inspired by the Great Five Elements Sword Formation could even threaten a sixth-order True God. The Supreme Elder has really moved to kill this time. And I wonder if Han Wudao can carry it off? Chen Tianhou narrowed his eyes slightly. Even though Han Wudao only had the cultivation of a third-order True God on the surface, he was always convinced that Han Wudao's strength was definitely more than a third-order True God. Since he was able to stiffen Song Yunzi, he must have a strong backbone. Thinking about it, Chen Tianhou fixed his gaze firmly on Han Wudao's body, wanting to see what kind of undercard he was hiding. However, to Chen Tianhou's disappointment, Han Wudao did not utilize any powerful cards in the face of the strangulation and threat of the Great Five Elements Sword Formation. When Song Yunzi urged the sword formation, he directly raised his hand and blasted over with a fist, the powerful and overwhelming divine might converging into a heavenly hand, suppressing the Great Five Elements Sword Chi that was twisting over with a single punch. Not only that, Han Wudao's strike also directly pierced through the Great Five Elements Sword Formation, causing the five divine swords that were the foundation of the formation to instantly shatter and fly out. Aha! As the sword formation collapsed, Song Yunzi, who was maneuvering at the back, instantly suffered a tremendous shock and backlash, violently spitting out a large mouthful of blood. The old body trembled violently. A mere set of mid-grade True God sword formations, and you want to come and subdue me? Simply out of your depth. Song Yunzi, if you don't have any other cards, then you'll have to die. After shattering the Great Five Elements sword formation with a single punch, Han Wudao wrapped himself in monstrous ferocious might and arrived in front of Song Yunzi, looking down on him from above. The eyes were filled with coldness and indifference. As the words fell, Han Wudao reached out and gently pressed his hand against the void, and in an instant, a vast divine force surged out, ruthlessly pressing down on Song Yunzi. Feeling that powerful and overwhelming divine might, Song Yunzi could no longer maintain his composure and calmness, and his aged face was covered in panic and fear. Old ancestor, save me! He cried out for help in spite of everything. Right now, amongst the heaven-worshipping demon sect, the only one who could save him was the most powerful heaven-worshipping elder ancestor Lu Xiansong. However, in the face of Song Yunzi's frantic cry for help, that legendary heaven-worshipping old ancestor did not show up, nor did any sound come out. Seeing this scene, Han Wudao coldly smiled. His big hand violently pressed down towards the void, and the great divine might directly twisted out Song Yunzi's vitality. Will his body, into the system space inside. Is there anyone else who wants to stand up for Zhou Fengtian now? Dare to kill this seat's disciple. This is what happens. Han Wudao's icy and fierce eyes swept the surrounding void, but anyone who touched his eyes all shuddered. 10 directions of space. A dead silence. Looking at this scene, Han Wudao coldly hummed, and then he prepared to lead Tushan items to his own imperial extreme peak. Fellow Daoist, please stay. Fellow Daoist has unparalleled qualifications and divine might. It's a blessing for the ages that the heaven-worshipping demon sect can have a fellow Daoist join them. If you don't mind, you can worship the old ancestor of the heavenly devil sect from now on. Suddenly, a slightly aged voice came over from the distant Chaotian peak. Hearing this, the entire devil sect was shaken. The speaker was the only old ancestor of the heaven-worshipping demon sect who had reached the sixth-order True God, Lu Xuansong. Originally, everyone thought that Han Wudao would be suppressed by Lu Xiansong after he suppressed Zhou Fengtian and Song Yunzi. However, to their surprise, Lu Xiansong not only didn't stand up for Zhou Fengtian and the others, but instead, he once again elevated Han Wudao's status and position. Lu Xiansong's decision was not only shocking to the disciples of the demon sect, but even Chen Tianhou and the others. They were also a bit incredulous. Why would the old ancestor make such a decision? Could it be that Han Wudao's strength is now able to rival that of a sixth-order True God? The crowd was in a state of shock. Lu Xiansong, who was the oldest ancestor of the devil sect, would definitely not allow Han Wudao to do whatever he wanted, and if he was able to suppress it, he would have already made his move. The reason why he didn't make a move was definitely because he was afraid of Han Wudao's strength and wasn't sure of winning over him. Since we can't beat them, we have to pull them together. And, compared to the powerful Han Wudao, the loss of Song Yunzi and Zhou Fengtian was actually nothing. It was also for these reasons that Lu Xianzong could have made such a decision to allow Han Wudao to become the heaven-worshipping demon sect's elder ancestor. And indeed, it does. The strength displayed by Han Wudao caused Lu Xianzong, who was an old ancestor of the demon sect, to feel a strong threat. He didn't dare to act rashly, so he could only pull in Han Wudao. Han Wudao was also a bit surprised by Lu Xianzong's sudden invitation. However, he did not refuse. Yes, since you, fellow Daoist, are sincerely invited, then I will reluctantly agree. Han Wudao faintly answered. The higher the status position, the more power it brought, and the more convenient it was for him to accept disciples and do things. Greetings to the Yellow Springs Elder Ancestor. Greetings to the Yellow Springs Elder Ancestor. Seeing that Han Wudao agreed, the thousands of demon sect disciples, led by sect master Chen Tianhou, knelt down and worshipped. In just half a month, Han Wudao's identity and status had once again changed dramatically. According to this trend, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be long before he would be able to replace Lu Xianzong's position and become the only old ancestor of the heaven-worshipping demon sect. Chapter 25, 3 New Disciples. Giving Treasure. When this seat first joined the demon sect, the Imperial Extreme Peak was even more depleted of talent. Therefore, this seat intends to select a few disciples with outstanding talent in the demon sect to serve as this seat's personal disciples. It requires both virtue and talent, and a cultivation level no lower than a first-order true god. Based on my seat's secret observation these days, I feel that Sect Master Chen Tianhou, Vice Sect Master Fu Qingyi, and Vice Sect Master Yan Jinshan, you and the others are most in line with the disciple candidates in my seat's mind. Are you willing to worship this seat as your teacher? Han Wudao's eyes swept over the entire Devil Sect disciples and raised his voice. Although he had already cultivated into a third-order true god, this was just the beginning, and no one would mind being more powerful. And if you want to get stronger quickly, then you have to recruit more disciples and keep cutting leaks. Right now, among the heaven-worshipping demon sect, the only candidates that best fit his goal were Chen Tianhou, Fu Qingyi, and Yan Jinshan, as long as he cultivated them for a bit before finding a way to kill them. With the help of their return 10,000 times cultivation, he would definitely be able to easily break through to a higher realm. In Han Wudao's eyes, these people were all fat sheep. Same time, when they heard that Han Wudao wanted to take him as his disciple, all three of Chen Tianhou's men revealed unbelievable expressions. None of them had expected that the first thing Han Wudao would do when he became the demon sect's oldest ancestor would actually be to accept them as his disciples. Old ancestor, we are shallowly qualified and... What? Are you guys thinking that this seat is not worthy of being your master? Before Chen Tianhou could finish his words, an indifferent and merciless voice immediately sounded in his ears. Immediately after, the three of them coincidentally felt an awe-inspiring killing chance, causing infinite trepidation to rise in their hearts. They knew that as long as they dared to refuse at this time, they would inevitably invite Han Wudao's butcher's knife and thus die without a burial place. We do. Disciple Chen Tianhou, greetings to Master. Disciple Fu Qingyi, greetings to Master. Disciple Yan Jinshan, greetings to Master. Forced by Han Wudao's death threat, the three Chen Tianhou people didn't dare to have any resistance or hesitation at all, and one by one, they instantly knelt down and worshipped. Seeing that they were so sensible, Han Wudao nodded in satisfaction. Nice. Effective immediately. There are 3 more heavenly prideful human experts under the seat's door. Prepare yourselves and then come to the Imperial Extreme Peak. Having said that, Han Wudao ignored the reactions of the people around him and took 2 Shan items with him and disappeared in a flash. And when they left, the 3 Chen Tianhou looked at each other and all revealed smiles that were worse than tears. I didn't expect that we would actually become true master and brother one day, and that we would be under the command of someone who has just been initiated for half a month. Yes, I'm afraid the future is not going to be easy. This master teacher of ours is notorious for being ferocious and tyrannical, ruthless and merciless. We'd better be careful with each of us in the future. The 3 of them looked more bitter than one another. After briefly packing and preparing, the 3 of them joined hands and arrived at the Imperial Extreme Peak. Inside the Imperial Palace, when Chen Tianhou's trio arrived here, they only saw that in the large hall, Han Wudao had been waiting for a long time. On his left and right, stood 2 Shan items as well as his servant Li Sanhai. Greetings, Master. As soon as they met, Chen Tianhou and the others respectfully bowed and made a great obeisance. Their demeanor was formal, and with nervousness and uneasiness. Even though they were all already true gods and high-ranking figures of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, they still felt panic and fear when facing Han Wudao at this moment. Fear of extinction. In fact, there is no need for you to fear this seat. since you have become this seat's disciples. This seat will naturally take on the responsibility and duty of sheltering you. As long as you honor your teachers and don't do anything to deceive your teachers, this seat doesn't bother with you. Therefore, you need not be alarmed or frightened. After slightly calming the three, Han Wudao gently waved his large hand, and a ferocious black demonic blade, as well as a divine elixir that was surrounded by green light, instantly appeared in front of the crowd. As we meet for the first time, Master sends each of you a gift for meeting. Yan Jinshan, this is the demonic blade that my master previously obtained, a mid-grade true god magic treasure, and I'm granting it to you today for defense. Han Wudao pointed out with one finger, and the black demonic blade, which was entwined with thousands of ferocious auras, landed in front of Yan Jinshan's body. This demonic blade was the Hell Demon Blade that he had previously given to Li Songhai. After returning it 10,000 times, Li Songhai has a dual identity. In addition to being his servant, he had previously been taken in as a registered disciple by old devil Huang Quan. So, the Hell Demon Blade that he gifted to Li Songhai became the mid-grade true god Dharma treasure that it is today after being returned 10,000 times over. Thank you, Master. Looking at the magic sword in front of him, which was surrounded by divine light and filled with a murderous aura, Yan Jinshan's eyes were filled with surprise. He also didn't expect that there would be such a great benefit after becoming Han Wudao's disciple. For a moment, all the resistance and dissatisfaction in his heart dissipated at this moment. In its place, there was a strong sense of joy and exhilaration. I can't imagine that the Yellow Springs old devil really gives good things. This isn't quite the same as the previous legend. Where on earth did he get all these treasures? Now it seems that worshipping him as a teacher doesn't seem too bad. Yan Jinshan thought silently in his mind. There were a few more points of recognition for Han Wudao, and aside from him, Chen Tianhou and Fu Qingyi, who were on the side, both had their blazing eyes that landed on Han Wudao at this moment. Since Yan Jinshan had a meet and greet gift, they must have one as well. Fu Qingyi, your root base is very strong, after so many years of diligent cultivation, but you have never been able to break through to a fourth-order true god. Today, my master grants you a divine elixir of creation. Swallowing and melting the essence of this divine elixir will help you break the shackles of your cultivation and advance to a fourth-order true god. Han Wudao waved his sleeve, and the divine elixir, which was surrounded by green light, instantly appeared in front of Fu Qingyi. This so-called divine elixir was actually a fourth-order true god magic elixir that he had obtained by melting Song Yunzi's corpse through the ascended demon furnace. Nowadays, Fu Qingyi was only one step away from a fourth-order true god, and this magic pill was just the thing to help him break his shackles. Thank you, Master. Fu Qingyi was similarly excited and bowed loudly. This fourth-order true god demon pill made him feel like a treasure. Even Chen Tianhou and Yan Jinshan next to him cast incomparably envious glances. Ding! Your disciple, Fu Qingyi, has obtained a fourth-order true divine demon pill, and after the system's 10,000-fold return, you have obtained a sixth-order true divine demon pill. In Han Wudao's mind, a system beep sounded. However, any item obtained by a disciple under the door, the system would return it to him 10,000 times over. The sixth-order true god demon pill was indeed a good thing. However, Han Wudao didn't need it. After briefly surveying it for a few moments, he bestowed this demonic pill to Chen Tianhou. Although Chen Tianhou was already a fourth-order true god, his qualifications and heritage were relatively strong, and with the help of the essence of this sixth-order true god demon pill, even if he couldn't break through to a sixth-order true god, a fifth-order true god would definitely be no problem. In time, through the 10,000 times cultivation returned by Chen Tianhou, his cultivation would also receive a huge boost. It's just a pity that Chen Tianhou, Fu Qingyi, Yan Jinshan, and the three of them all have extremely limited potential, and can only reach the fifth rank of true god at most. It's almost unlikely if you want to continue to improve. Their utilization value is only that of a fifth-order true god. When the time is ripe, we can consider killing them and squeezing out the last remaining value. Han Wudao silently planned in his heart. He's not a nice guy. To him, the disciples under his door were leeks and fat sheep, and once they had no more use for them, then they could only be slaughtered. Then, rediscover new, more promising targets. Chapter 26, The Great Tao Divine Demon Scripture. Preparing to dig ancestral graves. Ding! Your disciple Zhao Qingduan acquired a volume of the ancient scriptures of the gods and demons from the ancient times in the secret realm of Dragon Mountain. After the system's 10,000-fold return, the ancient scripture of the gods and demons has been upgraded to become the Great Tao Divine Demon Scripture, and by practicing this method, one can forge a supreme talent, become the first person in the same realm since the beginning of time. Just as Han Wudao was considering how to maximize the benefits to the disciples under his door, suddenly, a system beep sounded in his head. Immediately after, a mysterious ancient scripture that was ancient and pale was firmly imprinted above his divine soul. and the single ancient seal emitted a magnificent and supreme aura. The great Tao divine demon scripture? Faced with this sudden ancient dharma, Han Wudao was also surprised in his heart. From memory, Zhao Qingduan was the third disciple under the Yellow Springs Old Devil, and his qualifications and roots were not too outstanding amongst the group of disciples. However, Zhao Qingduan was extremely keen on seeking out ghosts and mysteries, and would often bring back some strange and weird things to him. Original. Han Wudao didn't hold much expectation for these few disciples left behind by the Yellow Spring Old Devil, and was even prepared to find an opportunity to harvest them all. However, what he hadn't expected was that Zhao Qingduan, who usually seemed ordinary, had brought him a huge surprise. Regarding the great Tao divine demon scripture imprinted in the divine soul, after Han Wudao carefully browsed through it, he realized that it was a supreme cultivation method. It was about visualizing the ancient gods and demons, drawing on the innate origin essence, and condensing the divine magic phases in the divine orifices of the body, thus forging the invincible great Tao divine demon body. Once this dharma was cultivated, one could be invincible in the world. At that time, the qualification, the root bone, the foundation, the strength and so on, all overrides the world, and pushes all the enemies of the heavens. What a powerful spell. Now that I've certified as a true god, I'm in need of finding a powerful dharma as a method of cultivation. I didn't expect Zhao Qingduan to actually give me a surprise. This great Tao divine demon scripture is exactly the dharma I need, but it's a pity that it only has true god chapters. At most, one can only cultivate to the extreme true god realm. The subsequent heavenly god chapters, god king chapters, and god sovereign chapters need to be deduced on their own. Han Wudao sighed regretfully. The great Tao divine demon scripture was indeed a world-defying and invincible cultivation method that followed the path of invincibility, but it was crippled. Right now there is only the true god chapter. The only way to obtain the subsequent dharma was to deduce and complete it on one's own, which required a great deal of time and effort. Also, once one cultivated the great Tao divine demon scripture, it would be extremely difficult to change to another dharma discipline. I'd rather not cultivate it for the time being until I'm sure I can deduce the subsequent dharma. Otherwise, there's no turning back. Even though this great Tao divine demon scripture made Han Wudao very moved, he didn't immediately go and cultivate it. This was because he was currently simply incapable of deducing the subsequent cultivation method of the true god realm. Therefore, he forcefully pressed down the impulse within him and moved his attention away from the great Tao divine demon scripture above and instead gathered on Chen Tianhou and the others in front of him. Next, Yan Jinshan will temporarily take over the position of sect leader, and the two of you, Chen Tianhou and Fu Qingyi, will stay on the Imperial Extreme Peak and cultivate intensely, striving for an early breakthrough. In addition, as of this moment, Tushan Items is the eldest disciple under the seat's door. That is, your eldest senior sister. Ha! Hearing Han Wudao's words, Chen Tianhou and Tushan Items all revealed shocked expressions. Master, don't you have other disciples and disciples under your command? I've only just been initiated. How can I dare to be a great disciple? Tushan Items said with fear and trepidation. During this period of time, she had learned a lot about Han Wudao from Li Tsunhai's mouth, and knew that there were a total of 7 personal disciples under his door. Although 3 had died, there were still 4 disciples outside, and in terms of seniority, it was simply not her turn to be this big sister. The key is, her cultivation is low. When she win this big sister, other people certainly will not be convinced. When this seat says you are. No one will question your position or dare to question your position. Chen Tianhou, Fu Qingyi, and Yan Jinshan, do you 3 agree with the Tushan Items as your senior sisters? Han Wudao asked in a faint voice. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them were shocked in their hearts and hurriedly bowed to the Tushan Items to show their attitude. See this. Although Tushan Items still felt strange, she didn't dare to refute under Han Wudao's strong request and had to accept the status of big sister. By the way, Yan Jinshan, this seat still has 4 disciples outside who have been roaming around the boundaries of the Kyushu Earth realm. Now that the situation is stabilized, it's time to get them back. You immediately send someone to follow the directions and messages recorded above this jade slip, and go and retrieve the 4 senior siblings outside. All of them. Let's just say, it's this seat's idea. If anyone refuses to come back, then this seat will go to them personally. Han Wudao took out a jade slip and handed it over to Yan Jinshan and commanded. Yes, master. Yan Jinshan responded respectfully and carefully put away the jade slip. Okay, if there's nothing else, you 3 will stand down. After arranging everything properly, Han Wudao waved his hand and drove Chen Tianhou and the others out of the Imperial Extremity Hall. Within the large hall, only he and Tushan Items were left. Tushan Items, do you have any plans or intentions for your cultivation next? Han Wudao was silent for a long time before breaking the calm and asking. Master, the way my disciple cultivates is somewhat special. So, this seat knows that your celestial lifestyle is peculiar and you have a companion treasure, the forbidden copper coffin. The more graves you dig, the faster your cultivation will rise. So, you need to dig graves in order to gain strength quickly. Earlier, this seat told you that when there's time, I'll take you to dig up the ancestral graves of the Shangqing sect. However, that may have to wait a little longer. The heaven-worshipping demon sect has a long heritage and a relatively strong base, and their ancestors have even produced heavenly god powerhouses. If you dig up the heaven-worshipping demon sect's ancestral tomb, your cultivation strength will definitely be able to be greatly enhanced, and you can be certified as a god at that time. Therefore, this seat intends to first take you to dig up the heaven-worshipping demon sect's ancestral grave. What do you think? Digging the ancestral graves of the worshipful company of heavenly devils? Listening to Han Wudao's cultivation plan for himself, Tushan Item's eyes instantly widened. Master, we are at least a part of the heaven-worshipping demon sect nowadays. Would it not be too good to dig up our own ancestral graves? If this were to spread out and be known, I'm afraid that it would damage your reputation as a master teacher when the time comes, and by then the disciples of the heaven-worshipping demon sect will also. Never mind. If you want to become stronger, you must have the courage and vigor to go forward. And the gossip of the outside world is simply not enough to worry about. Just say, do you want to get stronger? Do you want to become a god? Think. Having said this, if Tushan Items were to refuse, it would be a bit ungrateful, since Han Wudao wasn't even afraid and would personally take her to dig up and worship the heavenly devil sect's ancestral tomb. What did she have to be afraid of? Master, our identity is a bit special after all, so I'm afraid it's not too good to blatantly go digging up our ancestral graves. That's why we have to disguise ourselves. In addition, Disciple has a friend. We have been cooperating in digging graves before. It's quite reliable. Disciple wants to bring him along to dig the grave with him, so I asked the master to fulfill his request. Tushan Items said carefully. That friend of yours, what's his origin? Anything special? Reporting back to master. That friend of mine is named Mad Daoist, and I'm not too sure about his identity and origin. But this person has great magical powers, is proficient in heavenly fortune telling, can predict good and bad fortune, and is very extraordinary. He runs an inter-family casket store in the Kyushu black market, specializing in corpse collection, transcendence, casket making, and other businesses related to the dead. Previously, our cooperation has always been relatively pleasant, and we have some friendship, so the disciple wants to call him along. When the time comes, it might come in handy. Chapter 27, The Nine Black Market, Lingnan Family. Yes, Han Wudao didn't refuse this request from Tushan Items, even though there wouldn't be any accidents with him accompanying the digging of the grave. But the fact that Tushan Items held the Mad Daoist in such high esteem also caused a surge of interest to rise in Han Wudao's heart, wanting to meet this Mad Daoist, just what kind of god he was. And after receiving Han Wudao's promise, a smile appeared on Tushan Items' face, and he immediately took out a summoning stone and contacted the Mad Daoist who was far away in the black market of the 9 regions. Master, I've already gotten in touch with the Mad Daoist, and he'll be waiting for us at the earthly coffin shop in the black market of the Kyushu region. Previously, when disciples worked with the Mad Daoist to dig graves, they had been in disguise and did not show their true colors. In addition, Disciple has another nickname outside. People on the road call me Moon Demon. I trouble you, Master, to disguise yourself as well, so as not to bring unnecessary trouble when the time comes. Tushan Items recounted his experience with the Mad Daoist, working together to dig a grave. Words. Han Wudao didn't hesitate, and immediately executed the great disguise technique, disguising his figure, appearance, temperament, and so on, in all directions. A few moments later, he appeared in front of Tushan Items with a brand new face, and from his appearance, Han Wudao was the image of a majestic and domineering middle-aged man, revealing a stern aura all over his body, a chilling sense of awe. In the future, when you're out there digging graves, this seat will be your master. As for the name, let's call it Jiang Invincible. Han Wudao made up a fake identity for himself at random. In the meantime, Tushan Items had also disguised herself, and her image was that of a black-clad woman wearing a ghostly mask, with an unapproachable, icy aura emanating from all around her. This image was very different from her original face. After being transformed by the great disguise technique, even those around her who were familiar with her could not see anything. Go! Seeing that Tushan Items had changed her form and face, Han Wudao waved his hand and performed the great nomadic transfer technique, taking her with him as he disappeared into the Imperial Extreme Peak. When the two reappeared, they had already come 10,000 miles away. The Kyushu Black Market, a magical place in the Kyushu realm. It was originally an ancient inherited cavernous blessed land, which was later opened up by a great magician to become a market for the world's cultivators to trade. Here, it encompassed all walks of life in the immortal cultivation world, and it brought together cultivators from the whole of the Kyushu Earth realm. From gods to ordinary mortal cultivators, all can be seen here. A few moments later, under Han Wudao's leadership, they managed to arrive at the location of the Kyushu Black Market. After entering the Black Market, a vast expanse of heaven and earth instantly came into view. An ancient and broad street crisscrosses the land, a jade building stands between heaven and earth. Around the street, it was covered with a wide array of stores and stalls, and there was an endless stream of cultivators traveling to and from them. Just by casually taking a few glances, Han Wudao saw quite a few demigods and even true god powerhouses in the crowd. It all seemed so prosperous and harmonious. Even though Han Wudao already had a detailed understanding of the Kyushu Black Market through the memories of the Yellow Springs Old Devil, his heart was still filled with amazement and sighs of wonder when he actually came here. The sight in front of me is something you don't see on the outside. Master, the earthly coffin shop where the Mad Taoist is located is at the northernmost end of Green Dragon Street. Should we stroll around a bit first, or should we go directly to him? First things first, there will be plenty of time for black market shopping in the future. After saying that, the two of them harnessed a spirit boat and traveled in the direction of the earthly coffin store. The human coffin shop, not so big. From the outside, it was just a small 3-story building, as well as a yard attached to it, but in the black market of Kyushu, a place where every inch of land was gold, being able to own a property of one's own was still relatively difficult. This requires not only strong financial resources, but also lofty status and position, and even strength is not the first element. According to the information that Han Wudao had learned, the many industries in the black market of the Kyushu region had already been distributed by those great powers a long time ago. So, those who can stay here and have their own industry are not simple people. Before arriving at the earthly coffin shop, Han Wudao stopped and looked around for a few moments. Then he had Tushan items knock on the door. After a few moments, the door opened in response, and a young Taoist with a pale face and wearing a black Taoist robe came into Han Wudao's eyes. Mad Taoist, Yuan Daotian. The light of his eyes gently swept over, and under the reflection of the system, Han Wudao knew the Mad Taoist's real name, as well as his cultivation level and strength. Right now, the Mad Taoist's cultivation had already reached the first rank of true god, and the divine might around him was not stable, so it was obvious that he had just become a god not long ago. On top of that, Han Wudao was also surprised to find that the Mad Taoist's qualifications and roots were exceptional, and his potential was also very strong. It's not as good as Tushan items, but it's not far off. This crazy Taoist is also a good leak, Han Wudao praised in his heart. At the same time, after seeing the Tushan items, the Mad Taoist first greeted them, and then he also observed Han Wudao without moving, and a strong look of astonishment swept across the bottom of his eyes, because he didn't obtain any useful information from Han Wudao about his identity, origin, and cultivation and strength. All of them were unclear. When his gaze landed on Han Wudao, all he saw was a mist, which greatly surprised and intrigued him. He had seen quite a few characters like Han Wudao. These people, all of them, had great identities and origins, and each of them was a great person who had penetrated the heavens and the earth. Fellow moon demon, fellow Taoist, this is the master you were talking about earlier, right? Worthy of being able to teach a heavenly pride like you. Fellow moon demon Taoist, you are truly exceptional in the world. Latecomer crazy Taoist, meet senior. With a respectful gesture, the Mad Taoist saluted. To this, Han Wudao only nodded gently and did not speak. Instead, it was the Tushan items on the side with a pair of eyes staring at the Mad Taoist with a deadpan expression. Mad Taoist, you actually became a god? It's only been a month since we've met, and the last time I saw you, you were only a 10th order demigod, and now you've actually cultivated into a true god. You didn't go digging up some heavenly god's great tomb, did you? Tushan items asked, filled with shock. Although the Mad Taoist's cultivation level had always been higher than hers, the gap between them was not too great. But now, Mad Taoist had become a god. While she was still in the demigod realm, if it wasn't for the magic pills that Han Wudao had bestowed on her earlier, she would still be at the 8th rank demigod at this time. The gap between the two, compared to before, was clearly a world of difference. This made Tushan items feel very incredible. Ha, just lucky. With a few friends on the Tao, we happened to dig up the large tomb of an extreme true god, and in the process, we transcended more than a dozen true gods, which is why we cultivated into a true god in one step. Fellow moon demon Taoist, Senior Jiang, let's come in first and talk. The crazy Taoist smiled modestly and then led the two into the coffin store. When Han Wudao and Tushan items arrived at the lobby, they only saw a few other guests inside. There were 3 of them in total, and all of them were true gods. At the head of the group was an angular, flamboyant purple-clothed youth whose cultivation had already reached the 8th rank of true god. Behind him, there were also 2 old men with 10th order true god cultivation, the Lingnan family? As his eyes swept over the 3, Han Wudao instantly knew where they came from. The Lingnan family, a great reclusive family within the realm of the Kyushu earth, with an inheritance of more than 5,000 years, was incomparably strong in terms of heritage and strength. Like the heaven-worshipping demon cult, all of their ancestors have produced heavenly gods. Even though the Lingnan family had fallen somewhat over the years, there were still many true god powerhouses in the clan. It is said that there are extreme true gods sitting in the town. Compared to the heaven-worshipping demon sect and the Shangqing sect, which were obvious forces, the Lingnan family was much more powerful. Only, the Lingnan family didn't even ask about worldly battles on a regular basis. And there weren't many messages that Han Wudao had learned about this community. I didn't expect that I would actually meet this legendary hidden great clan in the black market of the Kyushu today. Moreover, the other party is obviously here to see the mad Taoist on business. Chapter 28, Cooperating to dig a grave. Zhou Tian grave map. Crazy Taoist? Then let's make a deal. When it's done, we will have generous gifts to thank you. I have business to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Yes, take care, Mr. Chi. The poor Taoist will do his best. After Han Wudao and the others walked into the lobby, they saw the imposing brocade-clothed man stand up, greet the crazy Taoist, and leave the earthly coffin shop with his entourage. Looking at their departing figures, a strong curiosity appeared in the eyes of Tushan Items. Mad Taoist, who are these people? Even the entourage that was brought here are all true god-level powerhouses. What exactly is the origin? She asked casually. At those words, a faint smile appeared at the corner of the mad Taoist's mouth. That man just now is the 3rd son of the Lingnan family, Chi Chongqing, who came to the earthly coffin shop this time to beg me to collect the corpse of our old ancestor. Not long ago, an extreme true god ancestor of the Lingnan family unfortunately fell inside the forbidden zone of doom, and his body has been unable to be brought out. So want me to think of something? The Lingnan family? A flash of surprise and amazement swept across the bottom of Tushan Item's eyes. Regarding the Lingnan family, this mysterious hidden family, she had naturally heard of it, and its depth and strength was even more powerful than these big forces in the bright lights of the Kyushu Earth realm. It is said, there was more than one extreme true god sitting in the Lingnan family. There wasn't much news circulating in the outside world about this mysterious hidden clan, and the Tushan Items were also very curious. But what really shook her was that the Lingnan family had actually fallen an extreme true god ancestor, which was a big deal. In particular, they had to ask the mad Taoist to collect the corpse, which instantly allowed Tushan Items to see an opportunity. The Lingnan family is a numbered reclusive family within the realm of the Kyushu Earth, so I'm sure that the oil and water within their ancestral graves must be very rich. If we can dig up the ancestral graves of the Lingnan family, we'll be rich, Tushan Items said with some yearning. Hearing this, the mad Taoist on the side didn't retort, but instead nodded approvingly. Fellow Moon Demon Taoist is interested in the Lingnan family? It's not bull ********. That's a great hidden clan within the realm of the Kyushu Earth, whose ancestors have produced heavenly gods. If we can dig up their ancestral graves, we're bound to have a huge increase in strength. Tushan Items bristled. If possible, she naturally wanted to take a look inside the ancestral tomb of the Lingnan family, only that she didn't have that opportunity. Since fellow Moon Demon is interested, when the time is right, we'll go and find out. Mad Taoist, do you have a way to find the Lingnan family's ancestral tomb? It is rumored that there are many powerful grave robbers both inside and outside of Kyushu who are hitting on the ancestral tombs of the Lingnan family, but so far it has not even been found where the ancestral graves are. Moreover, the Lingnan family has an extreme true god in attendance. With our strength, not to mention digging up a grave, it's hard to even get close. Tushan Items were not overly ambitious. As a great reclusive clan within the boundaries of the Kyushu Earth, the strength of the Lingnan family was there, and with this meager strength of theirs, they were simply unable to shake it. Even if she had the intention to hit the Lingnan family's ancestral tomb, she was still very clear about how many pounds she had. Without a strong enough strength, even if you go, you will only die. Compared to the worries and scruples of the Tushan Items, the corner of the mad Taoist's mouth lifted into a mysterious smile. It certainly won't work if we forcefully dig a grave. Now there's just a good opportunity. Didn't the old ancestor of the Lingnan family fall? As long as we find his corpse, we can logically enter the ancestral tomb at that time. However, we still have to raise our strength as soon as possible before that. After all, the Lingnan family is not one to be messed with. As soon as he said this, Tushan Item's eyes instantly lit up as well. According to this method, it was indeed possible to blend inside the ancestral tomb of the Lingnan family. Once inside, it would be much easier to dig the grave then. That's right, fellow Moon Demon. You said earlier that you had a big business deal and wanted Poverty Road to cooperate with you. Did you find some good targets? After a few moments of simple chit-chat, the mad Daoist asked about Han Wu Dao and their intentions. Before that, Tushan Items had slightly revealed a hint of information. He only knew that he was going to dig a grave. But where to dig a grave and whose grave to dig was not clear. Once it came to business, Tushan Items also became serious. This time, my master and I came to find you, mainly to invite you to dig and worship the heavenly demon sect's ancestral tomb. I wonder if you dare worship the devil's cult? The mad Taoist was slightly shocked in his heart, but immediately afterward, he revealed a strong interest. Although the heaven-worshipping demon sect isn't as powerful as the Lingnan family, it's at least a major power with a reputation in the realm of the Kyushu earth. Their ancestors, likewise, have produced heavenly gods. Even when the heaven-worshipping demon sect was at its peak, it was dominating the entire 9 states. And even the Lingnan family was inferior. Their ancestral graves. They must have some good stuff. It's just that Poverty Road has just broken through to true God at the moment. And you, fellow moon demon, are only a demigod. So with this amount of strength we have, I'm afraid we're not able to do anything about it. You don't have to worry about this. Everything is with my master. He can hold back those true gods of the heaven-worshipping demon sect. Let's just dig graves. She had seen Han Wudao's strength with her own eyes. Even the heaven-worshipping elder ancestor, Lu Xian Song, was afraid of it, and it was at least able to rival that of a 6th-order true god. With Han Wudao fending off the heaven-worshipping demon sect's powerhouses, all they needed to do was focus on digging the grave. Seeing that Tushan Items was so full of confidence, the mad Daoist eventually agreed to her proposal after a little thought. When are you going to do it? Pick a day. Today. It's the same old rules. Mad Daoist, you survey the situation of the heaven-worshipping demon sect's ancestral tomb. Then I'll open the way. And you, Senior Master, will be responsible for dealing with the heaven-worshipping demon sect's true god. Yeah, no problem. Today is indeed a good day to move the earth. And after the poor Taoist's projection, after midnight tonight is the best hour. When the time comes to do it, it must be on the up and up. Right now there's still a little bit of time before it gets dark. The two of you might as well go inside the black market first. The poor Taoist also needs to make some preparations in advance. After finalizing the general plan of the operation, Han Wudao walked out of the earthly coffin shop with Tushan Items and went to wander inside the black market. As for the crazy Taoist, he proceeded to prepare the various tools and items needed to dig the grave. Half a day passed in a flash. Soon, just until dark, as night fell, Han Wudao and Tushan Items once again arrived at the earthly coffin shop. After meeting, the mad Taoist handed them 2 sets of mysterious black cloaks. This is a cloak of invisibility, capable of concealing one's form and breath. We'd better be careful when we go to dig up and worship the heavenly demon sect's ancestral tomb this time. It's better to wear this cloak of invisibility just in case. In addition, the poor Taoist has already surveyed the general situation of the heaven-worshipping demon sect's ancestral tomb. Please take a look at. As the mad Taoist's voice rang out, he was seen taking out an ancient and mysterious scroll, which slowly unfolded in front of the two Han Wudao. On the top of the scroll, the graphics and directions of the mountains and geography are clearly outlined and depicted, and a grave is labeled. Edict. The mad Daoist pinched his spell and raised his hand to point a finger at a peak of the Eastern Emperor Mountain, and in an instant, thousands of gorgeous lights blossomed up, revealing a clear picture in mid-air. It was clearly the image and appearance of the heaven-worshipping demon sect's ancestral land, the Green Dragon Ridge, the direction of the mountains on the Green Dragon Ridge, and even the flowers, plants, and trees. All of these were clearly seen on this image in front of him. The weekly tomb map. Looking at the miraculous scene in front of him, a flash of surprise and amazement swept across the bottom of Han Wudao's eyes. The name of this scroll that the mad Taoist had taken out was called the Zhou Heavenly Tomb Diagram, which was an exotic treasure of heaven and earth. The location and condition of numerous graves are recorded on it. As the owner's cultivation strength gradually increases, the range displayed by the Zhou Tian tomb map will gradually expand. Right now, the range shown on top of the Zhou Heavenly Burial map only included the boundaries of the 9 states, but even that was amazing enough. Even though Lin Wudao had acquired quite a few good things during this period of time, it was the first time that he had seen a magical treasure like the Zhou Tian Burial map. Tushan Items is right. This mad Taoist is indeed extraordinary and has a great future ahead of him. Han Wudao praised in his heart. He then proceeded to drop his gaze to the image in front of him. Chapter 29, Qingzhou Tomb Raider Family, Demon Sect Trader. The ancestral land of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, located at the Green Dragon Ridge on the Eastern Emperor Mountain, is an excellent windswept treasure. This place hides the wind and gathers the qi. As if a real dragon rises to heaven and goes straight up to the sky. However, there is only 3,000 years of luck. Once 3,000 years have passed, you will surely fall to mortal dust. The current situation of the heaven-worshipping demon sect also conforms to the chi and pattern foreshadowed by the Green Dragon Ridge ancestral ground. According to my poor Taoist's observation, there is only one true god realm Toon Guardian on the Green Dragon Ridge, but there are more than a dozen true gods hidden inside the ancestral ground. The most powerful among them is a 5th order true god. In addition, there are 3 4th order true gods, and 9 3rd order true gods. These should be the hidden underpinnings and strength of the heaven-worshipping demon sect. If we want to dig up the heaven-worshipping demon sect's ancestral tomb, these true god powerhouses definitely can't be avoided. The mad Taoist pointed at the Zhou Tian burial map in front of him and described it in detail. As he pointed out a finger, he saw the image in midair turn abruptly, revealing the internal scene of the demon sect's ancestral ground. The 13 true gods were reflected in Han Wudao's and Tushan Item's eyes. Senior Jiang, can you suppress all of these true gods? Yes. However, the heaven-worshipping demon sect's ancestral ground is connected to the demon sect's own chi, so we must fight quickly. Once we do it, it will definitely startle the entire heaven-worshipping demon sect. At that time, unnecessary troubles may arise, Han Wudao said indifferently. During this period of time, he had also been secretly observing the situation of the heaven-worshipping demon sect and had learned many important messages. As far as he knew, inside the heaven-worshipping demon sect there was a green dragon great bell, a feng shui magic treasure that was connected to the chi of the ancestral land. Once something happened in the ancestral ground, this great blue dragon bell hanging outside would make a sound. So, the action must be fast. For this operation, those true gods of the heaven-worshipping demon sect as well as the disciples of the demon sect, all of them will be left to me to deal with. You only need to focus on digging the grave. Yes, don't worry, Senior Jiang. The poor Taoist has worked with fellow Moon Demon Taoist many times and won't fall off the chain, the mad Taoist confidently assured. Having said that, the three of them discussed some more details about digging the grave, and then they took advantage of the night to ride the spirit boat and leave the Kyushu black market. An hour later, they arrived at the Green Dragon Ridge as expected, and all three of them wore invisibility cloaks, hiding their forms and breaths, so that no one could be seen at all from the outside world. There are actually other grave robbers on this Green Dragon Ridge? What a coincidence! I didn't expect to be here. Meeting a fellow traveler. Just as Han Wudao was surveying the environment and situation of the Green Dragon Ridge, suddenly, the mad Taoist's alarmed voice rang out. Han Wudao and Tushan Items followed the sound, and through the images and sights displayed by the Zhou Tian grave map, they could clearly see that a group of sneaky people were digging a passageway at the southeastern location of the Green Dragon Ridge. The group, totaling 12. None of them were weak. 11 of them had reached the true god realm, and the strongest was a middle-aged man who was a 6th order true god. There was also a richly dressed young man in the crowd, and although he only had the cultivation of an extreme demigod, his body revealed an extraordinary aura. Crazy Taoist, this seems to be someone from the Qingzhou Tomb Raider family, the one at the head. Ishin Tianshan? Tushan Items frowned slightly. As a Tomb Raider, she was still very aware of her peers. The Qingzhou Tomb Raider family, as the name suggests, is a clan that specializes in grave robbing for a living, and like the Lingnan family, it is a great reclusive clan within the boundaries of the Kyushu earth. Its heritage and strength were not weaker than the Lingnan family. Only, compared to the other hidden clans in the 9 states, the Qingzhou Tomb Raider family did not have a very good reputation due to the fact that they were engaged in digging up graves and excavating tombs. It has been reviled by other powers. However, the Qingzhou Tomb Raider family was not liquidated due to its strong power and extremely deep family heritage. Han Wudao had also heard of this community that made a living out of grave robbing, only that he had never had any interactions with them. What he hadn't expected was that he had actually met, within one day, 2 great hidden clans within the boundaries of the Kyushu earth. These people are, indeed, from the Qingzhou Tomb Raider family. The one in the lead is a collateral clan member of the Qingzhou family, the legendary Master Jinjiu on the road. It is said that this person was born with a pair of magic eyes, able to see the tomb chi derived from graves, and with this pair of magic eyes, Zenshinshin's tomb rating is unbeatable, and helped the Qingzhou family, searching for many great tombs. I didn't expect that I would actually meet this legendary big shot here today. The mad Taoist was also very surprised by the appearance of the Qingzhou Tomb Raider family. At the same time, there was a hint of gravity. This means, they have one more strong competitor. No, there are other forces in this group besides the Qingzhou family. This young man, he seems to be Yun Wuyo from the Shangqing sect? Isn't he the son of Yun Tianji, the headmaster of the Shangqing sect? How did he get mixed up with these grave robbers from the Qingzhou family? Does that mean he came over to dig a grave, too? Suddenly, as if he had discovered something, Tushan Items pointed at the young man in the picture and said in astonishment. Han Wudao followed the sound and realized that the person was indeed named Yun Wuyu and was from the Shangqing sect. but compared to the grave robbers of the Qingzhou family and Yun Wuyo of the Shangqing sect, what he was more concerned about was a mysterious person shrouded under a cloak. This person is Yan Jinshan? Under the reflection of the system, the identities and origins of Jin Tianshan and the others were all clearly seen by Han Wudao. The mysterious man in the cloak, naturally, could not escape Han Wudao's eyes. What surprised him was that this person was actually the vice-sect leader of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, the new disciple he had just taken in. Yan Jinshan had actually gotten involved with the Qingzhou Tomb Raider family, as well as the people from the Shangqing sect. It seems that this disciple of mine has a somewhat unclean identity and origin. Great! This gives me another legitimate reason to clean house. Although Yan Jinshan's appearance caused Han Wudao to feel a bit surprised, he felt quite happy in his heart, because, finally, he had found a justifiable reason to kill Yan Jinshan openly and honestly. The only thing that made Han Wudao more regretful was that Yan Jinshan hadn't finished cultivating him yet, and killing him at this time would be a relatively small gain. But, since the time to harvest had appeared, Han Wudao wouldn't continue to wait. He decided to slaughter Yan Jinshan once he returned to the heaven-worshipping demon sect. Neither the Mad Taoist nor the Tushan items were clear about his mind and thoughts, and they didn't perceive Yan Jinshan's identity either. Mad Taoist, give me the teleportation array and I'll go ahead and open the way. When I enter the ancestral land, you guys will come in directly through the teleportation array. Okay, be safe. The Mad Taoist handed over one of the teleportation arrays to the Tushan items, and then found a hidden place to set up the remaining teleportation arrays. Under Han Wudao's watchful eye, the Tushan items took over the teleportation array and then disappeared in a flash. Moments later, when she reappeared, she had already entered the interior of the ancestral tomb. In the meantime, the teleportation array set up by the Mad Taoist in the outside world also glowed with a gleam of light, revealing a spatial passageway. Tushan items still have the talent of piercing mountains and hiding in the ground? This disciple of mine is indeed a good digger of graves. Han Wudao's eyes showed appreciation. The means and potential of Tushan items far exceeded his expectations, and they would surely have an unlimited future in the future. Senior Jiang, the teleportation array has been opened. Let's hurry in as well. Yes, he answered, then followed the Mad Taoist and stepped into the teleportation array. After a brief period of darkness, when they reappeared, they were already inside the ancestral tomb. Chapter 30 Digging Ancestral Graves and Taking the Blame. The ancestral tomb of the heaven-worshipping demon sect was divided into two levels. The upper level was the cultivation place of a group of true god powerhouses, while the lower level was the burial place of many of the demon cult's forefathers. The place Han Wudao's trio came to was the second level of the ancestral tomb. Upon entering the place, they realized that the interior of the ancestral tomb was not as cold and dim as they had imagined, but instead was very open and bright, and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth inside the ancestral tomb was still extremely dense, just like a heavenly paradise. The heaven-worshipping demon sect has endured more than 5,000 years of inheritance, and although it has now fallen, it was glorious in the past, and it still has its heritage. Good fellow, there are actually 128 true gods buried in this chamber, in addition to 3 heavenly gods, worthy of being the behemoth that dominated the 9 states in the first place. The foundation is just strong. With eyes full of wonder, the Mad Taoist marveled. In the second level of the chamber, numerous bronze god coffins were neatly and orderly placed, each one corresponding to a god. A total of 131 coffins. Among them were 128 true gods, as well as 3 heavenly gods including the founding ancestor of the heavenly devil-worshipping sect. Upon seeing these coffins, both the Mad Taoist and the Tushan items all revealed a surprised and uplifted expression. Their eyes, unblinking, stared at the 100 or so bronze divine coffins, their eyes blazing with fervor. Can't wait to immediately pry open these coffins and dig up and worship the ancestors of the heavenly devil sect. Now we're rich. Not to mention the treasures contained inside the coffins. Just the corpses of these 100 or so true gods and heavenly gods are a huge fortune. With them, I will definitely be able to ascend to heaven in one step and cultivate into a true god. Tushan items was filled with exhilaration. With that, she came to a coffin and was ready to open it to see what goodies were inside. But she was stopped by the Mad Taoist. Don't rush it yet. These coffins are connected to the chi of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, and once they are moved, they will definitely startle the people outside. What's more, we're not the only ones who came to dig up the devil sect's ancestral tomb this time. There's also the tomb raiding family from Qingzhou. Now that I've met him, I'm going to let him take the fall. The Mad Taoist revealed a sinister and treacherous smile. Hearing this, Han Wudao and Tushan items instantly understood his intentions. In fact, Han Wudao had exactly the same intention. Counting the time, those people from the Qingzhou tomb raider family will be arriving soon, so when they enter the chamber, I'll directly suppress them. Then you will empty the coffins here, and at that time, the true gods of the demon sect in the upper chamber, as well as the disciples of the demon sect outside, will definitely be alarmed. By the time they get to the second level of the chamber, they'll see people from the Qingzhou Tomb Raider family. This way, we get the benefit of the doubt and they get the blame. Wonderful, Tushan items applauded. This master teacher of hers was worthy of being a vicious devil, acting just as sinister and ruthless. But she likes it. After discussing the general countermeasures, Mad Daoist and Tushan items made preparations to collect the coffin, while Han Wu Dao guarded a dark corner. Unsurprisingly, those from the Qingzhou Tomb Raiding family would open the tomb passage from this corner and enter the ancestral tomb. The truth, and it does, after about half a quarter of an hour or so, accompanied by a subtle sound, only to see the wall in the corner, like window paper, being poked through. Immediately after, under the watchful eyes of Han Wu Dao's trio, Jin Tianshan and the others carefully walked out of the tomb passage. Tisk, 128 true gods, and 3 heavenly gods. The heaven-worshipping demon sect is worthy of being the former overlord of the 9 prefectures, and its heritage is truly incomparably strong. We're going to make a fortune this time. Looking at the many coffins placed in the chamber, Jin Tianshan revealed a wide smile. Not only him, but the group of true gods following behind him, as well as Yun Wuyo and the others, all of them were in high spirits as well. These coffins in front of us are great treasures. Master 9. These coffins seem to have hidden mysteries. They combine to become a feng shui formation, obviously tempered by an expert. The ancestral ground is connected to the demon sect's chi. Once we move these coffins, we're bound to startle the people outside. Someone shot a few glances and warned. Aha! So let's make it quick. All of you split into 2 groups. One of them will guard the passageway of the tomb with me to prevent the people of the demon cult from the outside world from coming in. The other part will go and collect these coffins. It must move fast. The longer we delay, the worse it will be for us. Jin Tianshan commanded in a deep voice. At those words, the people present responded. They then split into 2 groups as fast as they could, with Jin Tianshan leading a portion of the true gods to guard the door of the chamber. The remaining people, on the other hand, went to collect those coffins. Everything seemed perfect. However, what they didn't know was that there was another group of grave robbers secretly hidden inside this chamber. The Great Imprisonment Technique. Just as Jin Tianshan and the others were about to make their move, Han Wu Dao, who was secretly spying, made his move first. A Great Imprisonment Technique was struck, instantly forcing Jin Tianshan and the others to be imprisoned in place. And no matter how much they struggled and resisted, it was to no avail. No good. There are others here. The sudden turn of events caused Jin Tianshan to be startled, but it was already too late to react now. After confining the crowd, Han Wu Dao carried a demonic blade and violently rushed out of the darkness, ruthlessly slashing at the crowd of true gods. As his hand rose and fell, in a burst of mournful screams, the true gods belonging to the Qingzhou Tomb Raider family were hacked to death on the spot. In the meantime, while Han Wu Dao was making his move to subdue these true gods, Mad Daoist and Tushan items weren't idle either, as they took the bronze divine coffins in the chamber and loaded all of them inside their storage bags as fast as they could. You guys go first, I'll pad it out. Seeing that Crazy Daoist and the others had already gotten their hands on them, Han Wu Dao quickly greeted them and continued to cast the Great Imprisonment Technique, imprisoning Jin Tianshan and the others in place. He has to wait for the arrival of the heaven-worshipping demon cult. The heaven-worshipping demon sect indeed didn't let him wait long, and just after the Crazy Daoist and their front feet had left, he only saw a large group of demon sect true gods, rushing into the second level of the tomb chamber in a furious manner, and at first glance, he saw Jin Tianshan and the others. It's over, thousand-killing dog thief. This is to make us take the blame. Jin Tianshan roared harshly in his mind. The duck that was already at the edge of the mouth not only flew away, but even became a scapegoat for others, which made the crowd furious. However, it was too late for regrets at this point. Seeing Jin Tianshan and the others appearing here, the devil cult's group of true gods directly treated them as grave robbers digging up their ancestors' graves. How dare you come to dig up my heaven-worshipping demon sect's ancestral graves? I think you're tired of living. A true god at the head of the group fiercely blasted out a fist and ruthlessly struck Jin Tianshan's body. Although he hadn't killed him immediately, he had nullified his true god cultivation. This is what happened to the remaining few. Watching this scene, the corner of Han Wu Dao's mouth lifted into a satisfied smile, and it was only after he saw old ancestor Lu Sangxuan, the heaven-worshipping ancestor, appear that he quietly and without a word left the ancestral tomb. Old ancestor, the ancestral tomb has been burglarized. These people are grave robbers from the Qingzhou family, and this one is the son of the current headmaster of the Shangqing sect, Yun Tianji. They teamed up and dug up the ancestral grave of my heaven-worshipping demon sect. We came a step too late. The others had already escaped first, leaving only these people. One of the demon cult true gods, trembling, reported. the Shangqing sect and the Qingzhou family, both of which were renowned clans within the realm of the Kyushu earth, had some important members that they naturally knew. So, with just a single glance, the crowd knew the identities and origins of Jin Tianshan and the others. And after hearing the news that the ancestral tomb had been stolen, Lu Xianzong's icy cold eyes swept over the empty chamber, and his face instantly became gloomy. Qingzhou family and Shangqing sect, are they really so bold? Do they really think that I, the heaven-worshipping demon sect, am easy to bully? Men, kill them. With Lu Xianzong's order, someone immediately stepped forward aggressively, ready to draw their swords and kill them all. Wait, your heaven-worshipping demon sect's ancestral grave was not dug by us, we've only just arrived. We haven't had the time to do anything yet. The one who dug up your ancestral graves is actually someone else. Jin Tianshan anxiously yelled. Chapter 31, Forbidden Copper Coffin. Innate Bodhi Seed. Hearing these words, Lu Xianzong raised his hand to stop the true god who was ready to make a move. Tell this seed who dug the grave? If what is said is true, this seed can consider sparing your life, but if there is half a lie, even if you are the Jinjiu master of the Qingzhou family, this seat will still thwart you. An icy voice resounded in the chamber. In fact, I'm not sure exactly what those people are from. I only know that there are 3 of them. They were all wearing cloaks, so it was impossible to see their exact faces. Moreover, they acted very quickly, and we were suppressed before we could react. Jin Tianshan replied with a bitter smile. Regarding the identity and origin of Han Wu Dao's trio, he really didn't know. If he knew that there were people here waiting for him to take the blame, he wouldn't have come in even if he was beaten to death. And after hearing this answer from Jin Tianshan, Lu Xuanzong and the others were obviously very dissatisfied. Saying it was as good as not saying it. Now that the people are gone, hell knows where to find the culprits who dug up the graves. Jin Tianshan stays for now. Kill all the rest. Wait, don't you want to know who brought us here to dig up our ancestors' graves? As long as you don't kill me, I can tell you about the spies hidden in the heaven-worshipping demon sect. Yun Wuyo, who was in the crowd, hurriedly yelled. He didn't have such a powerful backer as Jin Tianshan. And if he fell into the hands of the heaven-worshipping demon sect this time, what awaited him would definitely be a death without a burial place. In order to stay alive, his only bargaining chip was to reveal the spies of the heaven-worshipping demon cult. Sure enough, when his words fell, Lu Xianzong and the others all looked over. You say there are traitors in my heaven-worshipping demon sect? Yes, that man is Vice Sect Master Yen Jinshan. He's the one who brought us here for this grave digging, and gave us the construction plans for the Devil Sect's ancestral land. In addition, Yen Jinshan is also a spy that the Shangqing sect has planted in the heaven-worshipping demon sect, revealing many important messages over the years. Under the threat of death, Yun Wuxia didn't dare to hide, and immediately told all the things he knew, one by one. Actually, the matter of Yen Jinshan being a disciple of the Shangqing sect had always been a top secret. If it wasn't for an accidental slip of the tongue by Yun Tinji, he wouldn't have known about it. Since that time, Yun Wuyo had acted as Yen Jinshan's contact and had crossed paths with each other. And when they heard that the traitor in the heaven-worshipping demon sect was Yen Jinshan, the true gods of the demon sect that were present all revealed unbelievable expressions. Even Lu Xianzong frowned slightly. Old ancestor, Yen Jinshan has just been accepted as a disciple by the Yellow Springs old ancestor. If he really is a spy of the devil cult, I'm afraid that the Yellow Springs old ancestor side won't be able to explain. After all, the Yellow Spring old ancestor is extremely protective. If he moves Yen Jinshan, no harm done. Immediately send someone to arrest Yen Jinshan and prevent him from escaping in advance. As for the Yellow Springs ancestor side, this seat has its own ideas. Also, make a trip to the Imperial Extreme Peak and inform the Yellow Springs ancestor of this matter. As for these people, they will be imprisoned for the time being. No one is allowed to reveal half a word of what happened today to the outside world. Otherwise, all will be killed without amnesty. Lu Xianzong arranged it calmly. Ancestral graves being dug up. This was not only an extremely great loss for the heaven-worshipping demon sect, but also a great shame. At this time, no one dared to say half a word and had to follow Lu Xianzong's decree. The other side. After successfully digging up the heaven-worshipping demon sect's ancestral tomb, Han Wudao's trio also returned to the earthly coffin shop as fast as they could. Next, naturally, came the moment to divide the spoils. Mad Daoist and Tushan items opened those coffins at the first opportunity, only to see that there were indeed many burial items inside. There were all sorts of things such as heavenly materials, secret techniques, divine powers and magic treasures, and so on. Although the grades and qualities were not high, they were superior because of the large number of them. That's a lot of money when you translate it. However, what they were concerned about was not these things, but the body of the god inside the coffin. Crazy Taoist, it's still according to the old rules. The burial goods in the coffin. The 3 of us will share them equally. then you will first transcend these corpses, and then leave them for me to handle, Tushan Items said, breaking the calm. Having said that, she divided all the burial goods into 3 parts, then she sat down and waited patiently. As for the mad Daoist, he followed the process of collecting corpses and began to transcend these already dead gods in front of him. The moment. With the help of the system, Hanwu Dao clearly saw that as the mad Daoist continued to transcend these true gods in front of him, a strand of something similar to merit and chi luck gradually fed back into his body. Immediately after that, the mad Daoist's cultivation and power began to rise. So this is how he practiced. Although it looks a bit peculiar, when it comes to cultivation speed, it can be much faster than relying on one's own hard work. It's kind of an alternative path to witnessing. Han Wudao was secretly amazed in his heart. He had long seen that the mad Daoist was extraordinary, and when he saw him today, he was not disappointed. After spending most of the day, the mad Daoist completely transcended the 128 true gods, as well as the 3 heavenly gods. Eventually, his cultivation had also received a huge boost, directly skyrocketing from the original first-order true god to a fifth-order true god, saving him decades of hard cultivation. And compared to the mad Daoist's overdose of the dead cultivation, the cultivation method of the Tushan Items was likewise very special. After the mad Daoist handed over the corpses that had finished overcoming the dead to her, she saw that Tushan Items directly threw these corpses inside the forbidden copper coffin. Your disciple, Tushan Items, has obtained the heaven-worshipping devil technique, and after the system's 10,000-fold return, you have obtained the fallen heaven devil scripture. Your disciple Tushan Items obtained a lower-grade divine herb, and after the system's 10,000-fold return, you obtained a higher-grade divine herb. Your disciple, Tushan Items, has obtained an acquired Bodhi seed, and after the system returns it 10,000 times over, you have obtained an innate Bodhi seed. A prompting tone, one after another, rang out from Han Wudao's mind. The forbidden copper coffin, the accompanying supreme treasure of the Tushan Items, was a very magical and very heaven-defying treasure. It has access to items from the life of the dead. At the same time, they plundered the merits and chi of the dead person's life, thus strengthening themselves, rapidly increasing their cultivation and strength. Tushan Items had invested 128 true god corpses into the forbidden bronze coffin, thus obtaining a large amount of treasures. Only, the one who gained the most from this process was still Han Wudao. Under the greatness of the system, all of these treasures acquired by Tushan Items had been strengthened 10,000 times, and their grades and qualities had increased tremendously compared to the original. However, Han Wudao also discovered a problem. That is, the forbidden bronze coffin was not 100% capable of opening items from the deceased's life. 128 true god corpses, less than a third of them actually opened something, and, due to the cultivation and level of the deceased during their lifetime, they are usually not exposed to anything good. Instead, it was the founding ancestor of the heaven-worshipping demon sect that brought Han Wudao a surprise, allowing him to obtain an innate Bodhi seed. This innate Bodhi seed, a big deal. Originally, it belonged to an acquired spiritual root, the fruit condensed by the Bodhi treasure tree. However, after being strengthened 10,000 times by the system, it was sublimated from an acquired item to an innate item. Theoretically, as long as it was cultivated properly, in the future, this linden seed would be able to take root and grow into an innate spiritual root. Beyond that, this innate Bodhi seed also possesses very magical abilities. Not only can it get rid of evil and keep the divine platform clear, but it can also help people realize the way. In particular, it had an unparalleled divine effect on deduction and cultivation methods. Its appearance caused Han Wudao's eyes to light up, because, with this innate Bodhi seed, he could begin cultivating the Great Tao Divine Demon Scripture. Chapter 32 Great Tao Divine Devil Body. 6th Order True God. Previously, I was still struggling with exactly what means and channels to deduce the subsequent cultivation method of the Great Tao Divine Demon Scripture. I didn't expect that stepping through the iron shoes and finding no place would be easy. This innate Bodhi seed can completely solve my concerns. This way, there's no need to worry about the subsequent cultivation of the Great Tao Divine Demon Scripture. Han Wudao's eyes burned as he looked at the innate Bodhi seed on his palm. He took a deep breath and began to cultivate intensely according to what was written in the Great Tao Divine Demon Scripture. This time, after obtaining the corpses of more than 100 gods, with the help of the chi and merits of these gods' lives, the cultivation of Tushan Items began to rapidly skyrocket. Imperial Way Demigod, Extreme Demigod, First Order True God, Second Order True God. Under the impetus of majestic chi and merit, Tushan Items broke through one realm after another. 3 days later, when she drew clean the chi and merits of the 128 true gods, as well as the 3 heavenly gods, her cultivation directly ascended to the heavens in a single step, reached the 5th Order True God. At the same time, Han Wudao had also obtained a 10,000-fold return from the Tushan items. Plus Chen Tianho had also broken through to a 5th order true god during this period. In the end, it stabilized at the 6th order true god. With his current cultivation, if he were to combine it with the Devil's Ascension technique, his battle power would reach that of a 9th stage true god. In addition to getting a huge breakthrough in his cultivation, Han Wudao had also forged his physical body into a Great Tao Divine Demon body by practicing the Great Tao Divine Demon scripture. This kind of precious body is incredibly powerful. True God realm Han Wudao's physical body was capable of carrying a heavenly god's attack even without relying on the power of the heavenly demon furnace. Also, after forging the Great Tao Divine Demon body, Han Wudao also obtained a peerless talent called Divine Demon Supreme. After opening this talent, its battle power would be absolutely invincible within the same realm. In other words, according to Han Wudao's strength nowadays, he was in a state of absolute invincibility in the level of a 9th order true god. In this world, there wasn't any 9th order true god that was his opponent. Han Wudao was also very surprised and satisfied with this earth-shattering change in himself. The Great Tao Divine Demon body had given him supreme qualifications and potential. Compared to other cultivators, in the future, he would go farther and achieve more on the path of cultivation. Although the Great Tao Divine Demon scripture is overwhelming, it's also very difficult to cultivate, requiring the consumption of a large amount of resources and the accumulation of endless spiritual energy. The 10,000 times the cultivation returned by both Tushan items and Shen Tianho, combined, only allowed me to barely break through to a 6th order true god. The further back you go, the more resources and power you need. It seems I must take in a few more outstanding disciples before I can do so. Han Wudao secretly sighed in his heart. Drone. It was also at the time when he was gazing at his brows and pondering, when suddenly, the system space's summoning stone trembled violently. Picking it up, he found that it was a transmission from Li Sanhai. Master, something big has happened to the heaven-worshipping demon sect. A few days ago, a group of bold thieves dug up the ancestral tomb of our demon sect, and it was rumored to be the work of the Qingzhou Tomb Raider family. Now the grave robbers have been caught. In addition to having people from the Qingzhou family, there is also the son of the current sect head of the Shangqing sect, Yun Tianji. In addition, there is someone else in the heaven-worshipping demon sect who is colluding with these grave robbers, and it is said to be your newly recruited disciple. Master, Vice Sect Master Yen Jinshan, Old Ancestor Worshipful Heaven has already sent someone over to Imperial Extreme Peak to deliver a message, hoping that you, Master, will return as soon as possible to deal with this matter. After connecting, Li Sanhai's anxious voice immediately came out. Han Wudao had known about these things for a long time. However, he still put on a very surprised look on the surface. Tell Old Ancestor Badian that this seat will be back soon. Having said that, he directly snuffed out the connection and then walked out of the room that the mad Taoist had prepared for him alone. At this moment, within the lobby of the earthly coffin shop, the duo of mad Taoist and Tushan items were chatting and laughing. Master, I've already cultivated into a 5th order true god. As soon as they saw Han Wudao, Tushan items immediately came before them full of joy, their brows filled with excitement and pride. Great! Master has long said that you are born extraordinary, your potential is even more infinite, and your future is bound to be limitless. This time, with the help of those ancestors of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, your cultivation has risen to the heavens in a single step. After digging up the ancestral graves of the upper clearance sect, I believe you should be able to reach a 7th order true god. Han Wudao appreciated. Hearing these words, the joy and smile on Tushan Item's face intensified a few more points. She was very happy to be able to receive Han Wudao's approval. By the way, Master, you just said that you were going to dig up the ancestral tomb of the Shangqing sect? When are we going to do it? With great strength. At this moment, the Tushan Items hadn't placed the Shangqing sect too much in their eyes. Although she was only a 5th order true god, relying on the forbidden soil of the heavens granted by the forbidden bronze coffin, she could fight even if she encountered a 7th order true god. The strongest person in the Shangqing sect was only a 6th order true god, and he was no longer a threat to her. The same. Upon hearing that Han Wudao was preparing to dig the ancestral tomb of the Shangqing sect, the mad Taoist, who was on the side, also immediately cast an expectant look. Their reactions were seen in Han Wudao's eyes. The matter of digging up the ancestral tombs of the Shangqing sect will wait for now. You guys don't rush to do it. Everything will be at the command of this seat. I just got word that something has happened at home and we need to get back immediately. By the way, mad Taoist, this seat observes that your qualifications are extraordinary and your potential is equally limitless. Are you interested in becoming this seat's personal disciple? Ha! Worship you? Upon hearing Han Wudao's inquiry, both mad Taoist and Tushan Items were stunned. They didn't expect Han Wudao to actually move to take on a disciple again. Crazy Taoist, my master is fine. Not only is he powerful, but he also takes very good care of his disciples. Whether it's all kinds of rare heavenly materials and treasures, or divine magical techniques, he has everything. If you worship my master teacher, you will be equivalent to having a solid and powerful backer in the future. Besides, this way we'll be fellow disciples, and we'll be able to dig graves together in the future. Won't that be fun? Tushan Items kept putting in a good word for Han Wudao, although she didn't know why Han Wudao was keen on accepting disciples. If the crazy Taoist could become Han Wudao's disciple, then the relationship between them would be even closer in the future. It will also be easier to work together. Elder Jiang, I'm a person who's used to being idle, and I currently have no intention of worshipping a master. May I be allowed to think about it? The mad Taoist was silent for a moment and said carefully. Although Tushan Items had spoken about the many benefits regarding Han Wudao, this was the first time he had met and come into contact with Han Wudao, so he definitely wouldn't be able to build up a strong trust so quickly. He needed to take a good look at Han Wudao. If it's really reliable and beneficial to you, then it's not impossible to worship. Well then, think about it. Whenever you've thought it over, just talk to the seat at any time. This seat's door will always be open for you. After saying that, Han Wudao turned around and left the Kyushu black market with the Tushan Items. Master, this person, mad Taoist, is still very good. Perhaps it's the first time we've met and he's not familiar enough with you. When we get along for a long time in the future, he will naturally know how good you are. Master, right master, you just said that something happened at home. Could it be that those people from the Qingzhou Tomb Raider family were killed by the heaven-worshipping demon sect? On the way, Tushan Items asked curiously. No, the heaven-worshipping demon sect didn't kill Jin Tianshan and Yun Wuyo, they only wasted their cultivation. This time, it was the Yellow Springs elder ancestor Lu Xuanzong who asked Li Songhai to send a message for Master to hurry back, saying that Yen Jinshan is a traitor to the devil sect. He participated in the digging of the ancestral graves of the Qingzhou Tomb Raider family and was a spy planted by the Shangqing sect. Yen Jinshan is a spy? Tushan Items showed an incredulous expression. She really hadn't expected that Yen Jinshan had only just worshipped under Han Wudao's door when he made such a mess. Master, then what are you going to do with Yen Jinshan? He's a disciple you just took in. Disposed of by the rules. Of course, since you have made a mistake, you have to take the consequences for your behavior. As you should. Han Wudao replied with an expressionless face. This opportunity to kill a disciple delivered to his door, he will not easily let go. Chapter 33, Killing the Disciple. 7 Killings Supreme Order. Just after returning to the Imperial Extreme Peak, Han Wudao saw Li Songhai hurriedly come before him. Master, you're back. Previously, old ancestor heaven worshipping had already sent people over, urging them many times. Now they are waiting in the heavenly demon hall. Let the master go over as soon as you return. Li Songhai respectfully reported. Upon hearing this, Han Wudao didn't say anything and nodded flatly, then led Tushan Items to the Heavenly Demon Hall. Heavenly Demon Hall, the place where the power and status of the heaven-worshipping demon sect is symbolized. When Han Wudao entered the large hall, he only saw that the large hall was filled with figures at the moment, and these people were all the elders and protectors of the heaven-worshipping demon sect. The heaven-worshipping elder ancestor Lu Xuanzong was seated squarely in the first position, with an empty seat beside him, and to the lower left stood the sect master Chen Tianhao respectfully. Nowadays, he had already broken through to a fifth-order true god, and in the center of the heavenly demon hall, there was a cloaked middle-aged man kneeling, and it was clearly the disciple he had taken in earlier. Yen Jinshan, greetings to the Yellow Springs elder ancestor. As Han Wudao entered the great hall, the people present bowed and saluted. Seeing this, Han Wudao ignored it and went straight to the first seat of the heavenly demon hall and sat down. This seat has heard what happened regarding Yen Jinshan's betrayal of the demon sect, his secret collusion with the Shangqing sect and the Qingzhou family, and his digging up my ancestral grave. Is the evidence conclusive? Has it been confirmed as correct? After sitting down, Han Wudao asked expressionlessly. He was joyful and angry, and with just these few words, no one could figure out what was in his heart and mind. The crowd could only look at Lu Xianzong, who was at the top. It's already an established fact that Yen Jinshan colluded with the Shangqing sect. Yun Wuyo of the Shangqing sect has already confessed, and he admitted it himself. As for what to do about it, we want to hear your opinion. Old ancestor Huang Quan, after all, Yen Jinshan is your disciple. Lu Xianzong was silent for a few moments before speaking. Between the words, it appeared to be asking for Han Wudao's opinion, but in reality, it was actually asking for punishment. If something happened to a disciple, how could the master escape his responsibility? Regarding Lu Xianzong's strings, although Han Wudao was clear in his mind, he did not place him in his eyes. According to the rules of the demon sect, how should apostates be dealt with? Reporting back to the old ancestor, the punishment for the crime is death. One of the elders in the crowd below rose and replied. In that case, Let's dispose of it according to the rules. There are no rules. Although Yen Jinshan is a disciple under this seat, since he has violated the bottom line of the demon sect, he will have to bear the consequences for his actions. This seat has always been fair and strict. Even if a personal disciple under the sect makes a mistake, he will be treated equally. An indifferent and merciless voice echoed in the heavenly demon hall. The moment Han Wu Dao said this, the elders and protectors present all revealed a look of surprise, and even Lu Xianxan was a bit surprised. They more or less had some understanding of Han Wu Dao's acting style. Not only was he extremely protective, but he was also ferocious and tyrannical. The so-called rules were simply waste paper in his eyes. There is absolutely no way he will comply. Otherwise, he wouldn't have forcefully exterminated Vice Sect Master Zhou Fengtian, as well as Supreme Elder San Yunzi, in public before. Original. In the crowd's thoughts, Han Wu Dao would definitely flip out and defend Yen Jinshan to the death. He didn't expect that he would actually have to be disposed of according to the rules. This struck the crowd as somewhat unbelievable. I can't believe Han Wu Dao has changed his tune all of a sudden. Or, does he have some other conspiracy? The more Han Wu Dao acted impartial, the more confused Lu Xianxang and the others became, and they didn't even dare to casually pick up the conversation anymore. In the meantime, upon hearing that Han Wu Dao was going to dispose of him impartially, Yen Jinshan, who was kneeling in the center of the great hall, was instantly shocked. Master, save me. Disciple knows it's wrong. Disciple won't dare to do it again. Please, Master, save disciple's life. Pray for the Master's enlightenment. Yen Jinshan cried bitterly and bowed in prayer. Han Wu Dao was his only saving grace. If even Han Wu Dao didn't care about him, then he would truly die without a burial place. However, in the face of Yen Jinshan's bitter pleas, Han Wu Dao was not the least bit moved, his expression as indifferent and calm as ever. If I had known it would come to this, I wouldn't have had to do it in the first place. Everyone must be responsible for their own behavior, even for a teacher, and they cannot break the rules. Strike that. Without waiting for the crowd to react, Han Wu Dao's large hand violently probed out and directly grabbed Yen Jinshan into his hands, then crushed him into pieces in front of everyone. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Seeing this ferocious and tyrannical scene, the crowd sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Han Wu Dao with more and more awe. Worthy of being a cold-blooded and merciless great devil, it really lives up to its name. In that case, it seems that becoming old Demon Han's disciple is not a wonderful thing. Was he all pretending before? Being a disciple of old Devil Han, the death coefficient is extremely high. A few of his own disciples had already died earlier, and Yen Jinshan had only just been initiated for a few days before he died without a burial site. Whose turn is it next? The gazes of the crowd constantly swept back and forth over the three of them. Tushan items, Chen Tianho, and Fu Qingyi. The eyes revealed sympathy and compassion. Actually, after seeing Yen Jinshan being pinched to death by Han Wu Dao, Chen Tianho and the others were indeed fiercely startled, and a deep sense of trepidation rose in their hearts coincidentally. Today, Han Wu Dao was able to kill Yen Jinshan without mercy, so he might be able to kill them in the future as well. The reactions of Chen Tianho and the others were clearly seen by Han Wu Dao, but he didn't pay any attention to them. He didn't need to invest much emotion in these trashy leaks. The traitors have been cleared. I'm sure you're all very satisfied with the result, so if there's nothing else, this seat will leave first. As the words fell, Han Wu Dao disappeared in a flash, leaving only the faceless crowd. After returning to the Imperial Extreme Peak, Han Wu Dao dismissed Li Tsunghai and Tushan items and stayed alone in the Imperial Extreme Hall. The moment, his attention was focused on an ancient token in the system space. The token was about the size of a palm and was slightly heavy in his hand. The word 7 killings was outlined on the front, and the whole thing gave off an aura of pale age and contained a strong murderous aura. This thing, obtained from Yen Jinshan after exterminating him, was named the 7 Slaughter Supreme Order. According to the message revealed by the system, this token was the identity symbol of the 7 Slaughter Tower's master, possessing the supreme authority of the 7 Slaughter Tower. As long as you activate the token, you will be able to enter the 7 Slayers building and become the master of the building that holds the thousands of killers in the world. 7 Kill Floor. I think I've heard of this name before. Isn't this a killer organization that has been extinct since the ancient times? Does it mean that it still exists in the world? Han Wu Dao's eyes showed surprise and amazement. Regarding the 7 Slayers building, in the memories left behind by the Yellow Springs Old Devil, there were some brief legends. He only knew that it was an extremely mysterious and ancient assassin organization, but as for where it was and what members it had, he didn't know anything about it at all. The point is, the 7 Slaughterhouse had disappeared back in the ancient times, and there had been no relevant messages or rumors, so much so that many people thought that the 7 Slaughterhouse had long ceased to exist. However, what Han Wu Dao hadn't expected was that today, he had opened the 7 Slaughterhouse's supreme token from Yen Jinshan's hands. According to the system, the 7 Slaughter Supreme Order symbolizes the supreme authority and power of the 7 Slaughter Tower. With this token, you can order thousands of killers. After thousands of years, I didn't realize that the 7 Slaughterhouse is still active on Earth. I just don't know what the situation is now. If I master the 7 Slaughterhouse, then I will have one more secret undercard in the future. The bottom of Han Wudao's eyes erupted with the slightest hint of essence. He tried to infuse his spiritual energy into the 7 Slayers Supreme Order, and as time passed, the originally silent token began to blossom with a burst of gorgeous light. Immediately afterward, a mysterious and grandiose force descended from the sky and carried his body away from the spot. When he opened his eyes again, Han Wudao realized that he had arrived in an ancient attic. What meets your eyes are the 3 big words 7 Killings Building. Chapter 34, Succession to the 7 Slaying Floormaster. The 7 Killings Building, located in a mysterious space, is surrounded by a cold and dark void, and is filled with an eerie and bizarre atmosphere. A chilling glimpse. At this moment, Han Wudao, standing alone in front of the 7 Killings Building, did not show his true face, but changed his figure and appearance, as well as his own temperament through the great disguise technique. Beyond that, Han Wudao also shrouded himself in a wide cloak and wore a ghostly mask that looked like a cry or a smile on his face. Coupled with the shielding of the Devil's Way system, no one in this world could see through his true colors. Standing in front of the 7 Slayers Building, Han Wudao slightly surveyed it for a moment before taking a step inside. Although the 7 Killings Building appeared, on the outside, to be just a small, ancient 3-story building, when entering it, Han Wudao realized that there was a different world. Inside, not only was there a vast space, but the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was frighteningly dense, more than 100 times more powerful than the outside world. It's a true cave of bliss. After entering the interior of the 7 Killings Building, the first thing that caught Han Wudao's eyes was an ancient green stone square. In the center of the plaza, there was a huge black desk with a chair in front of and behind it. As for the desk, a mysterious jade book was placed on it, with several large gilt characters engraved on its surface. The Book of Beings. Han Wudao's eyes swept over and learned many messages about this mysterious jade book through the system. The Book of All Living Things is the 7 Slaughterhouse's greatest treasure. It encompasses the multitude of beings on this earth, and through the Book of Beings, one can view information about all living things. This includes identity, origin, cultivation, potential, destiny and so on. Know your enemy and know yourself, so you can win 100 battles. In the distant years ago, the 7 Slayers House was using the Book of Beings to provide killers with accurate information on killing. Only, ever since the vacancy of the 7 Slaughter Tower's master, no one in the 7 Slaughter Tower had been able to use the Book of Beings, and this was one of the reasons for the 7 Slaughter Tower's decline. This book is quite amazing. After a few slight glances, Han Wudao came to the desk and curiously picked up the Book of Beings. Bold, who dares to come to my 7 Slaughterhouse to act recklessly? Just as he opened the Book of Beings, wanting to check how he was recorded on it, a low, angry roar suddenly rang out violently. Immediately after, a hale and hearty old man in red with a cold face appeared out of nowhere. His cultivation had already reached the realm of the Imperial Tao True God, Deacon of the 7 Slayers, Lai Jioyin. When the red-clothed old man appeared, Han Wudao instantly knew his identity and origin. As the only existing deacon of the 7 Slayers Building, Lai Junin's main responsibility was to manage the group of slayers in the 7 Slayers Building, as well as to run the 7 Slayers Building's various slayer businesses. He had become the deacon of the 7 Slayers for over 800 years. What kind of person are you? How dare you trespass on my 7 killings? You can even open the Book of Beings? Han Wudao was scrutinizing Lai Jiojin, and the other party was likewise silently sizing him up. Original. Seeing strangers coming to the 7 Killings Building and even messing with the items on the desk, Lai Junin was about to angrily reprimand them. However, when his gaze landed on the 7 Slaughter Supreme Order hanging from Han Wudao's waist, as well as the open Book of Beings, his entire body froze in place. The pale eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Whether it was the 7 Slaying Supreme Order or the open Book of Beings, both proved the identity of the person in front of him. Contemporary deacon of the 7 Slaughter Building, Lai Junin. Pay respects to the building master. After returning to his senses, Lai Junin knelt and bowed to Han Wudao in an incredibly respectful manner. An old face, covered with surprise and excitement. The position of the 7 Slaughterhouse's owner had been vacant for millions of years since the ancient times. All along, it had been the successive generations of deacons who had managed the 7 Slaughterhouse. Many people even believed that the owner would not appear again. However, what Lai Jiunian hadn't expected was that in his generation, he would actually have the honor of seeing the return of the 7 Slaughterhouse master. No matter who it was, as long as they held the 7 Slayers Supreme Order, they were the supreme master of the 7 Slayers Building. possessing the highest power and status. At the same time, the master of the Seven Slayers building also holds the life, death and fate of all those who belong to it. Even though Lai Junin was extremely shocked by the sudden appearance of the Seven Slaughter Building's master, he didn't dare to trespass or disobey any of the Seven Slaughter Building's rules. So, after ascertaining Han Wu Dao's identity, he immediately bowed respectfully and profusely. Get up. Seeing that Lai Jiayunian was so sensible, Han Wu Dao also nodded his head in satisfaction before sitting straight down on the chair at the back of the desk. This seat is new to this world, so you should first tell us the general situation of the Seven Slaughterhouse. He gently turned over the Book of Beings in his hand, checking the various messages recorded on it while listening to Lai Junin's reply. Reporting back to the building master, the Seven Killings building now has a total of 34 members including my subordinates. 33 of them are bronze assassins. All of these people's cultivation levels are above true gods, with the lowest strength being a 3rd order true god, the strongest strength being a 10th order true god. The scope of business covered by the Seven Killings building today is mainly the boundaries of the Kyushu landmass. Lai Jiayunian gushingly introduced the situation of the Seven Slaughterhouse nowadays. He spoke carefully, and Han Wu Dao listened attentively. Through Lai Jiayunian's narration, it caused Han Wu Dao to have a general understanding of the current situation of the Seven Slaughterhouse. The Seven Slayers building, it has indeed fallen. He sighed slightly. At its peak, the Seven Killings house had millions of assassins, and its scope of business covered the entire Yuan realm, from great emperors down to ordinary mortals. All of them were within the scope of execution. Its heinous and ferocious reputation resounded through the Yuan realm. But to this day, the Seven Slaughterhouse has long since lost its original splendor and glory, with only 34 members remaining. Moreover, the quality of the killers is uneven, and both their strength and reputation have been reduced to an all-time low. If this continued, sooner or later, the Seven Slaughterhouse would be completely submerged in the river of history. In the meantime, after understanding the general situation of the Seven Slaughterhouse, Han Wu Dao also viewed the messages of the people around him from the top of the Book of Beings. What was written down on it was similar to what the Devil's Way system had fed back, which made him more and more curious about the origins of this Book of Beings. Lai Jiayunian, can you contact all the assassin personnel of the Seven Killings building now? It's okay. Well, immediately issue the Seven Slayers order in the name of this seat and summon all the Slayers to return. This seat wants to see them. Since this seat is in charge of the Seven Slaughterhouse, I can't let it fall any further. And one day, this seat will lead you all and recreate the splendor and glory of the Seven Slaughterhouse, even beyond the pinnacle. Han Wu Dao nonchalantly drew a big pie, and hearing the order, Lai Jiayunian didn't dare to hesitate or disobey, and immediately took out a token and issued a message to all the assassin personnel. To issue a message. Although the Seven Slayers building was now defeated, the basic qualities of being an assassin were still in place. The work was done very efficiently. In just less than half a day's time, all 33 bronze metal killers currently owned by the Seven Slaughterhouse were summoned back to the Seven Slaughterhouse's headquarters. Chapter 35, Silver Killer Knight Wusheng. Accepting a disciple again. The assassins of the Seven Kill House have a very strict hierarchy. At the bottom was the Bronze Assassin, then the Silver Assassin, the Gold Assassin, the Divine Assassin, and the highest, the Supreme Assassin. And the destiny of these killers was also closely bound to the Seven Slayers building. One glory for all, one loss for all. The Seven Slayers building had given the Slayer a special destiny. Whenever the Slayer carried out a mission, after killing the target, he would be able to obtain a certain multiplier of cultivation feedback. The lowest bronze killer is double, and the highest supreme killer returns 100 times the target's cultivation. This, on the contrary, was somewhat similar in function to the Devil's Way system that Han Wu Dao possessed. Only, Han Wu Dao was relying on the disciples under his door to get feedback on their cultivation and items. The assassins of the Seven Slaughterhouse, on the other hand, were obtaining feedback on the other party's cultivation by killing their mission targets. The 33 assassins owned by the Seven Killings building nowadays had never been able to get their identities promoted due to the previous lack of a building owner. All of them are the lowest bronze killers. Greetings, Master. Under Lai Jiayunian's brief introduction and guidance, the 33 cloaked and masked assassins neatly saluted and bowed down to Han Wu Dao. Han Wu Dao's eyes swept over and realized that these killers were indeed in the same situation as what Lai Jiayunian had said. All of them were at the true god realm. The lowest was a 3rd order true god. The highest was a 10th order true god. And there were only 3 people who had reached that level. These 3 people, standing at the very front of the crowd, each exuded a cold and stern aura, but did not show the slightest bit of killing aura. As a qualified assassin, one must first be able to curb and hide one's killing heart and aura. Because, once this aura is revealed, it will be detected by the target person, which will lead to mission failure. These 33 bronze assassins in front of them, although their strength varied. In Han Wudao's opinion, as far as assassins' quality was concerned, they were all qualified. Among them, the one that caught Han Wudao's attention the most was a young man at the left front of the crowd. His name was Li Wusheng, and he was currently one of only 3 10th-order true gods in the 7 slaughterhouse. Compared to the others, Li Wusheng's qualifications and roots were exceptional, especially his potential, which impressed Han Wudao even more. This son actually has the qualifications of a saint? A flash of radiant essence swept across the bottom of Han Wudao's eyes. Since opening the Devil Dao system, he had seen a large number of cultivators, and aside from the Tushan items and the Mad Daoist, Li Wusheng was the being with the most powerful potential he had ever seen. And Li Wusheng's aura around his body was deep and introverted, and if he wasn't viewed with the naked eye, outsiders could barely feel his presence. This is a talent that must be taken under the wing. Han Wudao secretly made up his mind. Building Master. This is one of our 7 Killings building's most outstanding assassins at the moment. His code name is Yan Luo. He has performed a total of 386 missions since he joined the 7 Killings building, and he has not missed a beat so far. Both in terms of potential and business skills, it's the strongest. According to the promotion rules of the 7 Slaughterhouse, Yan Luo can be promoted to become a Silver Slayer. Seeing that Han Wudao Li Wusheng was interested, Li Jiayunian on the side immediately introduced him in a respectful voice. Words. Han Wudao nodded in satisfaction. 386 missions without a single miss. Li Wusheng's business ability was indeed very powerful. Effective immediately, this seat takes over the 7 Killings building. All rules and business processes will remain the same for now. If there are changes, they will be communicated at irregular intervals in the future. In view of Yan Luo's strong business skills, he is authorized to be promoted to a Silver Assassin, enjoying 10 times the proceeds of his target. As he spoke, Han Wudao picked up the 7 Slaughter Supreme Order that symbolized the identity and authority of the building owner and struck a ray of ethereal light into Li Wusheng's divine soul. At the same time, Lai Junin next to him also took out a silver-white assassin token and handed it to Li Wusheng. Thank you, Master. Looking at the replaced silver-colored token, although Li Wusheng still maintained a bland and calm demeanor, a hint of exhilaration and excitement was still revealed between his words. After all, after becoming a Silver Assassin, this meant that he would gain 10 times as much in the future, which would allow him to gain a faster rate of cultivation, as well as more power. Same time, seeing that Li Wusheng had become the only silver killer in the 7 Killing House, the remaining bronze killer present all cast envious eyes. They want to be Silver Slayers too, but they don't have that qualification at the moment. You don't have to be envious. The rules of the 7 Slaughterhouse are laid out there. As long as those who meet the conditions, all of them will receive the promotions and rewards they deserve. In addition, this seat intends to select 3 outstanding individuals among you to serve as personal disciples under the seat. Yan Luo, Phantom Wolf, and Scholar, are you 3 willing to worship the seat as your masters? Han Wudao directed his gaze at the 3 people at the very front. Ha, a teacher? The sudden words caused the 3 of them, Li Wusheng, to freeze in place. None of them had thought that the owner of the building would actually accept them as his disciples. Disciple Yan Luo, greetings to Master. Disciple Spectral Wolf, greetings to Master. Disciple Scholar, greetings to Master. Despite the suddenness of the incident, the 3 of them did not hesitate in the face of this heaven-breaking opportunity and riches, and immediately bowed respectfully. Actually, among the 3 of them, the only one that Han Wudao valued the most was Li Wusheng, the Phantom Wolf and the Scholar. Although their qualifications were also very good, had limited potential. At most, they could only cultivate to extreme true gods. Therefore, Han Wudao was ready to find a suitable opportunity to harvest them and grow his own strength. As for Li Wusheng, he can still be cultivated for a while. All rise, although you have become disciples under the seat, it doesn't mean that you can just be reckless and do whatever you want. In the House of 7 Killings, all are treated equally. No matter who has violated the rules of the 7 Slaughterhouse, they must be duly punished. Therefore, the 3 of you need to be even more dedicated and diligent in the future, and strive to advance to a higher level as soon as possible. Having said that, Han Wudao raised his hand and struck out a few divine lights, imprinting the Devil's Way Ascension technique and the Great Diversion technique onto them. The reason why he had bestowed these 2 secret arts on the 3 Li Wusheng people was that he had made the decision only after careful consideration. As an assassin, the ultimate goal is to kill the target and fulfill the mission entrusted by the client. So strength definitely comes first. Only when one's own strength was strong could one better accomplish the mission and quickly raise one's cultivation. If one was unfortunate enough to encounter an unforeseen situation during the course of the mission, one could also escape through the Great Transfer technique at that time. Anyway, Han Wudao was able to control their destinies at any time, and even after imparting these powerful spells, he was not afraid of their betrayal. "Thank you, Master, for giving me the law." Feeling the magical dharma imprinted on their divine souls, all three of Li Wuxing's eyes revealed a look of surprise. With their eyesight and insight, they were definitely unable to touch these heaven-defying dharmas, and with the help of the Devil's Ascension technique and the Great Transfer technique, they were even more secure when they went out to do their missions. Efficiency and safety have been greatly improved. The next thing this seat needs you to do is knock. Just as Han Wudao was about to arrange a task for Li Wuxing and the others, suddenly, a loud bell sounded violently. That means, a guest is coming. Chapter 36, 1 million divine stones to help you kill the Yellow Springs Old Devil. Nowadays, what are the main ways and channels through which we solicit customers at Seven Slaughterhouse? In other words, how did the living beings in the realm of the Kyushu Earth contact the Seven Slaughterhouse? Seeing the arrival of a customer, Han Wudao had curiously asked. Words. On the side, Lai Jiuyin rushed forward, reporting back to the building master. Due to the defeat of the Seven Killings building and the fact that there are many competitors and enemies in the shadows, we have taken a more subtle approach to receiving our clients' assignments. Most of them are concentrated inside the Kyushu black market. For example, the 100 Flowers Pavilion, the Green Cloud Building, the 10,000 Treasures Store, the Pine Crane Store, and so on, are all channels that have been passed down by our Seven Slayers Building's forefathers. Through these, the Seven Slayers Building can be contacted, then the customer's identity and information will be verified, and then a specialized person will lead them to the Seven Slayers Building. So tedious? Han Wudao frowned. It's too much of a hassle to solicit customers like this. We need to re-establish the prestige and credibility of Seven Slaughterhouse. Lai Jiuyin. Find some time to go to the black market in Kyushu. Set up a special stronghold for the Seven Slaughterhouse, and send people to vigorously publicize it. In the shortest possible time, let everyone in the world know about the existence of the Seven Slaughterhouse. If we continue to be as fearful as before, when will we be able to recreate the splendor and glory of the Seven Slaughterhouse? Don't be afraid that something will happen. When things go wrong, naturally this seat will cover for you, he commanded in a deep voice. Hearing the order, Lai Jiuyin respectfully answered and then stepped aside. The moment, accompanied by the sound of the Seven Slaughter Bell, under the gaze of the crowd, a hale and hearty green-clothed old man with the cultivation level of a third-order true god appeared in the square. Grand Elder of the Shanqing sect, Sun Bushue? Seeing the visitor, a faint trace of surprise swept across the bottom of Han Wudao's eyes. He didn't expect that the people from the Shanqing sect would actually come to the Seven Killings building to look for killers to do their work. Who is the visitor? State your name. Silently scrutinizing Sun Bushue for a few moments, Lai Jiuyin asked with an indifferent face. I, Grand Elder of the Shanqing sect, Sun Buren, have come to the Seven Slayers building this time, wanting to commission help to kill a person. Kill who? The Yellow Springs ancestor of the heaven-worshipping demon sect. Han Wudao. Getting a hitman to kill me? Upon hearing who Sun Bushue was going to put to death, Han Wudao couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Originally, he thought that it was Sun Bushue himself who had some kind of enemy and needed the help of the Seven Slaughterhouse. He didn't realize that he had actually come on behalf of the Shanqing sect, and the object to be put to death was actually himself. That would be interesting. For a while, Han Wudao's expression became playful. Yellow Springs' old ancestor Han Wudao, originally the old ancestor of the Yellow Springs demon sect, broke the mortal shackles above the true dragon ceremony at the top of the Sea of Clouds some time ago, thus advancing to become a third-order true god in one fell swoop. He was then invited by the heaven-worshipping demon sect to become the first vice-sect leader. After entering the heaven-worshipping demon sect, Han Wudao forcefully and domineeringly killed vice-sect master Zhou Fengtian, as well as supreme elder Cong Yunzi, thus becoming an old ancestor of the heaven-worshipping demon sect in one fell swoop. Although he hasn't cultivated into a true god for a long time, his cultivation has grown greatly during this time, and his strength is even more extraordinary. The price for executing him is not low. A calm and indifferent voice slowly came out from Han Wudao's mouth. I, the Shanqing sect, would like to offer 100,000 divine stones to kill the Yellow Spring Old Devil Han Wudao. I wonder if that's enough? Sun Unrepentant asked in a deep voice. During this period of time, news about the glorious deeds of the Yellow Springs Old Devil had spread throughout the whole of the Kyushu Earth realm, and the formidable strength he had displayed had caused the living beings of the Kyushu to tremble. In this regard, the Shanqing sect did not dare to underestimate it. This time, when he came to the Seven Slaughterhouse, Sun Bushue had also brought enough sincerity. The high price of 100,000 divine stones was enough to kill a 10th order true god, but looking at Han Wudao's tone, it seemed that he wasn't too satisfied with the price. Actually, Han Wudao didn't care about the price, but rather he didn't want to invite unnecessary trouble for himself at this time. After all, he was still relatively low and needed some buffer time. Therefore, this deal of the Shangqing sect, he is temporarily impossible to receive. 100,000 divine stones and you want to kill the Yellow Springs old devil? This price isn't even worth the risk for our 7 slaughterhouse. If the Shangqing sect can offer 1 million divine stones, we'll help you kill the Yellow Spring old devil. He raised the price tenfold straight away. Millions of sacred stones? Hearing this outrageous price, Sun Bushue was also startled. 1 million divine stones. In any other place, not to mention a true god, even a powerhouse of the heavenly god realm could be killed. No matter how powerful the old devil of the Yellow Springs is, can he be compared to a heavenly god? This price is too high. The Shangqing sect, can bid up to 200,000 divine stones. Sun Unrepentant shook his head. The 7 slaughterhouse was clearly asking for a lion's share of the money, and although they very much wanted to kill the Yellow Springs old devil, they didn't want to be the wrongdoer. The information and prices given by our 7 Slayers building are guaranteed to be true and reliable, and we all base our pricing on the identity and strength of our targets. This is something that you should know very well to be true. If you want our 7 slaughterhouse to execute the Yellow Spring old devil, you need at least 1 million divine stones, not even one less. You can go back and discuss it with the clan, and come back to us if you can accept this price. As the words fell, Han Wudao waved his big hand and directly drove Sun Bushue out of the 7 slaughterhouse. Floor Master, is that Yellow Spring old devil really that powerful? It requires a high price of 1 million divine stones? This can even kill a first-order heavenly deity. After Sun Bushue left, Lai Junin asked with curiosity. He also knew something about the message of the Yellow Springs old devil in his subconscious mind. The Yellow Springs old devil shouldn't have such a price to pay. However, Han Wudao, directly opened the bidding for 1 million divine stones, which made him a little confused as to what exactly was so terrifying about the Yellow Spring old devil. Could it be that he was hiding some unknown undercard? In response to this question, Han Wudao did not say much, but only handed the book of all living things in his hand to Lai Jiayunyan's face. Fix your eyes. It clearly displayed a message about the Yellow Springs old devil. Only, what shocked and amazed Lai Junin was that the contents displayed above the book of all living things were all just basic messages. Name, Han Wudao. Identity, ancestor of the heaven-worshipping demon cult. Training, unknown. Strength, unknown. Feats, unknown. Skills, unknown. A series of unknowns were reflected in Lai Jiayunyan's eyes. Regarding the Yellow Springs old devil Han Wudao, apart from his identity and name, all other information was unknown. This situation made Lai Jiayun feel incredible. Even the Book of Beings couldn't show the details of the Yellow Springs old devil. So it's clear that this person isn't a simple person. 1 million divine stones is already the lowest price. If you guys take this order today and go to kill the Yellow Springs old devil, I'm afraid that if you have a life to go, you won't have a life to come back. In the future, there are tasks and lists regarding the Yellow Springs old devil Han Wudao that must be handled with caution. As much as possible, don't answer it, because it's a hot potato. With your strength you can't kill the Yellow Springs old devil. Of course, if a price that satisfies this seat can be given, this seat does not mind doing it personally. Han Wudao gave the crowd a precautionary shot. He didn't want the presence of these people to spoil his good work. And seeing that their own building master was so cautious, Li Wuxing and the others also had a touch of wariness and scorn rising in their hearts. If not for special circumstances, they tried their best not to mess with the Yellow Springs old devil as much as possible. By the way, this seat has a task for you. Next, you guys go and kill heaven-worshipping demon sect master Chen Tianhou, as well as vice sect master Fu Qingyi. Chapter 37, Planning to kill a disciple. Attacking the Shangqing sect. Since there's free labor, it's natural to take advantage of it. Chen Tianhou and Fu Qingyi had limited potential, and the highest they could cultivate in this life was only to the 5th rank of true god, and there was no longer any value in continuing to cultivate them. His own immediate status wasn't too convenient to strike, and he couldn't find a suitable reason for it for a while, so Han Wudao could only use the knife to kill someone. The assassin of the 7 murder house was the knife in his hand, the most appropriate for killing disciples. And things like this didn't just happen this once, and there will only be more in the years to come. As long as it was inconvenient for him to take action himself, he could let the 7 slaughterhouse go ahead and kill the disciples under his own door. Floor Master, Chen Tianhou and Fu Qingyi of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, they can both be disciples of the Yellow Springs old devil. If we make a move against them, wouldn't it be the same as directly declaring war on the Yellow Springs old devil, allowing the Shangqing sect and the others to pick up the advantage for nothing? Lai Junin voiced his concerns. Nothing. You can first use the 2 people, Chen Tianhou and Fu Qingyi, to test the bottom of the Yellow Springs old devil. You will leave no trace if you act with some care. Marquis Chen Tian's current cultivation is a 5th order true god, and Fu Qingyi is currently a 4th order true god. and neither of them have any powerful cards. With your strength, you can kill them without much effort. As for messing with the Yellow Springs Old Devil, this you don't have to worry about. When the time comes, this seat will personally take action. Han Wudao flatly commanded. Upon hearing this, the three of them, Li Wusheng, nodded respectfully. If they were just killing Chen Tianhou and Fu Qingyi, it wouldn't be any difficulty for them. As for why Han Wudao wanted to kill Chen Tianhou and Fu Qingyi, they didn't dare to ask, nor did they want to know the reason. As assassins, they just need to kill their targets and fulfill their mission. Everything else is none of their business. Well, all go about your business. No matter what methods you use, you must kill Chen Tianhou and Fu Qingyi within 3 days. Having said that, Han Wudao ignored the crowd's reaction and directly disappeared into the 7 Killings building with a flash. Thud. As he re-entered the heaven-worshipping demon sect's Imperial Extremity Peak, a knock on the door suddenly came from outside the main hall. Master, old ancestor heaven worshipper is here, saying he has something important to discuss with you. Li Songhai's voice came in. What is Lu Xiansong doing here? Despite some confusion in his heart, Han Wudao opened the door to the hall and had Li Songhai welcome Lu Xiansong to the Imperial Extreme Hall. Greetings, Master. Greetings, old ancestor. Apart from Lu Xiansong, those who came to the Imperial Extreme Peak this time were Chen Tianhou and Fu Qingyi, as well as the 3 heaven-worshipping demon sect's supreme elders. What's the matter with elder worshipful heavenly ancestor? Could it be that you're not quite satisfied with the results of this seat's previous disposal of Yin Jinshan? Is this coming to ask for an explanation from this seat? No. Old ancestor Huang Quan has misunderstood. This time, old immortal has come over, not for the matter of Yin Jinshan, but for the matter of the Tomb Raider clan of Qingzhou, as well as the matter of the Shangqing sect. The Qingzhou family and the Shangqing sect intended to dig up the ancestral graves of my heaven-worshipping demon sect, and although they didn't succeed in the end, we can't just let this matter go. I think that this is a perfect opportunity to turn on the Shangqing sect. Right now we are strong enough to completely overthrow the Shangqing sect and bring it under my demon sect's rule. What does old man Huang Quan think? After sitting down, Lu Xiansong was the first to open his mouth and explain the purpose of his visit. Hear that? Han Wudao's eyes also lit up. What fellow Taoist said is very true. This seat thinks it's feasible. The Shangqing sect has repeatedly opposed my heaven-worshipping demon sect and has spoiled my demon sect's major events. So now that we have an opportunity, we naturally can't let it go. Currently, the son of the headmaster of the Shangqing sect is in our hands. We can completely use this reason to attack the Shangqing sect. We can split up and then do unto others as they do unto us. Since the Shangqing sect dares to come and dig up my heaven-worshipping demon sect's ancestral grave, then why can't we dig up theirs? Old ancestor Badian, you lead the disciples and sect members of the demon sect and go ahead to attack the Shangqing sect head-on. This seat will lead the people to dig up their ancestral graves. You and I will definitely be able to make the Shangqing sect go up in smoke with a back-and-forth attack. He said what was on his mind. Original. He was prepared to dig up the ancestral graves of the Shangqing sect, and now that Lu Xuansong had brought it up, he naturally had to seize this opportunity. Although Lu Xiansong felt a bit surprised and taken aback by this arrangement of Han Wudao, after some thought, he eventually agreed. Even if they were unsuccessful in attacking the Shangqing sect, then digging up their ancestral graves would be a good way to discuss them. Yes, then let's do it according to what fellow Taoist said. Pick a day and we'll send our troops to attack the Shangqing sect tomorrow. By the way, it is said that the Upper Clearance sect has recently been planning a marriage with the North Sea family in the Desolate State. We must rush to destroy the Upper Clearance sect before they finalize the marriage. Otherwise, once we let the marriage between the Shangqing sect and the Beihai family succeed, the threat to our heaven-worshipping demon sect will become greater and greater. At this point, Lu Xiansong seemed to have thought of something and said with a serious tone, "The North Sea family?" This name, Han Wudao had some impression. This seemed to be a great clan located in the Desolate State. Although the depth and strength was not as great as the Lingnan family and the Qingzhou family, such great hidden clans, however, compared to the Shangqing sect, it was much more powerful. It had been more than 5,000 years since it had been dominating the wasteland region. Within his family, there are many great talents, and in recent centuries, there has been a trend of splendor, with the successive emergence of several true gods of the capital of the supreme geniuses. On the contrary, the Shangqing sect and the heaven-worshipping demon sect, these explicit sects, were quite inferior in comparison. If it continued, it would only be a matter of time before the North Sea family surpassed them in the future. Since it is a threat, it should naturally be eradicated as early as possible. Then, early tomorrow morning, attack the Shangqing sect. By the way, that Chen Tianshan of the Qingzhou Tomb Raider family, what does fellow Taoist plan to do with him? I think this man might be put to good use. Isn't he here to dig up our heaven-worshipping demon sect's ancestral tomb? Then let Chen Tianshan serve as bait to attract those grave robbers from the Qingzhou family to come over and die. When the time comes, wipe them out. With a sinister and evil smile, Han Wudao said to Lu Xiansong and the others. Hiss. Hearing this plan of his, the people present took a deep breath. Old ancestor. That Qingzhou lineage is a party of hidden great clans, and there are extreme Dao true gods sitting in its lineage. With our strength, we can't even fight against it. Once you really kill these people from Jintianshan, you will definitely incur strikes and retaliation from the Qingzhou family. At that time, my heaven-worshipping demon sect will definitely suffer extinction. I think it's better that we think long and hard about this matter. A supreme elder gathered his courage and said, although Han Wudao's arrival had made the heaven-worshipping demon sect a lot stronger, it was just barely able to deal with the Shangqing sect. It was still a bit presumptuous to want to fight against a great hidden family like the Qingzhou family. At least, it's not the time to do it. Fellow Daoist, I also think that we should hold back for a while and destroy the Shangqing sect first. It's not too late to consider dealing with the Qingzhou family when you have enough strength. Lu Xiansong also disapproved of spooking snakes at this time. Okay, then we'll wait a little longer. That Chen Tianshan must be watched closely. Never let him escape. Don't worry, old ancestor. We will definitely keep our mouths shut on this matter and never leak any information. The crowd came out with assurances. After that, they discussed some more details about attacking the Shangqing sect, and then Lu Xuanzong left with the crowd. Looking at their departing backs, the corner of Han Wudao's mouth lifted up a cold smile. Since you won't cooperate, I'll have to do it myself. Li Songhai, go call Tushan items in here. Chapter 38 Great Heaven Mending Technique. Great Heaven Ascending Technique. Greetings, Master. I don't know what Master has summoned my disciple for. After entering the Imperial Extremity Hall, Tushan items first bowed respectfully, then asked with confusion. Just now, old ancestor Lu Xuanzong, the heaven-worshipping ancestor, came over with a group of senior members of the demon sect to discuss the matter of attacking the Shangqing sect with this seat. After our deliberations, we have decided to send our troops to attack the Shangqing sect first thing in the morning to solve this heartbreaking problem. At that time, Lu Xuanzong will lead the three supreme elders, as well as sect master Chen Tianhou in a frontal attack on the Shangqing sect to attract their attention. According to the plan, this seat will lead people to dig up the ancestral tomb of the Shangqing sect, and this seat intends to give this task to you and the Mad Daoist. With your strength nowadays, even if you were to confront the Shangqing sect head-on, it wouldn't be a big problem, digging up their ancestral graves. I don't think it would be much of a difficulty, Han Wudao said expressionlessly. Upon hearing these words, Tushan items were instantly energized. After digging the ancestral tomb of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, both she and the Mad Daoist had gained a huge increase in strength, and were just about to look for an opportunity to do something big, but they didn't expect to have a new target so soon. She was very excited about things like digging up graves. Don't worry, Master, disciple guarantees to complete the task, Tushan items assured with confidence. With her cultivation and strength nowadays, Han Wudao was naturally relieved, but in order to avoid unforeseen circumstances, he still had to add an additional layer of insurance for the Tushan items. Although your strength has risen greatly now, and basically no accidents will occur, however, it's always good to be careful in everything. To be on the safe side, my master will give you another secret method of the Swift Devil Dao, which will be able to save your life at critical moments. Speaking, Han Wudao taught the Devil's Way Ascension Grand Technique, as well as the Devil's Way Heaven Mending Grand Technique, to the Tushan items. Ding! Your disciple, Tushan items, has obtained the Devil's Way Heaven Mending Technique, and after the system's 10,000-fold return, you have obtained the Great Heaven Mending Technique. By performing this technique, one can repair all items within the scope of the Heavenly Dao, and mend all roots, qualifications, and injuries within the scope of the Heavenly Dao. The system's beep sounded in Han Wudao's head. After a 10,000-fold return, the original Devil's Way Heaven Mending Technique was upgraded to become the Great Heaven Mending Technique, and it also makes up for the shortcomings of the Magic Path. In the future, when one performs the Great Mending Heaven Technique, one will not have to deplete one's lifespan anymore. The same, he had previously bestowed the Devil Dao Ascension Technique to Li Wuxing and the others, and had also received a 10,000-fold return from the system, upgrading it into the Great Ascension Technique. The Great Ascension Technique, likewise, did not require the depletion of one's lifespan, and was even more miraculous and heaven-defying than the original Devil's Way Ascension Technique. After casting it, one could temporarily raise one's cultivation level by 5 minor realms. Right now, Han Wudao's cultivation was that of a 6th-order true god, and under the impetus of the Great Ascension Technique, his battle prowess could be temporarily elevated to the realm of a humanitarian true god. This Dharma door granted him an incomparably powerful backbone. Because of this, he dared to hit the Qingzhou Tomb Raider family. These two spells originated from the forbidden arts of the Devil's Way in the ancient times, and although they have the ability to turn decay into magic and even change one's life against the heavens, every time they are performed, they will lose a great deal of one's own lifespan. Therefore, until the last resort, remember not to cast it at will. The master will impart the bestowal of the law to you, but also just to allow you to save your life at the critical moment. Also, this law is not allowed to be spread. Han Wudao barked in a deep voice. He still attached great importance to this money tree of Tushan items, and did not want her to have any unforeseen circumstances that would lead to an untimely death. And for Han Wudao's deep concern, Tushan items was very touched in his heart. Thank you, master. She fell to her knees, and with surprise and gratitude in her eyes, she worshipped profusely. Although Han Wudao was indeed a bit ferocious and tyrannical some of the time, and even cold-blooded and heartless, he was extremely kind to her as a disciple. Since worshipping her master, Han Wudao had not only given her divine pills and all kinds of divine weapons and magic treasures, but also many magical and powerful secret art spells. That look, fearful that she might suffer some harm. These acts of caring were all seen by Tushan items, and the gratitude in his heart for Han Wudao grew stronger. At least for the time being, it seemed that worshipping this devil, Han Wudao, as a teacher was a very good thing. Well, get up. Among master's group of disciples, you have the highest qualifications and potential, and you are also the most obedient. Therefore it is natural for master to treat you differently from others. Although it's true that master's evaluation in the outside world is a bit low, and the living beings in the entire Kyushu Earth realm all say that master is a ferocious and ruthless great devil, but for you disciples, master has never treated you any less favorably. As long as you are good and obedient, master will always be your most solid backer, and will always stand behind you and support you. Of course, if one deceives their master, the master will never be soft. The previous Ling Ruoxue, as well as Luo Xianshan, are all like this. Although Han Wudao's tone was flat, it was filled with a warning in Tushan Item's ears. This reminded her of what had happened to Luo Xianshan and Yan Jinshan previously. The heart is moved with more than a little heartfelt awe at the same time. Master, I'll contact the Mad Taoist now. Ready to make a move? Aha! There isn't much time left, so just watch out for yourself. At that time, let the heaven-worshipping demon sect make the first move, and then you guys can take advantage of the opportunity to dig up the ancestral tomb of the Shangqing sect. This time, master will not accompany you. Master has more important things to do. This piece of fat meat, the Qingzhou Tomb Raider family, must find a way to eat it. That's right, you have a wide range of paths. Later on release the wind to spread the word about Jin Tianshan digging up the ancestral tomb of the worshipful heavenly demon sect, as well as the matter of being trapped in it. It's best to let the people of the Qingzhou Tomb Raider family know. At that time, my master will set up a trap in the heaven-worshipping demon sect, and wipe out the grave robbers who came to rescue them. Words. Tushan Item's hearts were slightly shaken as they looked at Han Wudao with unbelievable eyes. Master, the Qingzhou family is a great reclusive family, and it's said that there are extreme true gods in attendance. Wouldn't it be a bit risky to do this? You don't have to worry about that. Master has his own ideas. Yes. Seeing that Han Wudao's words were filled with confidence, Tushan Items didn't say anything else, and after bowing, he turned around and exited the Imperial Extremity Hall. After she left, Han Wudao stared and contemplated for a few moments, then disappeared in a flash. When it reappeared, it had already arrived at the Seven Slayers building. Lai Jioyin, what is the owner's order? With Han Wudao's call, Lai Junin appeared like a ghost. This seat has just received exact news that the heaven-worshipping demon sect will send troops to attack the Shangqing sect early tomorrow morning. Leading the group is the old ancestor of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, Lu Xuanzong, in addition to sect leader Chen Tianho, while vice sect leader Fu Qingyi stays behind in the demon sect. You immediately inform Yan Luo and the others of this news, so that they can be ready to strike. In addition, this seat also took on a business deal from the heaven-worshipping demon sect. After the Qingzhou Tomb Raider family dug up the demon sect's ancestral graves, the heaven-worshipping demon cult was prepared to take ruthless revenge on the Qingzhou family, so they used Jin Tianshan as bait and prepared to set up a trap in the ancestral tomb to trap and kill the Qingzhou family's grave robbers. Since the Qingzhou family is a great reclusive clan with extreme Dao true gods sitting in their group, this seat intends to have you make a trip to the heaven-worshipping demon sect to help them resolve this matter. For safety's sake, this seat grants you a secret spell. Having said that, Han Wudao repeated the same technique and taught the Devil's Ascension technique to Li Jiayunian. Many thanks to the building master for cultivating me. Feeling the Devil Dao Ascension Dharma imprinted in his divine soul, a radiant essence burst out from the bottom of Lai Junin's eyes. With this kind of devilish forbidden art, he could even contend with a heavenly god. The only drawback was that, to perform such a spell, One needed to depreciate one's lifespan. Okay, just get ready and get moving right away. After you go to the heaven-worshipping demon sect, first ambush the perimeter of the Green Dragon Ridge and wait for this seat's orders to act. After arranging the specific affairs, Han Wudao didn't stay in the Seven Slayers building for much longer and turned back to the Imperial Extreme Peak. Everything is ready. Early the next morning, under Lu Xiansong's leadership, the heaven-worshipping demon sect's army killed the Shangqing sect in great numbers. Chapter 39, The Big Fish Comes. Killing Apprentice Fu Qingyi. Master, just now Crazy Taoist sent me a message saying that Jinding Tian, the old ancestor of the Qingzhou Toon Raider family, has rushed to the heaven-worshipping demon sect with 3 Emperor Dao true gods, accurately pouring in all efforts to rescue Jin Tianshan and others. On the Imperial Extreme Peak, Tushan items hurriedly came before and reported, True God of the Extreme Dao, Jinding Tian? Upon hearing this news, a flash of exquisite light swept across the bottom of Han Wudao's eyes, and his spirit was slightly uplifted. Originally, he thought that the Qingzhou Toon Raider family would, at most, send out a strong person at the level of a true god of humanity to come and rescue Jin Tianshan and the others. Unexpectedly, he had still underestimated the power of the Qingzhou family and the importance of Jin Tianshan to the Qingzhou family. Is the news true? Aha! According to the Mad Taoist, this is the exact information he obtained from the Heavenly Chance Pavilion. And the Heavenly Chance Pavilion's master is so divine that he knows the Heavenly Chance fortune. The Mad Taoist is a close friend of his, so I don't think there will be any problems, Tushan items replied. At those words, Han Wudao nodded thoughtfully. It wasn't in vain that he had worked hard to lay out his plans, and this time he had finally caught a big fish. Right now, Lai Junin was already in position, and he was only waiting for the people from the Qingzhou family to arrive, so he could immediately catch them all in one fell swoop. Then, all of them are refined into magic pills, an extreme Dao True God, as well as 3 Emperor Dao True Gods. This was a considerable amount of wealth. The magic pills that would be refined at that time would definitely be able to greatly enhance the strength of the disciples of the 7 Slaughterhouse. Think about it. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Han Wudao's mouth. Lu Xiansong has already led the devil cult's army away, so you should also hurry to join the Mad Taoist. When Master finishes dealing with the matters of the Qingzhou Toon Raider family, he will go to the Shangqing sect to look for you. Yes, Master. Tushan items answered and then rode the spirit boat to leave the Imperial Extreme Peak. After she left, Han Wudao then came to the place where Jin Tianshan and the others were imprisoned. Greetings, old ancestor. The guarding demon sect disciples, when they saw Han Wudao's arrival, bowed respectfully. Jin Tianshan is in there, is he? Yes, old ancestor. Open the door. This seat has something to question Jin Tianshan about. You all don't need to continue guarding this place. All of you go about your business. Han Wudao waved his hand and said, Old ancestor Badian commanded before he left that we must guard this place without moving an inch. Get out. Seeing that these disciples didn't know how to behave, Han Wudao didn't treat them politely and directly raised his hand to send them all flying. See this. The other devil cult disciples who were tangled up in the situation were scared out of their wits, and immediately left the place in a panic. When everyone had left, Han Wudao swaggered into the main hall, only to see Jin Tianshan huddled in the middle of a corner, bruised and battered. At this moment, he no longer had the majesty and poise that he had before his master Jin Jojo, and after seeing Han Wudao, a touch of panic and fear showed in his eyes. Through his words just now, he had already guessed Han Wudao's identity as the Yellow Springs Old Devil, who was notoriously fierce in the realm of the Kyushu Earth. What are you going to do? With every step Han Wudao took closer, the fear in Jin Tianshan's heart became stronger. Don't worry, this seat doesn't eat people. This seat has come over to find you this time, mainly to rescue you from your suffering. This seat has received definite news that the old ancestor of your Qingzhou family, Jinding Tian, has come over to rescue you with 3 Emperor Dao True Gods. Next, I'll take you to meet with them, Han Wudao said with a smirk. Upon hearing that his old ancestor, Jinding Tian, had brought people to rescue him, Jin Tianshan was first delighted, but immediately afterward, as if he had realized something, he suddenly changed his face. You want me to be bait? He looked at Han Wudao with unbelieving eyes. He was more aware of the Qingzhou family's heritage and strength than anyone else. The old ancestor, Jinding Tian, was an extreme true god, and was among the top tier of powerhouses throughout the entire Kyushu Earth realm. If Jinding Tian had really brought someone over to save him, what made Han Wudao so calm? And who is it that dares to use him as bait? With the depth and strength of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, it was impossible to fight against the Qingzhou family. Something that clearly seemed impossible. Han Wudao had done so. If this wasn't madness, then he had a strong self-confidence and backbone. However, no matter how much Jin Tianshan thought about it, he couldn't figure out where Han Wudao's bottom line came from. Han Wudao didn't pay any attention to his shock and confusion. After saying that, he lifted up Shen Tianshan's body with one hand and disappeared in a flash. And when he reappeared, he had already arrived in the ancestral tomb on the Green Dragon Ridge. In the meantime, Fu Qingyi, who stayed behind to sit in on the demon sect, also received the message from his disciples and hurriedly came to Qinglong Ridge. Master, didn't you say that you wouldn't make a move against the Qingzhou family for the time being? How? Fu Qingyi asked with a terrified tone. When Han Wudao brought Shen Tianshan to the ancestral tomb, he understood Han Wudao's intentions, clearly wanting to set up a trap to kill the people of the Qingzhou family. He had clearly promised well before, but he didn't expect that Han Wudao would flip and change his mind in the blink of an eye. This caused Fu Qingyi to be both shocked and feel boundless trepidation. Once the strong men of the Qingzhou family killed them, this tiny bit of their strength could not withstand the other party's wrath. Are you teaching this seat to do something? Han Wudao looked up at him, although the tone appeared to be very calm, but in Fu Qingyi's ears, it was no less than a shocking thunder. Disciple wouldn't dare. He hastened to his knees in defense. If you don't dare, get out and do your job. Han Wudao waved his big sleeve, and a powerful divine force surged out like a flood, directly blasting Fu Qingyi away. Ugh, what a way to go. Elder Ancestor Baidian just left in front of him, and old Devil Han is acting arbitrarily. If the Qingzhou family really comes to the door, everyone will have to die without a burial place. This devil, too eagle-eyed. Green Dragon Ridge. Fu Qingyi clenched his fists, his face very ugly. Sect leader. The old ancestor must have his reasons for doing this. Perhaps his old man has long had a countermeasure against the Qingzhou family. Otherwise, it wouldn't have acted so riskily. You shouldn't worry too much. Sect leader. The disciple beside him, relieved. I hope so. Fu Qingyi let out a long sigh and returned to the heavenly demon hall with a heart full of worries and uneasiness. He then dismissed all of his disciples and took a step to the throne that symbolized the sect leader's position. Looking at the sect leader's position that was close at hand, Fu Qingyi's eyes revealed a strong yearning and desire, and his eyes became infatuated. I don't know when I'll be able to sit in this head of the church. He stroked the throne and muttered to himself. Having said that, Fu Qingyi took a deep breath, and was ready to sit on the throne and experience what it was like to have the power of a sect leader. However, just as he turned around, a black shadow abruptly flashed across the empty heavenly demon hall. Immediately after that, a harsh and cold long sword steeply chopped out from midair, and with a swift momentum, the sword severed Fu Qingyi's head. Want to be a godfather? In your next life. Accompanied by an icy whisper, only a mysterious person wearing a cloak appeared in the heavenly demon hall. He coldly glanced at Fu Qingyi's corpse, then took the head and quickly left the heaven-worshipping demon sect. Fu Qingyi had just died, and Han Wudao, who was far away in the ancestral tomb of Qinglong Ridge, received a beep from the system. Ding! Your disciple Fu Qingyi died and you gain 10,000 times his cultivation in life. You have gained the invincibility spell, Undefeatable Divine Fist. Chapter 40, Extreme Dao Divine Armament. Green Heavenly Furnace. Fu Qingyi is dead? When he heard the system's beep, Han Wudao in the ancestral tomb steeply opened his eyes, his complexion looking extremely calm. He was not surprised or taken aback by Fu Qingyi's death. Everything was expected. The few assassins he had dispatched were all 10th order true gods, and in order to ensure that they were able to complete their mission, they were also bestowed with the Devil's Ascension technique. Not to mention killing a 4th order true god like Fu Qingyi, even a humanity true god, or even an Emperor's Way true god, would be a breeze. If Li Wuxing and the others couldn't even kill someone like Fu Qingyi, then there would be no need for them to continue to exist. Thinking about it, Han Wudao began to check out the harvest from killing the disciples this time. The 10,000 times of cultivation that Fu Qingyi had returned during his lifetime had managed to allow him to break the shackles and break through to a 7th rank true god. With this result, he was still more than satisfied. Previously, he was not far from a 7th rank true god, and this time, with the help of the 10,000 times cultivation returned by Fu Qingyi, he was able to break the shackles in a single blow. With my current cultivation of a 7th stage true god, my strength can reach that of an Imperial Dao true god if I combine it with the Great Ascension technique, and invincible in this realm. If I add the Invincible Divine Fist, an invincible method, even if I encounter an extreme true god, I'll be able to compete with them. A radiant essence burst out from the bottom of Han Wudao's eyes. The Undefeatable Divine Fist, an invincible spell that had been upgraded after a 10,000-fold return from the system, possessed an overwhelmingly powerful attack. According to the system, casting the Undefeatable Divine Fist could inflict 10,000 times the amount of terrifying damage on the enemy. Original. Han Wudao was already an unrivaled existence in the same realm because of the powerful talent of Divine Demon Supreme. Now with the addition of the Invincible Divine Fist, an invincible method, its battle power was enough to rival that of an extreme Dao true god. In accordance with my heritage and strength nowadays, even if I don't rely on Li Join's help, I'll still be able to stand up to the Qingzhou family's Xindingtian. As long as he dares to come, he must be left to die without a burial place. The words fell. He found a dark corner in the chamber and consolidated his realm while patiently waiting for the arrival of the Qingzhou family's strongest members. Phew! After about half an hour or so, Han Wudao, who was resting his eyes with his eyes closed, abruptly opened his eyes, and his deep, sharp eyes looked beyond the chamber. At this moment, there was a subtle movement coming from outside, and it revealed a hidden divine might. The big fish are finally here. Seeing that the people from the Qingzhou family had arrived, Han Wudao immediately put on the cloak of invisibility that the mad Taoist had gifted him earlier and hid himself in the void. Also, just as the preparations were being made, accompanied by a slight sound of steps, only 4 sneaky figures were seen entering inside the chamber. At the head of the group was a black-clothed middle-aged man with graying temples and a slightly aged appearance, whose cultivation had already reached the extreme true god. It was clearly the old ancestor of the Qingzhou family, Xinding Tian. Behind him, there were also 3 imperial Dao true gods following him, and the situation was exactly the same as what Tushan items had informed him of earlier. The mad Taoist is still very well informed, actually knowing everything about even a great reclusive clan like the Qingzhou family. Such a talent. It's really a bit of a pity if you don't take him as a disciple, Han Wudao secretly praised in his heart. While he was sizing up Xinding Tian and the others, the other party was also observing the immediate environment of the tomb. When the crowd saw the empty chamber, they all frowned. Old ancestor, something doesn't seem right here, someone said in disbelief. I don't feel right either. Isn't this the ancestral tomb of the heaven-worshipping demon sect? Why isn't there even a single coffin? And where is Jin Tianshan? Where is he now? The crowd's frowns grew tighter and tighter. This situation in front of them was beyond their mental expectations. Before they came, they all thought that Jin Tianshan was trapped inside the heaven-worshipping demon sect's ancestral tomb and couldn't get out. After all, the heaven-worshipping demon sect had once produced a heavenly god, and such an important place as its ancestral tomb must be heavily guarded and incredibly dangerous. It was relatively normal for Jin Tianshan to be accidentally trapped inside. However, the scene in front of them was completely different from what they had imagined. Not only was there no coffin in the ancestral tomb, they didn't even see Jin Tianshan's silhouette. He made the crowd realize something was wrong. We can't stay here for long. Retreat. As grave robbers who often dug up graves and excavated tombs, the people of the Qingzhou family had an extremely keen sense of potential danger. After sensing that something was wrong with the heaven-worshipping demon sect's ancestral tomb, Xinding Tian didn't have too much hesitation or indecision, and was about to lead the crowd to leave right away. Now, he suspected that this place might be a trap, and if he didn't leave as soon as possible, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to when the time came. Xinding Tian's crisis awareness was strong and his reaction was very timely, but it was still a step too late to leave at this moment. Boom! Just as they turned around, Han Wudao, who was hidden in the darkness, violently threw an undefeatable divine fist and fiercely blasted over. Extreme true god? Feeling the powerful divine might that emanated from the undefeatable divine fist, Xinding Tian's complexion changed slightly, and without any unnecessary nonsense, he struck out with a backhanded palm, forcibly suppressing Han Wudao's attack. It's a trap. Qin Qingyun, you 3 leave first, I'll pad the rear. Xinding Tian let out a low roar in a condensed voice and flipped his hand to offer up an ancient, green-colored cauldron, suppressing it towards Han Wudao. The moment he activated the green-colored cauldron, a vast divine might suddenly surged out like a flood, directly piercing through the entire Green Dragon Ridge. Even the entire region of the Eastern Emperor Mountain shook slightly due to the overwhelming divine might that erupted from the green-colored cauldron. Extreme divine armament, green heavenly furnace. Han Wudao's eyes stared slightly. The so-called Extreme Dao Divine Soldiers were powerful magical treasures forged by Extreme Dao powerhouses using Extreme Dao materials as a foundation, and then using their own innate essence, blood and divine power. This kind of magic treasure possessed a might and power far beyond that of an extreme divine weapon, and was even able to a certain extent, utilize the power of heaven and earth for its own use. This is why it is called a Yakuza weapon. Right now, this green heavenly furnace that Xinding Tian had sacrificed was an extreme true god Dharma treasure that had been passed down by the Qingzhou family. In the level of a true god, both the great quality and the might and power had already reached the extreme. An extreme Dao true god with an extreme Dao weapon in hand was far from being able to match the battle power of other extreme Dao true gods. For Xinding Tian to actually carry with him an extreme Dao weapon like the green heavenly furnace, Han Wudao was also very surprised. Bang! The extreme Dao divine might was terrifying to the extreme. When Xinding Tian activated the green heavenly furnace, not only did it flatten the Green Dragon Ridge, but even its divine might shook the entire Eastern Emperor Mountain. At the same time, Han Wudao also suffered the impact of the extreme divine might and his entire body was blown away. If it were anyone else, they would have long since gone up in smoke in the face of this heaven-destroying power of the extreme Dao weapon. But Han Wudao didn't end up like this. Even though he was blown away by the extreme Dao divine might, due to the powerful physical body forged by the great Dao divine demon body, he was able to harden himself against even the attacks of heavenly deities, and the extreme Dao divine might of the regional true God realm wasn't able to wear him down. Not to mention, in addition to the great Dao divine demon body, he also had the heavenly demon furnace protecting his body, and he was fearless even in the face of an extreme Dao imperial armament. Ha! You're actually not dead? When Han Wudao rode the divine light and rushed out from amongst the ruins of the Green Dragon Ridge, Jinding Tian, who was about to call it quits and leave, suddenly widened his eyes. The eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. In that strike just now, although he hadn't poured out all his strength and had only stimulated about 30% of the power of the Green Heavenly Furnace, it was a genuine extreme Dao divine might. Under this kind of power, no extreme true God would be able to withstand it, let alone fight it hard. However, not only did Han Wudao not die after enduring the extreme divine might of the Green Heavenly Furnace, he even appeared to be unharmed. This result made Jinding Tian feel extremely incredulous. It even subverted his perception a bit. Not only Jinding Tian, even Lai Jiayunian, who was watching from the shadows, revealed a shocked expression at this moment. Chapter 41, Breaking the Divine Soldier, Killing the Extreme True God, Yellow Spring's Old Devil, terrifying as hell. It's just as the floor master said, although the Yellow Spring Old Devil didn't cultivate into a true god for long, this display of strength is indeed ridiculously powerful, carrying the powerful divine might of the extreme Dao weapon hard. If it were anyone else, they would have been beaten to dust long ago, but Old Devil Huangquan was unharmed. Just how powerful is his fleshly body? Lai Junin couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Before, when he heard Han Wudao's narration, he was still a little less than convinced. However, after seeing it with his own eyes at this time, it left him greatly shaken. The strength of the Yellow Spring's Old Devil's physical body was far beyond the scope of his understanding and cognition. And such a thing as hard carrying the extreme Dao divine might was something that he had not even heard of before this, not to mention having seen it. Today, however, was an eye-opener for him. At the same time, after seeing Han Wudao's terrifying physical body that had been displayed, as well as his powerful strength, the shock and scorn in Lai Junin's heart grew much stronger. Han Wudao didn't pay any attention to his and Jinding Tian's reactions, and after rushing out from the ruins of the Green Dragon Ridge, he immediately launched a counterattack. Although he didn't have an extreme Dao weapon like Jinding Tian, he did have the innate spiritual treasure Upper Cthulhu Demon Furnace, as well as the ancient and mysterious Flood Dao Tablet. These two things, casually taking out one of them, were not comparable to an extreme true God Dharma treasure like the Green Heavenly Furnace. Boom! Han Wudao's palm spread out violently, and an ancient and mysterious stone tablet that emanated an ancient and flooded aura was instantly revealed. As he flung his large hand, the Flood Dao steel immediately transformed into a stream of light, wrapped in the overwhelming power of suppressing the heavens and suppressing the earth, and suppressed the past in a raging manner. That revealed the grandeur of the ancient and pale atmosphere. Jinding Tian just looked at it, and his divine soul trembled madly. Inside rises even more in infinite humility and insignificance. In an instant, it was as if even the extreme divine might released by the Green Heavenly Furnace had been forcibly worn away by the stone monument. Hiss! What kind of magic treasure is this? Jinding Tian was shocked. At this moment, he felt a panic and fear that he had never felt before, and even more clearly smelled the scent of death. Seeing the raging suppression of the Flood Dao tablet, he had no choice but to harden his heart and catalyze the Green Heavenly Furnace, frantically welcoming it. This time, Jinding Tian didn't have any reservations and directly activated the Green Heavenly Furnace to the extreme, displaying all of its extreme Dao divine might to the fullest, expecting to be able to resist Han Wudao's attack. However, while wishes are good, reality is cruel, accompanied by a loud sound that shook the heavens and moved the earth. When the 10% of the extreme Dao divine might of the Green Heavenly Furnace came into contact with the Flood Dao tablet, it was directly suppressed by the magnificent flood aura, and then instantly wore out. Not only that, in Jinding Tian's shocked and horrified gaze, the Green Heavenly Furnace, which was an extreme Dao weapon, was still shattered by the Flood Dao steel. Just a light touch. The Green Sky Furnace is like tofu, broken all over the place. How is this possible? The Green Heavenly Furnace is an extreme weapon, but it was shattered by a stone monument? What the hell is this? Jinding Tian was scared out of his wits. After coming back to his senses, he immediately pinched his secret technique and prepared to escape from this place as fast as he could. The Green Heavenly Furnace, as his most powerful card, had been forcefully shattered by the Flood Dao tablet at this moment, and he could only die if he continued to stay here. For the sake of his own life, Jin Dingtian could no longer care about anything else. To him, escaping was the most important thing. Only, he wanted to escape this place peacefully, but Han Wudao wouldn't allow it. Han Wudao, who had anticipated that Jin Dingtian would escape, raised his hand and landed a great imprisonment technique on him the moment he shattered the green heavenly furnace. It confined him rigidly in place. Seeing that his body was imprisoned by an inexplicable power, Jin Dingtian could no longer maintain his previous calmness and serenity, and his majestic face was covered with panic and fear. Taoist friend, spare my life. Jin Dingtian was just about to beg for mercy, but what greeted him was Han Wudao's terrifying fist. An undefeatable divine fist landed. His neck was blown to pieces, and his head flew far away. Its corpse, too, was collected into the system space by Han Wudao. The Flood Dao Tablet. Much better than the heavenly demon furnace, the supreme divine object used to suppress heaven and earth during the Flood era. It really lives up to its name. Right now, my strength is so low that I can't even inspire the might and power of the Flood Dao Tablet. And just with that emanating flood aura, I've worn down the extreme Dao divine might. To even smash the green heavenly furnace with ease, it is indeed terrifying as hell. However, it's also a pity that an extreme weapon. Han Wudao secretly lamented in his heart. This was the first time he had used the Flood Dao Tablet, and the power it displayed far exceeded his expectations and imagination. With his current cultivation at the True God realm, he was simply unable to inspire and control the Flood Dao Tablet, and he couldn't imagine what earth-shattering greatness the Flood Dao Tablet in its heyday would be. In the meantime, breaking an extreme Dao weapon also made Han Wudao feel quite sorry for it. If this was collected and gifted to the disciples under his door, it would surely be another powerful heavenly God Dharma treasure after being returned 10,000 times over. It was only a pity that it was shattered by the greatness of the Flood Road Monument. At this, Han Wudao didn't dwell on it too much even though he felt some pity. After powerfully subduing Jin Dingtian, he was just about to head off in pursuit of those 3 imperial Dao true gods from the Qingzhou family. But before he could move, he saw Lai Jiujin carrying 3 corpses and arriving in front of him. Your Excellency doesn't need to bother. I've already killed the people from the Qingzhou family. For you. Although I didn't help too much this time, I did complete the task entrusted to me by the heaven-worshipping demon sect. Farewell. After giving Han Wudao a deep look, Lai Jiujin threw down the 3 cold corpses and disappeared in a flash. Looking at his departing back, Han Wudao was dumbfounded. All of it, he directed himself. Although it was true that Lai Jiujin didn't put in much effort in this process, overall, the result was still good. This time, I'm afraid I'm going to be famous again. The loss of an extreme Dao True God, as well as 3 Emperor Dao True Gods from the Qingzhou family will definitely cause them to suffer a great deal of vitality. Even if I want to take revenge, I don't have that ability for the time being. Even the other forces within the boundaries of the Kyushu Earth will not dare to mess with me in the future. Next, I will be able to train the disciples under my door in peace. Having said that, he first collected the fragments of the green heavenly furnace, and then he prepared to execute the great transfer technique to leave the heaven-worshipping demon sect. This side had already closed the net, so it was naturally the turn of the Shangqing sect next. This time, Lu Xian-san led the demonic disciples to attack the Shangqing sect head-on. Tushan items and crazy Taoist were behind the scenes, taking the opportunity to dig up their ancestors' graves. With such a back-and-forth attack, it would not be difficult to take down the Shangqing sect with their great strength. According to Han Wudao's expectations, things wouldn't be too unexpected, but he, who was uneasy, was still prepared to go and take a look himself. Only, just as he turned to leave, he heard an anxious and busy voice that came from the distant space. Old ancestor is not good. Fu Qingyi sect master he, a disciple of the devil cult, came before him with a sobbing voice. Fu Qingyi, what happened to him? Although he knew it in his heart, Han Wudao pretended to look concerned and hurriedly asked. After all, Fu Qingyi was a disciple under him, reporting back to the old ancestor. Sect master Fu He was killed. What? Fu Qingyi is dead? Damn it! It must be the Qingzhou Tomb Raider families group that did this, daring to kill this seat's disciples. They have great guts. After the seat finishes cleaning up the Shangqing sect, I will definitely make them go up in smoke. Han Wudao grimaced and roared. After saying that, he first pretended to return to the heavenly demon hall and took a look at Fu Qingyi's corpse. Then after giving a few more brief instructions, he left the heaven-worshipping demon sect. Since Fu Qingyi is dead, then Chen Tianhou is not far from death. It should not be far away. Chapter 42, In Laws of the North. Kill your son first. The Great Hall of Shangqing, the place of the symbol of power and status of the Shangqing sect, revered and desired by thousands of disciples. At this time, within the magnificent and solemn hall, only to see there are many figures sitting on both sides, talking and laughing with each other. The atmosphere looks very harmonious. These people included, among others, the old ancestor of the Shangqing sect, Sang Qingmei, sect master Yun Tianji, and his daughter, Yun Qingyue. Sitting on the opposite end of the table were Zhao Qingshan, the clan elder from the Beihai family, and Zhao Zichen, the Grand Duke. Long ago, there were rumors in the realm of the Kyushu Earth that the Shangqing sect was about to engage in a marriage with the Beihai family, joining forces with each other to help each other. This time, the Beihai family had dispatched clan elder Zhao Qingshan and brought their eldest son Zhao Zichen to the Shangqing sect in order to discuss the matter of marrying each other. Due to the fact that the Beihai family was strong and powerful, the Shangqing sect needed to utilize them as a way to enhance their own strength. The Beihai clan also needed to strengthen their reputation and their position within the realm of the Kyushu Earth through the Shangqing sect. Both of them had their own demands, and there was also a mutual love between Zhao Zichen and Yun Qingyue. As a result, the marriage was talked about very smoothly, and after some general discussions, it was basically finalized. Both the Shangqing sect and the Beihai family were very satisfied with such a best of both worlds result. The relationship between each other has been brought much closer on this. By the way, in-laws, I heard that your Shangqing sect has sent someone to the Seven Slayers building to prepare to hire assassins to deal with the heaven-worshipping demon sect's Yellow Spring Old Demon. What was the final outcome? Did the Seven Slaughterhouse promise? At this moment, Zhao Qingshan seemed to have thought of something and turned his words to Yun Tianji across the room, asking curiously, "There are no impermeable walls." Although the Shangqing sect had done this extremely secretly, their Beihai family had still gotten a hint of news. Only, they don't know the end result. Hearing Zhao Qingshan mention this matter, Yun Tianji didn't hide it, but admitted it with a big smile. But his face didn't look good. "We did send someone to the Seven Slaughterhouse and even prepared a high price of 100,000 divine stones. Yet the Seven Slaughterhouse was not satisfied. Seven Slaughterhouse offered 1 million divine stones before they would help us kill the Yellow Spring Old Devil. At such a price, not to mention killing the Yellow Springs Old Devil, even killing a heavenly god would be more than enough. So, the matter of hiring an assassin wasn't negotiated. And although we have some reserves in the Shangqing sect, we can't just waste them. We intend to think of other ways to get rid of the Yellow Spring Old Devil. Over this period of time, Old Devil Yellow Springs has become the man of the hour within the boundaries of the Kyushu Earth. It's said that his current strength is no weaker than the devil cult's heaven-worshipping ancestor Lu Xuansong. And I don't know exactly how that devil cultivated. Obviously he hasn't been a god for long, but his strength is ridiculously strong. If he continues to be allowed to develop, he will definitely become a great danger to his heart in the future. If that's not possible, we plan to join forces with several other powers to deal with the Yellow Springs Old Devil. Yun Tianji sighed and shook his head. When speaking of the Yellow Springs Old Devil, his tone and demeanor seemed very serious, even revealing a strong sense of worry. Right now, Han Wudo has become the oldest ancestor of the demon sect, and at this rate, what's going to happen? Once he was allowed to continue to grow and develop, I'm afraid that it wouldn't take long before he would take the Upper Qing sect to task. This was not the result Yun Tianji wanted to see. And after hearing what he recounted, Zhao Qingshan, who was on the opposite side of the table, nodded approvingly. Regarding the Yellow Springs Old Devil, I've also learned a bit about him, and this person is indeed a potential threat. Since we've formed a marriage relationship now, the affairs of the Shangqing sect are the affairs of my Beihai family. To deal with the Yellow Springs Old Devil, I, the North Sea family, am also willing to make a contribution, he said solemnly. Words. Yun Tianji was instantly overjoyed. He was waiting for these words. With the help of the North Sea family, eradicating the Yellow Springs Old Devil will definitely be a sure thing. It is better to be early than late in this matter. Please also ask the clan elder to make sure to ask the clan chief to hurry up and make a decision when he gets back. I'll be waiting for your good news. He stood up and solemnly pleaded. Don't worry, Sect Master Yun. You and my two families have a short break. The matriarch will definitely agree to this matter. In that case, thank you, clan elder. By the way, Sect Master Yun, why don't we see your son today? I've heard that he's been getting a little close to the people of the Qingzhou family. Lately, those people from the Qingzhou family are not good people. I think it's better for Woyo to stay away from them. If anything happens, then that's, boom. Just as Zhao Qingshan was about to persuade Yun Tianji to restrain his son, suddenly, a vast might came violently from the distant void. This smoldering aura was extremely appalling, and everyone could sense that it was rapidly approaching the Shangqing sect. What's going on? After noticing that something was wrong, Yun Tianji frowned and asked. As his voice rang out, a disciple immediately hurried in. Sect leader, we just received news that Lu Xiansong, the old ancestor of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, has brought thousands of demon sect disciples to kill towards our Shangqing sect. Right now it's beyond the mountain gates. What? The devil worshippers are coming? Upon hearing this news, whether it was Yun Tianji or Sang Qingmei or Zhao Qingshan, they all stood up from their seats in shock. Men immediately gather the sect disciples and prepare to meet the battle. Raising a loud roar, Yun Tianji quickly stepped out of the Great Hall of Shangqing. However, just as the crowd arrived at the square outside the hall, from the direction of the ancestral shrine of the Shangqing sect, a sharp and urgent bell sound suddenly came from the direction of the ancestral shrine of the Shangqing sect, shaking the entire sect. The moment the ancestral shrine bell rang, Sang Qingxian and Yun Tianji's complexion once again changed drastically. Something's happened to the ancestral tomb. It must be the work of the heaven-worshipping demon sect. On one hand, they are besieging my Shangqing sect head-on, and on the other hand, they are secretly going to dig up my sect's ancestral graves. Simply deceptive. Yun Tianji clenched his fists as his face became extremely ugly. With the heaven-worshipping demon sect attacking in front of him, and someone digging up the ancestral graves of the Shangqing sect in the back, he didn't know which end of the spectrum to look after right now. In-laws, I think it's better for you to make a trip to the ancestral ground in person. It really needs someone to hold down the fort there. I'll take care of this side. Guarantee that the heaven-worshipping demon cult will not be allowed to harm a single blade of grass or tree of the Shangqing sect. Zhao Qingshan said quickly to Sang Qinghe. Both of them were at the cultivation level of a sixth-order true god. Splitting up at this time was undoubtedly the best option. Yes, that's hard on the in-laws. Sang Qingxian didn't reject Zhao Qingshan's offer, and after answering, he immediately rushed towards the ancestral land of the Shangqing sect in divine light. Shoo, shoo, shoo. He had just left with his front foot, and the magnificent and vast aura in the distance arrived at the Shangqing sect in a matter of moments. Yun Tianji and the others raised their eyes and looked, only to see hundreds and thousands of spirit boats, tightly surrounding the Shangqing sect. On top of each spirit boat, there were disciples of the heaven-worshipping demon sect standing all over the place, and each of them exuded a sky-high murderous aura. At the head of the group was clearly the heaven-worshipping old ancestor, Lu Xiansong. However, it wasn't Lu Xiansong and the others that Yun Tianji was concerned about, and when he swept his gaze across the void, his pupils shrunk slightly, because he saw his own son, Yun Wuyo, in the crowd of the demon cult. Yun Tianji, you raised a good son. How dare you collude with grave robbers to dig up my heaven-worshipping demon sect's ancestral tomb? This enmity is not shared. Yun Wuyo dug up my demon sect's ancestral grave. His blood must be used to wash away the indignation and shame of my heaven-worshipping demon sect. Chen Tianho let out an icy sardonic laugh. The words fell. Under Yun Tianji's gaze, he flipped his hand and took out a long sword, placing it on Yun Wuyo's neck. Father, save me. Ah! Before the plea for help could be finished, a head flew high into the air. Chapter 43, Vast Sea Sword Chi. Lu Xiansong dies. No worries. It all happened in an instant. Seeing Yun Wuyo's head being chopped off by Chen Tianho's sword, Yun Tianji, who was far away outside of the Great Hall of Shangqing, instantly watched with eyes wide open. Even though Yun Wuxia made him very unconscious, he was after all his most valued son. Even if there are a million things wrong with it, it's not someone else's turn to judge and point fingers, especially fighting and killing in person. And the person who killed Yun Wuyo was also his own mortal enemy. This result caused Yun Tianji to both grieve and hate Chen Tianho to the extreme. Even Yun Qingyue, who was behind him, was Marquis Chen Tian. Return my son's life. Yun Tianji, who had regained his senses, let out a heaven-shaking roar, flipped his hand and offered up an ancient black battle spear, and pounced over with incomparable madness. Original. Between the Shangqing sect and the heaven-worshipping demon sect, there was a deep hatred that was incompatible with fire and water. Now that Yun Wuyo had been killed, it was even more so that Yun Tianji was extremely hateful. Under the onslaught of endless anger and hatred, at this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. That is, to kill Chen Tianho and avenge his son. Humph, if you want to fight, then fight. Am I still afraid of you? Yun Tianji's grief-stricken reaction was exactly the result that Chen Tianho wanted to see. If it was before, he might still be afraid of it for 3 minutes, however. Now that he had successfully broken through to a fifth-order true god with the help of Han Wu Dao, he simply didn't need to put Yun Tianji in his eyes anymore. Seeing Yun Tianji pouncing over in a furious manner, Chen Tianho also charged over with his sword after letting out a cold snort of disdain. Boom! As the two of them came into contact, a powerful aura violently surged out from Yun Tianji's body. Fifth-order true god? Chen Tianho was slightly stunned. Prior to this, both he and Yun Tianji were at the cultivation level of a fourth-order true god. He had thought that after his breakthrough, he would be able to easily pin down the other party. Didn't realize, Yun Tianji actually broke through to a fifth-order true god at this critical moment as well. But even so, Chen Tianho still did not have any scruples or fear, and immediately fought with Yun Tianji in a frenzy. As arch-rivals within the boundaries of the Kyushu Earth, the struggle between Marquis Chen Tian and Yun Tianji had long been through hundreds of times, they were all very clear about each other's means and capabilities. So, when there wasn't a huge gap in cultivation, both of their strengths were also in between, making it difficult to distinguish a winner from a loser. While they were fighting fiercely, Lu Xianxan's deep and sharp eyes also landed firmly on Zhao Qingshan's body. The North Sea family? He frowned. The reason why they chose this time to attack the Shangqing sect was to prevent the marriage between the Shangqing sect and the North Sea family from succeeding. However, what Lu Xianxan didn't expect was that even though he had made 1,000 calculations, he was still a step too slow. Today, Zhao Qingshan appeared here on behalf of the North Sea family, and that showed that their marriage with the Shangqing sect had basically succeeded. With the full support of the North Sea family, the future of the Shangqing sect would see a huge increase in both its heritage and power. It even directly surpassed the heaven-worshipping demon sect. This is not the result Lu Xianxan wants to see. Since we can't stop it, we'll kill it the hard way. The words fell. He fiercely stepped out, wrapped in a monstrous killing aura and divine might, and madly rushed towards Zhao Qingshan. Since they had already fought the Shangqing sect today, no matter what, it was definitely impossible to retreat and leave. There has to be a result. And the result Lu Xianxan wanted was to kill Zhao Qingshan and then destroy the Shangqing sect in one fell swoop. In the face of Lu Xianxan's reckless pounce, Zhao Qingshan's mouth also spread into a cold smile. Lu Xianxan, you really don't have a lot of guts, actually daring to come and attack the Shangqing sect at this time. Do you really think that my North Sea family doesn't exist? Now that you're here today, stay here forever. Having said that, Zhao Qingshan raised his hand and suppressed Lu Xianxan's attack with a palm. And then he crushed a mysterious green jade talisman as fast as he could. Rumbling. When the jade talisman was crushed, an earth-shattering green-colored sword chi suddenly rose up, wrapped in vast divine might and power, and chopped down towards Lu Xianxan. Vast sea sword chi. The moment he saw that green-colored sword chi, Lu Xianxan, who was originally imposing, was instantly shocked. He had long heard that the Beihai family possessed a special bloodline that was able to get close to the nature of the heavens and earth, taking everything as their teacher. The North Sea family, who reside on the shores of the North Sea all year round. It is said, the ancestor of the North Sea family had been enlightened in the North Sea in the past, and had comprehended a set of extremely powerful vast sea sword skills, and was even able to utilize the power of the North Sea for his own use. This set of vast ocean sword secrets had always been an untold secret of the North Sea family, and not many people in the outside world had seen it. 300 years ago, Lu Xianxan was fortunate enough to have seen it once, when the clansmen of the Beihai clan executed this set of sword techniques. At that time, he was shocked beyond words by the overwhelming might displayed by the vast ocean sword technique. Since then, there have been scruples. Originally, he thought that he would never have the chance to see the vast ocean sword technique again in his life. How could he have known that today? 300 years later, this set of sword techniques had appeared again, or to deal with him. In particular, this jade talisman that Zhao Qingshan had crushed, the vast ocean sword chi sealed inside was even more powerful than the one he had seen 300 years ago. The owner who sealed this sword chi was at least a true god of the human way. This level of power was far beyond the limits of what he could withstand. Xianshan treasure armor. Seeing that it was impossible to dodge this vast ocean sword chi, and even more so, Lu Xianxan could only offer up his own bottom card and harden himself against the attack of the vast ocean sword chi. As his mind moved, a set of precious armor that shone with golden divine light was instantly put on his body. This set of Xianshan treasure armor, which was an original treasure that he had sacrificed with all his heart and soul, had a quality that was close to that of an extreme true god treasure, and was capable of resisting the attacks of a humanity true god with great difficulty. The moment, Lu Xianxan placed all his hopes on the Xianshan treasure armor, expecting to be able to rely on it to survive the calamity. However, as beautiful as his thoughts were, when the vast ocean sword chi landed on his body, it gave him an extremely cruel reality. The seemingly sturdy Xianshan treasure armor had its divine charm and divine might completely worn away when it just came into contact with the vast ocean sword chi. Immediately after, in Lu Xianxan's terrified gaze, the terrifyingly terrifying vast ocean sword chi landed on his body ruthlessly. After a miserable scream, the Xianshan treasure armor shattered in response, and Lu Xianxan's entire body was blown away by the powerful impact of the vast ocean sword chi. Scarlet blood soared wildly in midair. That terrifying vast ocean sword chi not only chopped the Xianshan treasure armor on Lu Xianxan's body, it also pierced through his chest. Withdraw. Retreat. Being pierced through his chest by the sword chi, Lu Xianxan suffered extremely serious injuries, and most of his life was gone in an instant. At this very moment, he could clearly perceive that his life force was rapidly draining away, and the overbearing and overwhelming power of the vast ocean sword chi had almost shredded his tendons and bones. Even if he managed to survive, his life would be completely wasted. Holding on to his last breath, he yelled anxiously at Chen Tianhou and the others who were fighting. Having said that, he then prepared to pinch the secret method to escape from the Shangqing sect. Only, just as Lu Xianxong was about to turn around, an overbearing and overwhelming sword chi violently cut through mid-air, severing his head hard. Not only that, after that sword chi cut off Lu Xuanzong's head, it also killed Chen Tianhou with unabated momentum. Chapter 44, Killing the Disciple Again. It looks like we won't be needed. The people of the North Sea family have done us a favor by mistake. At this moment, in addition to the heaven-worshipping demon sect, as well as Zhao Qingshan and the others from the North Sea family, there was another group of people in the Shangqing sect who were secretly paying attention to this great battle. On a mountain not far from the Shangqing sect, two mysterious people wearing black cloaks were looking in the direction of the Shangqing sect with interest. It was clearly the 7 killing floor assassins that Han Wudao had dispatched over, ready to execute Chen Tianhou. According to the distribution of tasks among the three of them, Lone Wolf went to the heaven-worshipping demon sect to execute Fu Qingyi, while the two of them, Li Wuxing and Scholar, went to kill Chen Tianhou. For this reason, Li Wuxing and the Scholar, very early in the morning, had already been waiting for a long time at the Shangqing sect, ready to wait for an opportunity to strike. However, what they hadn't expected was that they didn't even need to personally do anything to kill Marquis Chen Tian this time. And as things stood today, the people from the Beihai family had already done the job for them. See this. Although Li Wuxing and the Scholar were a bit surprised, they were happy to be free since someone else was doing the work for them. The two of them stood on a distant hillside, following with great interest the wonderful show put on by the Shangqing sect. And aside from them, Han Wudao had also secretly arrived at the Shangqing sect and had watched the great battle between Lu Xianxong and Zhao Qingshan as much as he could. With the help of the cloak of invisibility gifted by the mad Daoist, even if he stood in front of everyone's eyes, no one could detect his trail. When he saw Zhao Qingshan's inspired vast ocean sword chi, a faint touch of surprise and amazement also swept across the bottom of Han Wudao's eyes. Is this the rumored vast sea sword technique inherited by the North Sea family? The power is indeed not bad. Although the person who sealed this vast ocean sword chi only has a cultivation level of the human Dao True God realm, the power of the sword chi inspired is comparable to that of an imperial Dao True God. With the power of heaven and earth's nature, it is indeed quite powerful. The Beihai family's heritage and strength. Very good. Han Wudao secretly appreciated it in his heart. As he watched Lu Xuanzong being cut down by the vast ocean sword chi inspired by Zhao Qingshan, he didn't make a move and instead watched from the sidelines. Once Lu Xianxong died, he would be the only old ancestor left in the heaven-worshipping demon sect, and at that time, he would be the sole master. Also, the most crucial thing was that Lu Xianxong no longer had any value that could be utilized in his eyes. Not only did he not make a move to save Lu Xianxong, he did not even make a move to save Chen Tianhou when he encountered the threat of the vast expanse sword chi. Instead, he gloated and watched from the sidelines. Of the 3 disciples taken in the heaven-worshipping demon sect, Yan Jinshan and Fu Qingyi had both died, leaving Chen Tianhou as the sole seedling. According to the original plan, Han Wudao was prepared to let Li Wuxing and the others to execute Chen Tianhou, but now it seemed that it was no longer necessary for them to make a move. Chen Tianhou was currently at the cultivation level of a 5th-order true god, and once he returned 10,000 times the cultivation level he had in his life after his death, his strength would also be increased at that time. This was the result Han Wudao wanted to see. To him, it didn't really matter how Chen Tianhou died or who he was killed by, as long as the result satisfied him. Han Wudao's mind and schemes were not clear to Chen Tianhou himself. The moment when he saw that Lu Xianxong had been forcefully beheaded by Zhao Qingshan and that the aftermath of the vast ocean sword chi was still raging towards him, he was instantly shocked and horrified. Even Lu Xianxong, an old ancestor, couldn't carry the vast ocean sword chi, so he was bound to die if he stayed here. Heavenly demon blood escape technique. In the nick of time, Chen Tianhou pinched the secret method as fast as he could, trying to escape from the Shangqing sect by burning his own essence blood and lifespan. The heavenly demon blood escape technique, an ancient forbidden technique of the devil Dao, had horrifying drawbacks, but could save one's life at critical moments. When Chen Tianhou pinched the spell, the bloodlight around him flourished, and his entire body looked like it was about to disappear into thin air. However, right at this critical moment, a mysterious and powerful force suddenly descended from the sky, forcibly confining his entire body in place. No matter how much he pinched the spell, it didn't help. What's going on? The heavenly demon blood escape technique has failed? No. This is someone secretly counting on me. Who's doing this to me? With his body forcibly confined in place, an unprecedented panic and fear surged within Chen Tianhou. At this moment, he was calling out to the heavens and the earth. He could only watch that terrifying and incomparable vast ocean sword chi chopping towards him. No! Chen Tianhou let out a terrified and desperate wail. In the end, accompanied by a mournful scream, his entire body was chopped in half by the vast ocean sword chi with a single stroke of the sword under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Marquis Chen Tian actually died? This shouldn't be. What he's casting seems to be a rumored forbidden technique of the Devil's Path, and with Chen Tianho's strength, he should be able to successfully escape. But in the end, it seems that something has changed. Could it be that the forbidden art of the Devil's Way has failed? On a distant mountain, the scholar looked in the direction of the Shinqing sect with a look of astonishment. His brow furrowed slightly, his eyes revealing disbelief. Chen Tianho was on the verge of escaping this place of wrongdoing, but he died at the last moment. This is revealed to be bizarre. Not only him, even the meticulously Wuxian, who was on the side, was extremely puzzled when he saw this sudden sight at this time. None of them knew what exactly had happened to Chen Tianho. Actually, the person who started all of this was Chen Tianho's good teacher, Han Wu Dao. How can something that has no use for anything still want to leave alive? It's a fool's errand. Han Wu Dao snorted coldly in his heart. From the moment he accepted Chen Tianho as his disciple, his life and destiny had already been predetermined in advance. There's no choice but to die. Although there were a few small, insignificant mishaps in the process, the final result was very satisfying to Han Wu Dao. Same time, with the death of Chen Tianho, Han Wu Dao also gained 10,000 times the cultivation he had returned during his lifetime. Due to the relatively large gap between them, and because Han Wu Dao cultivated the great Dao Divine Demon Scripture, the amount of substance and power required was incomparably strong. Therefore, even after obtaining 10,000 times the cultivation that Marquis Chen Tian had returned during his lifetime, his cultivation had not made a qualitative breakthrough. It was just a big step forward from the original 7th Order True God. For such an outcome, Han Wu Dao had already anticipated it in his heart, so he didn't feel disappointed. Not to mention, he simply did not expect to rely on Chen Tianho's strength alone to raise his cultivation level. If it was a disciple of Knight Wuxian, Lone Wolf, or scholar who were powerful, perhaps it would be able to give his cultivation a huge advancement. It seems that in the future, in addition to one's qualifications and potential, one's cultivation should not be ignored when accepting an apprentice. Otherwise, the cost-effectiveness of returning the killers is too low. Han Wu Dao thought darkly in his mind. Disciples with low strength and potential are not able to keep up with their own pace and rhythm as their cultivation grows. Even if one killed them all in the end and returned 10,000 times the cultivation one had in life, the benefits one gained would still be extremely limited. The same cannot be said for disciples of high cultivation. Since they start at a higher level, there is a lot of room for them to be nurtured and not used up once and then thrown away. When the time comes, the benefits gained are greater if they are harvested. Think about that. Han Wu Dao felt that in the future, it was necessary for him to change his criteria and thought process for accepting disciples. Regarding his mind and thoughts, the outside world of the Shinqing sect as well as the people of the North Sea family were not aware of them. The moment when they saw the old ancestor of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, Lu Xian, and the sect master, Chen Tianho, all of them were killed. The thousands of disciples of the Shinqing sect all raised their arms and cheered. The eyes they looked at Zhao Qingshan had both infinite reverence and gratitude, while carrying a strong sense of awe and yearning. Thank you, Clan Elder, for making a move. Clan Elder's divine might is overwhelming, raising his hand and causing the heaven-worshipping demon sect devils to go up in smoke. Such tactics and power are admired by this seat. On behalf of the Shinqing sect, I would like to thank the Clan Elder for saving my life. Seeing that the situation was settled, Yun Tianji immediately bowed and thanked Zhao Qingshan with a sincere gesture. At this point in time, in his opinion, linking up with the Beihai family was the wisest decision he had ever made. The only thing that made him feel sadness and pain was that his son, whom he had nurtured so painstakingly for so many years, had just died in front of his eyes. I'm sorry for your loss, Sect Leader Yun. The path of cultivation is rugged and brutal, and it's not unusual to see things like fighting and killing and life and death. The dead are gone, and we should all learn to look ahead. Besides, when there is a green mountain, there is no fear that there is no firewood to burn. Sect Master Yun is in his prime. The lifespan of a god is very long, and in the past there were plenty of chances to continue the air and the incense. Compared to these, the 1,000-year foundation of the Shinqing sect is the most important. Now that Lu Xuanzong of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, as well as sect leader Chen Tianho, have all been put to death, next, only the Yellow Springs old devil remains. As long as he is eradicated again, the heaven-worshipping demon sect will definitely be completely annihilated by then. Zhao Qingshan persuaded without haste. Words. Although Yun Tianji was still sad and pained in his heart, Yun Wuyo's death was already a fact, and all he could do was accept the reality. Moreover, what Zhao Qingshan said was not unreasonable. True gods' lifespans could easily be thousands of years, and their sons could still regenerate if they were gone, but if the foundation of the Shangqing sect was gone, it would really be gone. In time, not only the thousands of disciples of the Shangqing sect, but even he himself would be unable to escape the end of his death. Clan Elder. Although that Yellow Springs old devil didn't cultivate into a true god for long, his strength is not to be underestimated. If the Yellow Springs old demon man hears about this, according to his ferocious and tyrannical personality, he definitely won't let it go. I think we should prepare ourselves in advance, mentally, to face his crazy revenge. Yun Tianji's eyes revealed a hint of worry. Although Zhao Qingshan hadn't come into contact with Han Wudao, he hadn't placed him too much on his mind either. Since your two families and mine are now in-laws, the affairs of the Shangqing sect are naturally the affairs of my Beihai family. Rest assured, Sect Master Yun, our Beihai family has stood for thousands of years in the 9 regions without falling. It's not something that any small-minded person can wantonly provoke. Although the Yellow Springs old devil is rampant and brutal, I can guarantee that sooner or later, he will pay a heavy price for his behavior. Devilish fanatics, everyone should be punished. As long as we work together, the Yellow Springs old devil doesn't think he'll be able to pop up for long. After saying that, he was preparing to head to the ancestral land of the Shangqing sect to check on Sang Qingxian's side. However, just as he was about to turn around and leave, abruptly, a cold and ferocious roar violently resounded in the surrounding space. Good North Sea family, how dare you kill my disciples? You guys really have a lot of guts. You really think the seat doesn't exist, don't you? Boom! Accompanied by a low roar that shook the heavens and moved the earth, a terrifyingly large hand suddenly descended from the sky, wrapped in vast divine might and power, and imposingly suppressed it. No good, it's the old Yellow Springs coming. The moment they heard that voice, the thousands of disciples and sect members of the Shangqing sect instantly changed their faces. Even Zhao Qingshan, who had previously been calm, felt unprecedented shock and trepidation at this time, because the aura and power emanating from that large hand far exceeded his expectations and imagination. It was even more terrifying than the old ancestor of their North Sea family. By no means was he able to fight against it. Damn! How long has this Yellow Springs old devil cultivated into a true god? And how could he have such terrifying power? Move! Feeling that extremely lurid divine might, Zhao Qingshan at this moment was horrified and shocked. He gave a quick greeting to the people beside him, and then he prepared to leave the Shangqing sect with Zhao Zichen. Only, would Han Wudao just let them escape? Kill my disciple and everyone will die today. The Great Imprisonment Technique. A heaven-shaking roar resounded through the 10 directions of the void. Yun Tianji and Zhao Qingshan and the others were instantly forcibly confined in place. No matter how hard he struggled, all to no avail. One could only watch that big hand, frantically suppressing it. No! Zhao Qingshan and Yun Tianji let out roars of panic and despair, but before they could finish their words, Han Wudao's great had already landed. Boom! A palm fell. The entire Shangqing sect was almost razed to the ground. Whether it was sect leader Yun Tianji, or those disciples gathered here, all of them were strongly exterminated on the spot. The Shangqing sect a moment ago was still a holy place of cultivation that everyone within the 9 states aspired to, but right now, it had been reduced to a ruin. Hiss! Is this the strength of the Yellow Springs old devil? It's simply too brutal. Fortunately, thanks to Master's reminder, we didn't dare to act rashly, otherwise, we'd definitely have to end up in the same situation as the Shangqing sect right now. The scribe, who had taken it all in, said with horror, regarding the appearance and arrival of the Yellow Springs old devil. They had previously been surprised and energized, and had originally wanted to probe the Yellow Springs old devil's bottom line through the hands of Zhao Qingshan and the others. However, after witnessing the strength of the Yellow Springs old devil with their own eyes, they couldn't help but take a deep breath. The moment they finally understood why the owner of the building had previously offered 1 million divine stones to put down the Yellow Springs old devil. Such a terrifying and overwhelming strength truly made people feel desperate. Aside from heavenly gods, I'm afraid that no one in the level of true gods will be able to kill the Yellow Springs old devil. Li Wuxing sighed gruffly. The strength that Han Wudao had just shown, even he felt panic and fear. Even if one were to execute the devil's ascension technique, they might not be Han Wudao's opponent. In Li Wuxing's opinion, there was no one in the true god level who could kill the Yellow Springs old devil anymore. What do we do next? Master sent us to kill Marquis Chen Tian and to bring his head back. If we return empty-handed, how are we going to explain ourselves to Master when the time comes? The scholar looked at Li Wuxing with some concern. Let's see it first. If that's not possible, we'll just have to go back hard. Ha! Just as Li Wuxing was about to look for an opportunity, suddenly, a subtle startled eep came out of his mouth. Look up! They only saw that the Yellow Springs old devil in their eyes, after suppressing the Shangqing sect, did not stay too long in the same place, nor did he collect those corpses, but directly turned around and left. Only the three great supreme elders of the heaven-worshipping demon sect were left, as well as numerous disciples who stayed behind to clean up the mess. Seeing the situation, the two of them, Li Wusheng, glanced at each other and immediately came to the square in a flash, taking Chen Tianho's corpse with them as fast as they could and leaving the Shangqing sect, and their every move was clearly seen by Han Wudao, who was hidden in the shadows. My good apprentice, this should be enough for you to turn in, shouldn't it? Next, Master also wants you to help me cultivate. I hope that the magic pills refined by those people from the Qingzhou family will be able to bring your cultivation and strength to the next level. Having said that, Han Wudao briefly observed a few moments before heading to where the ancestral tomb of the Shangqing sect was located. Chapter 45, Killing the Shangqing Old Ancestor and Digging the Ancestral Tomb. The ancestral land of the Shangqing sect is called Purple Mountain. It was named so because of its majesty and perilousness, with infinite purple qi swirling for millions of miles in the 10 directions of heaven and earth. At the same time, it is also within the boundaries of Kyushu, a number of feng shui treasure. A few moments later, when Han Wudao arrived at the top of the Purple Mountain, the first thing that caught his eyes was an ancient and magnificent tomb. This is the burial place of the founding ancestor of the Shangqing sect, Situ Nan. Regarding Situ Nan, Han Wudao also knew something about him from the Yellow Springs Old Devil's memories. It was said that thousands of years ago, Situ Nan was the most powerful person in the entire 9-prefecture Earth realm, and his cultivation had already reached the extreme heavenly god realm in his lifetime, just one step away from breaking the shackles and advancing to become a divine king. However, this seemingly simple step away, but completely bounded Situ Nan's footsteps, stopping there for the rest of his life. Seeing that his cultivation could not get another breakthrough, and that he was not far from the end of his days, after much deliberation, Situ Nan chose to start a sect around the Purple Mountain and establish the Shangqing sect. Following Situ Nan, the Shangqing sect had gone through several more generations of bloodshed by its forefathers, gradually allowing the Shangqing sect to gain a firm foothold within the boundaries of the Kyushu land. Even at its most glorious time, the Shangqing sect had once briefly dominated the 9 states, but the good times don't last. Later, because of many reasons, it led to the gradual decline of the Shangqing sect, just like the heaven-worshipping demon sect, and after falling from the peak, the future generations of disciples, despite their determination to revitalize the sect and their arduous struggles and efforts, were unable to reach the heights of their predecessors. Nowadays, thousands of years had passed, and the glorious deeds and fame about this powerful man who had stood at the peak of the 9 states in the past were all almost hidden in the river of years. Han Wudao was still very interested in the grave of such an extreme heavenly god. After a few brief glances, he stepped into the tomb passage. At this very moment, Situ Nan's grave had been opened and there were no traces of excavation or destruction around it, so Han Wudao judged that it had been opened by the Shangqing sect itself, and the one who had such qualifications and strength was the only remaining old ancestor of the Shangqing sect, Sang Qingxian, Situ Nan's grave. Something else. When Han Wudao walked into the main chamber, the sound of an old man's explosive voice was immediately heard in his ears, and it was accompanied by a powerful divine might. Fix your eyes, only to see that in the middle of the main chamber, there were 3 figures, 2 men and 1 woman, fighting fiercely. It was clearly the mad Taoist, the 2 Shan items, and the old ancestor of the Shangqing sect, Sang Qingxian. Yo-ho, the action is quite fast. How long has it taken to empty the ancestral tomb of the Shangqing sect? Not bad. Progress. Looking at the empty chamber in front of him, the corner of Han Wudao's mouth lifted up a faint smile. Mad Taoist and Tushan items cultivation had increased, and their speed of digging graves and excavating graves had also taken a huge leap from before. All the valuable items in the ancestral tomb, including the coffins and corpses of Situ Nan and the successive generations of ancestors of the Shangqing sect, all fell into the hands of the crazy Taoist and the others. Only, they chose a not-so-coincidental time and just happened to run into Sang Chenghe, but that doesn't stop them from digging graves. Nowadays, the 2 of them, crazy Taoist and Tushan items, both had the powerful strength of a 5th-stage true god, and both of their means and abilities were very powerful as well. It wasn't difficult to deal with Sang Chenghe. Therefore, Han Wudao did not make a move, but stood outside the door of the tomb chamber, watching the great battle between them with interest. Actually, everything was indeed as Han Wudao had predicted. According to the strength and means of the mad Taoist and the Tushan items nowadays, dealing with the 6th-order true god Sang Qingxian was simply a breeze. The forbidden earth of the heavens. In order not to cause the necessary trouble, Tushan items, who intended to fight a quick battle, directly executed the heavenly forbidden earth, evolving the entire chamber into a magical forbidden earth space. Being within the forbidden earth, Tushan items' own cultivation had risen to a 6th-order true god, while as the object of suppression, Sang Qingxian's cultivation had fallen to a 5th-order true god. In an instant, There was a huge shift in the strength of each other. No good. Although he didn't know exactly what means Tushan items had used to forcefully suppress his cultivation in power, Sang Qingdi instantly realized the crisis of death. The moment the forbidden lands of the heavens went into effect, Sang Qingdi's first thought was, flee the ancestral lands. But Tushan Yu did not give him that chance. In the face of absolute strength, all fancy attacks and secret techniques were futile. Bang! When Tushan items landed a great confinement spell, the well-coordinated mad Taoist immediately came before him in a flash and severed Sang Qingxian's head with a slash. Is this person the old ancestor of the Shangqing sect? His strength doesn't seem to be very good. Looking at Sang Qinghei's corpse on the ground, Tushan items shook his head with a light smile. Hearing this, the mad Taoist on the side couldn't help but skim his lips. The strength of the Shangqing sect's old ancestor isn't bad. He's a veteran 6th order true god. His strength and heritage aren't weak. That is, fellow Daoist moon demon, you have heavenly means. If it were anyone else, there aren't many who can outperform Sang Qingxian in the same realm. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. The heaven-worshipping demon sect is in the middle of a fierce battle with the Shangqing sect. We'd better hurry up and leave. I've heard that Yellow Spring's old ancestor of the heaven-worshipping demon sect is not only a ferocious and tyrannical person, but he is also extremely powerful. According to the Yellow Spring Old Devil's modus operandi, he definitely won't let go of the Shangqing sect's ancestral tomb. If we are unfortunate enough to run into him later, I'm afraid it won't be too easy for us to leave, the mad Taoist urged. After he finished speaking, he was ready to pack up his things and drag Tushan items along with him to leave the ancestral land of the Shangqing sect. However, just as they turned to pack up Sang Qingxian's corpse, they saw a teasing voice that violently sounded in the empty chamber. You guys just leave? It is fate to meet each other, and there is a share for those who see it. So you guys have gotten such a big favor. Aren't you going to share some of it with me? The moment Han Wudao's voice rang out, both Mad Taoist and Tushan items were startled. They raised their heads unanimously and looked toward the place where the sound originated, only to see that there was a cold young man leaning against the door of the crypt, looking at them with a teasing face. Yellow Spring's old devil. The Mad Taoist was so frightened that he instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. Originally, he was just making a joke. How could he have known that the rumored Yellow Spring's old devil had really appeared here? This alarmed him. Senior, we have no intention of offending. In fact, we have just come here. That's a lot of crap. Get out of here. The Mad Taoist was still ready to explain. However, the Tushan item next to her didn't have so many scruples and directly pulled him into a flash and disappeared in the same place. Boom! As soon as they had left with their front feet, a rigid and incomparable fist landed heavily on the place where they were standing, and the powerful divine might directly pierced through the entire ancestral land. Running is quite fast, but the alertness is poor. There is still to be practiced and improved. Han Wudao shook his head. They were all his own people, and he didn't really want to distribute the benefits with the Mad Taoist and the others, much less to suppress them. He was simply doing it for show to better conceal his identity. The Shangqing sect had already been destroyed, and the Mad Taoist and Tushan items had already emptied their ancestral tombs, so there was no need for him to remain here. As soon as the crazy Taoist and the others left in front of him, he performed the great nomination technique in the back and headed towards the heaven-worshipping demon sect. As for the Mad Taoist on the other side, he still felt palpitations until he escaped 10,000 miles away. Crazy Taoist, didn't you say today was a good day to dig a grave? How come you didn't calculate that the Yellow Spring's old devil would come? Tushan items laughed and teased. I'm capable of counting, but hell knows that old devil Huang Quan didn't follow the rules and came to the ancestral land of the Shangqing sect at this time of the year. It's also our luck today. If we didn't work well together just now, I would have attracted the attention of the Yellow Spring's old demon, and you would have taken the opportunity to cast a secret spell. Otherwise, we'll have to shed our skin if we don't die. The Mad Taoist cursed and grumbled. Han Wudao's sudden appearance caught him off guard, and on the other hand, the other party's strength was still ridiculously strong. It's just bad luck to meet someone like that. If it wasn't for the fact that they cooperated well with each other and that Tushan items held magical secret techniques in their hands, it would never have been easy to escape from under the eyes of the Yellow Spring Old Devil. Well, there's no need to be afraid. The Yellow Spring's Old Devil won't be able to chase us for the time being, and it's not like people really want us dead. Otherwise there's no need to be reminded at all. Just take the shot. According to the strength displayed by the Yellow Spring's Old Devil, we're bound to die. People are just scaring you too, and you're really falling for it. How come I didn't realize you were so afraid of death before? Tushan items teased. Who said that the poor Taoist is afraid of death? That is, just a strategic retreat. Wait until the next time I meet the Yellow Spring's Old Devil. I'm sure I won't be afraid of him. Fine. The next time you encounter the Yellow Spring Old Devil, if you have the ability, You can fight him and see who loses and who wins. The words fell. Tushan Items ignored the fiercely reacting mad Taoist and directly rode the spirit boat, breaking through the air. Seeing the situation, the mad Taoist didn't dawdle and quickly followed. Chapter 46, Dividing the Spoils. Divine King's Exotic Treasure. Kyushu Black Market. After returning to the earthly coffin shop, mad Taoist first closed the door. Then the two of them went to the attic on the second floor to carry out the division of the spoils of this grave digging. With a wave of the mad Taoist's hand, only 100 or so coffins emanating divine might were seen neatly arranged on the ground. On top of that, there were many heavenly materials, divine weapons and magic treasures, and so on, which bloomed with divine light, almost illuminating the second level of space of the earthly coffin store. Fellow moon demon, fellow Taoist, these are all of our harvests from this grave digging. There are a total of 112 true gods, as well as the corpses of 3 heavenly gods, roughly the same as the proceeds from the heaven-worshipping demon sect's ancestral tomb. By the time we finish disposing of these corpses, our cultivation and strength will be able to rise quite a bit again. Now let's split these up. It's still according to the old rules, counting your master, Senior Jiang Wuxi, the 3 of us will have 1 share each. Although Senior Jiang didn't descend into the tomb with us this time, he provided vital information. It is not in the interest of reason to ignore his old man. The mad Taoist divided the many treasures in front of him into 3 equal portions. After he finished speaking, he took the one that belonged to him. As for the rest, they were all put away by Tushan Items. Crazy Taoist, you are still strange good Lu. Actually still willing to give my master a share. Although master doesn't care too much about these things, but with this token of your heart, his old man will definitely be happy when he finds out. I think, why don't you promise my master that you'll worship him? It won't do you any harm anyway, Tushan Items said, looking at him with a serious face. It's better to wait. Right now, Senior Jiang and I are only meeting for the first time. We are not familiar with each other, and he doesn't know much about my character's persona, as well as all aspects of my abilities. If you take the risk of accepting me as a disciple, it wouldn't be too good to tarnish Senior Jiang's his old man's reputation in the future. The mad Taoist politely declined her kind offer, even though it did seem like Han Wudao was a better master teacher at the moment, and there really wasn't any harm in worshipping him. However, Crazy Taoist had always been cautious, and he would never take the risk of agreeing to anything before figuring out Han Wudao's bottom line. Once you boarded the ship of thieves, it would be too late to regret it then. I think you guys just don't know what's good for you. Being able to worship my master is a blessing that you Crazy Taoist have cultivated in your 3 lifetimes. If others want to worship, my master won't accept them yet. You're just getting a cheap shot. Tushan Items counted with a cold face. Seeing that the mad Taoist was like a dead pig, not responding in the slightest, she did not continue to persuade him. Worship this kind of thing, or voluntary good, and also need to pay attention to fate. More forced not come. Crazy Taoist, you should first transcend these corpses and then leave them to me. Try to hurry up. Don't be a grunt like a woman. Strike that. Tushan Items went straight to the next room and dived into cultivation. Cultivation has no age. In a flash, it was more than half a month. During this period of time, the matter of Han Wudao killing the Qingzhou family's extreme path true god ancestor, as well as overthrowing the Shangqing sect, had already made a lot of noise within the realm of the Kyushu earth. The ferocious name of the Yellow Springs Old Devil once again resounded through the 9 states, causing countless people to be shocked. In the meantime, with Han Wudao's support, the heaven-worshipping demon sect also smoothly received all the resources left behind by the Shangqing sect. In just half a month's work, it had jumped to become a hot behemoth in the realm of Kyushu. Even those great hidden clans could not be compared to the heaven-worshipping demon sect. After all, even a powerhouse like the extreme true god had died at the hands of Han Wudao, and unless a heavenly god powerhouse stepped in, there was no way to rewrite the situation today. Han Wudao didn't pay too much attention to the outside world's uproar, as he spent most of his time on his emperor's extreme peak for the past half a month. With the help of the greatness of the heavenly demon furnace, he melted Jindingtian as well as the 3 imperial Dao true gods of the Qingzhou family, all of which became demonic pills. The moment, inside the ancient and solemn imperial extreme hall, Han Wudao looked at the 4 magic pills on his palm with interest. In his eyes, he seemed to reveal a less than satisfied look. The loss of melting the magic pills is just too great. An extreme true god like Jindingtian would simply not be enough to refine a complete extreme true god demonic Dan after extracting all of its essence. According to my estimation, it would take the entire essence of at least 10 extreme true gods to refine an extreme true god level demon pill. A corpse of an extreme Dao true god can at most only refine a demonic pill at the level of an emperor Dao true god. The difference, it's too big. Han Wudao sighed regretfully. This time, he was melting Jindingtian and the others. Separately, however, the final result was not quite satisfactory to him. Jinding Tian was an extreme true god in his lifetime, but after drawing on all of his essence and refining it into a devil's pill, he lowered his level. Eventually, he had only obtained a demonic pill at the level of an imperial Dao true god. As for the remaining 3 emperor Dao true gods of the Qingzhou family, the same was true of the situation, only refining humanitarian true god level magic pills. It was so far from what he expected. Still, it's better than nothing. Ding, your disciple, Tushan Items, has successfully broken through to an 8th order true god, and you have gained 10,000 times the cultivation she returned. Your disciple, Tushan Items, has obtained a pure world fire lotus at the heavenly god level after the system's 10,000 fold return. You have obtained a pure world fire lotus at the god king level. Just as Han Wudao was observing the magic pills he had refined, a system beep suddenly came from his mind. Immediately after, a surge of majestic divine power appeared in his body out of nowhere, and flowed through his limbs and bones like a great river, and I don't know how much time has passed. When the last strand of divine power returned by the Tushan Items was exhausted, Han Wudao successfully cast 28,000 divine magic phases in the divine orifices around his body. At this point, the divine magic phases forged within his great Dao divine demon had reached 30,000, with only the last 6,000 divine magic phases missing. He would be able to break the shackles of his cultivation and break through to an 8th order true god. Han Wudao was obviously not too satisfied with such an outcome. Relying on one person alone, cultivation is still too slow. These magic pills, it's about time to utilize them. Han Wudao looked at the magic pills in his hand with a burning gaze as he prepared to bestow them on the disciples of the 7th slaughterhouse next. With these magic pills, the strength of Li Wuxing and the others would surely be able to soar. And at that time, with the 10,000 times of their returned cultivation, one's own cultivation would surely be able to skyrocket. Think about it. Han Wudao suppressed his agitated mind and turned his gaze to fall on top of that pure flame lotus. According to the system's feedback, this pure world fire lotus was a rare and exotic treasure. Its greatest efficacy was that it could purify the evil substances in the world. And as long as one had it, one could be in the realm of the divine king, where all evils were invincible. Harvesting such a good treasure, Han Wudao's mood was still very comfortable. After a few slight glances, he entered the 7 Killings building with the Devil Dan. Chapter 47, Giving Treasure. Next stop, Doomsday Forbidden Zone. When Han Wudao arrived at the 7 Killings building, he only saw that Li Wuxing, Lone Wolf, and the scholar had all arrived and waited for a long time. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. The moment they saw Han Wudao, Li Jiayunian and Li Wuxing and the others immediately knelt down and bowed down in a respectful manner. To this, Han Wudao nodded flatly and went straight to the back of the desk to sit down. How are the things that Master has explained to you being done? Reporting back to Master. Disciple did not dishonor his mission and has already brought Fu Qingyi's head back. Please, Master. Lone Wolf spoke first and reported. As he spoke, he placed Fu Qingyi's head on the desk in front of Han Wudao. Master, Disciple and Scholar have similarly brought back the corpse of Marquis Chen Tian. Back. Only, Marquis Chen Tian was not executed by us, but the North Sea family moved. The North Sea family has sent over a clan elder of the 6th order true god to discuss a marriage with the Shangqing sect. Later, Zhao Qingshan of the North Sea family sacrificed a vast sea sword chi and forcefully killed the old ancestor of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, Lu Xuantong, as well as the sect master, Chen Tianho. We just got lucky and picked up a bargain. Li Wuxing didn't dare to hide, and immediately recounted in detail what had happened in the Shangqing sect, as well as the specifics of what had happened. Luck is also a form of strength. It doesn't matter how Chen Tianho died. What matters is that this seat just wants him to die. You all did a good job on this mission. There's also Li Join, who also made a contribution. Reward for merits and punish for faults. This is the guideline for this seat's behavior. Your performance has satisfied this seat. Therefore, this seat intends to reward you. Having said that, Han Wudao's palm spread out, and 4 magic pills with radiant divine light instantly appeared in his palm, and handed them over to Li Jiujin and the others. This is the divine pill of creation refined by this seat, which contains an extremely majestic essence and divine power that is tremendously beneficial to cultivation. After refining and absorbing these divine elixirs, your cultivation levels should all rise a notch. As Han Wudao's voice rang out, Li Jiayunian and the others all looked at the magic pills in front of them with blazing fervor. Many thanks to the owner for the treasure. Many thanks to Master for the treasure. The 4 bowed and bowed profusely. And then, they carefully received the magic pills in front of them and incomparably treasured them into their storage bags. This level of divine elixir of creation is only the primary reward that this seat will give you. In the future, as long as those who have accomplished great feats, this seat will bestow even more powerful divine elixirs. Next, you guys will stay in the 7 Killings building for the time being. striving to absorb the medicinal power of the divine pill as soon as possible and obtain even greater power. To work hard. You must work hard. As long as one has a strong enough cultivation, they will be able to better fulfill the 7 slaughterhouses mission in the future. The words fell. Han Wudao encouraged the crowd some more, and then left the 7 slaughterhouse. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the earthly coffin store in the black market of Kyushu. You're here, Master. Master, I've already broken through to an 8th order true god. The moment he saw Han Wudao, Tushan items instantly came before him with a big smile, displaying his cultivation. Not only her, but even the mad Taoist had broken through to the 8th order true god in cultivation after surpassing those powerful people from the Shinqing sect. Their cultivation style was rather special. As long as there were enough strong corpses, their cultivation would be able to keep rising. Things like cultivation bottlenecks didn't exist for them at all. Well, good. Although there aren't too many treasures in the ancestral tomb of the Shinqing sect, the corpses of powerful people are not bad. In particular, the founding ancestor of the Shinqing sect, Situ Nan, is an extreme heavenly god realm powerhouse. He alone will be able to make your cultivation a huge boost. Those remaining true gods are just icing on the cake. Han Wudao was still very happy when Tushan items broke through to the 8th rank true gods. Her existence was an inexhaustible money tree that would be able to bring Han Wudao continuous benefits in the years to come. So, for Tushan items, he had always paid more attention. That's right, Master. Just now I was discussing with the mad Taoist, preparing to go to the forbidden zone of doom next and search for the corpse of the Lingnan family's old ancestor. Once we find it, we'll be able to make another profit when the time comes. But Crazy Taoist and I are limited in strength. Master, if you are free, can you come with us? Tushan items asked cautiously. Although Han Wudao's cultivation and strength had always been a mystery, her intuition told her that this master of hers was far more powerful than she had ever imagined. Even though she had now cultivated into an 8th order true god, she still felt a strong sense of fear and oppression in front of Han Wudao. At the bottom of her heart, an infinite humility and insignificance rose. If they did it, it would be as easy for Han Wudao to crush them as it was to crush an ant. Since the forbidden zone of doom was too treacherous, relying on her and the mad Taoist alone, it would be very difficult to retreat in one piece if they encountered a crisis. If Han Wudao was also with them, then they would be more certain when they entered inside the forbidden zone of doom and searched for the corpse of the old ancestor of the Lingnan family. And it wasn't as if Han Wudao refused the offer and invitation of the Tushan items. The reason he came to the earthly coffin store was for this. Right now, the ancestral graves of the heaven-worshipping demon sect and the Shinqing sect had already been dug up by the Crazy Taoist and the others. And the only places left with oil and water were the few great hidden clans within the 9 states, and the wide world beyond Kyushu. In order to quickly raise the cultivation and strength of Tushan items, as well as to make himself stronger, Han Wudao could only think of every possible way to help Tushan items dig graves as much as possible. The forbidden zone of doom beyond the 9 states is a better place. There had been all sorts of ancient legends circulating in there, and for countless years, there had never been a lack of chances and miracles. Going inside the forbidden zone of doom, with a bit of luck, you might be able to get something good as well. When do you plan to leave for the forbidden zone of doom? We still need to prepare carefully, probably about half a month or so. The mad Taoist replied in a deep voice. Yes, when you're ready, just contact the moon demon directly, and this seat will travel with you at that time. The forbidden zone of doom is exceptionally treacherous and hides many great unknown terrors. With your strength, this seat is still uneasy. This seat will go in person, or there will be a care. Elder's words are very true. The two of us, fellow moon demon and I, definitely wouldn't dare to go to the forbidden zone of doom alone. But with you, Elder Jiang, escorting us, then there won't be any problem. I'll prepare what I need on my side, and when I'm ready, I'll notify you. Senior, and fellow Taoist moon demon. The mad Taoist replied respectfully. Upon hearing this, Han Wudao nodded calmly before leading Tushan items out of the earthly coffin shop. Master, where are we going? Aren't we going back to the heaven-worshipping demon sect? After walking out of the earthly coffin shop, Han Wudao did not immediately return to the heaven-worshipping demon sect, but instead took Tushan items through the black market of the Kyushu, wandering around. In a previous battle with the Shinqing sect, my heaven-worshipping demon sect lost quite a few experts and talents. Old ancestor Lu Xuanzong and sect master Chen Tianho, all dead. Right now, the dragons in the demon sect are leaderless, and there is still a lack of a sect master to manage the day-to-day affairs of the demon sect. Master has heard that inside the black market of Kyushu, there is a huge talent market, so I am going to pick some useful talents. Lu Xuanzong and Chen Tianho are dead? Hearing this news, Tushan items was shocked in his heart. During this period of time, she had stayed in the earthly coffin shop, dealing with the corpses of those powerful people from the Shinqing sect, and had not paid attention to what was happening in the outside world. Thus, it did not know about the news of Lu Xiansong and Chen Tianho's deaths. In fact, it wasn't just Lu Xiansong and Chen Tianho. Fu Qingyi was also killed by people from the Qingzhou Toon Raider family. This seat will settle it with them sooner or later. Daring to kill this seat's disciple, the Qingzhou family is really living out of patience, Han Wudao said with murderous eyes. Upon hearing the news that Fu Qingyi was also dead, the surprise in Tushan Item's heart grew stronger. Not long after becoming a disciple of the master, Chen Tianho and the others died. This luck is too bad. So far, it seems as if all of master's newly accepted disciples, other than me, have not ended up well. It seems that becoming a disciple under the master's door is also a high-risk occupation. Tushan Item sighed darkly. Previously, if Han Wudao hadn't arrived in time, she was afraid that she would have been killed by Zhou Fengtian and the others as well. It follows from this. In order to be a disciple under Han Wudao's door, one needed to have a hard life in addition to excessive qualifications and talent. It's easy to die without a burial if you don't have a hard life. Chapter 48, The First Heavenly Pride in 100,000 years. Han Wuduo didn't pay much attention to the thoughts and reactions of the Tushan Items. With his hands behind his back, he wandered aimlessly through the black market of Kyushu, wandering around. Through the memories left behind by the Yellow Spring Old Devil, he had a more detailed understanding of the black market of the 9 states. So, soon he brought Tushan Items to the talent market in the black market of Kyushu. This place was home to a large number of cultivators from inside and outside of the 9 states, covering all walks of life. Moreover, the Kyushu job market is a hidden treasure, so it is easy to find reliable talents. Han Wudao's purpose this time was very clear, and that was to select a qualified sect master for the heaven-worshipping demon sect to help him manage his daily affairs. It would be even better to recruit a few disciples with extraordinary potential if the conditions allowed it. The talent market is huge, and if you rely on yourself to sift through it one by one, it's the same as looking for a needle in a haystack. In order to avoid this situation, agencies like this one have been formed inside the Kyushu job market. And, in the vast market of talent, there are some guides that specialize in serving customers. These people have been involved in the black market in Kyushu for many years and are very familiar with the situation in and around Kyushu. Just tell them the needs and they can find the right people quickly. He didn't know how long he had been strolling around, but when Han Wudao walked around and looked around, he finally came to a store called True Dragon Pavilion. As far as he knew, this was the largest talent agency in the entire black market of Kyushu. Welcome to the True Dragon Pavilion. I, Gong Jiao, am a guide in this True Dragon Pavilion. May I ask what kind of talent you need? Fellow Daoist? I have been engaged in black market ushering for more than 100 years, and as long as there are talents from within or outside of the Kyushu, no matter the industry, I can find them for you in the shortest possible time. Han Wudao had just stepped through the door of the True Dragon Pavilion when he saw a lean man of a third-order true god enthusiastically come before him. He introduced his glorious resume while pointing the way for Han Wudao. Listening to Gong Jiao's introduction, Han Wudao couldn't help but be interested. My clan has recently been in need of someone with strong abilities to help manage its daily affairs. The higher the qualifications and potential, the better, and the cultivation level can't be lower than that of a true god of humanity. Do you have a recommendation for the right person? Han Wudao put his own standards, and said so. After he finished speaking, he only saw Gong Jiao flip his hand and take out a jade book, quickly flipping through it. On top of this jade book, a large number of outstanding talents were recorded. It didn't take long for Gong Jiao to find a number of suitable objects for Han Wudao by combining the criteria he described. Fellow Daoist, please look. This person is called Zhou Yu Huang, a casual cultivator whose current cultivation level is that of a true god of the Imperial Dao, and his personal management skills are superb. Once helped the Lingnan family of the Kyushu landmass, taking care of the family estate for 100 years, during which time nothing ever went wrong, and also helped the Lingnan family discover and cultivate many talents. Due to some recent changes in the Lingnan family, Zhou Yuhuang then chose to leave. If you want to recruit him, you'll need to pay 500,000 divine stones every month. There's also this Li Xianjun. Although he only has the cultivation level of a true god of the human path, he's extremely good at managing large clans and sects. Once within the Xian heavenly sect in the Tiannan Earth realm, he served as the chief deacon of the inner sect, and these are also great talents of extraordinary ability. Gong Jiao held the jade book and gushingly introduced various talents for Han Wudao. He spoke carefully, and Han Wudao listened attentively. It had to be said that Gong Jiao was worthy of being a veteran who had been in the business of guiding people for more than 100 years, and the ones he recommended and introduced were all high-quality talents. Every one of them taken out was enough to be the sect leader of the heaven-worshipping demon sect, and it was still a bit of a big deal. Also, there were so many talents recommended by Gong Jiao that it dazzled Han Wudao. leaving him at a loss as to who to choose. Ha! Just as he was having trouble making a choice, a voice of astonishment suddenly came out of the mouth of the Tushan item next to him, and Han Wudao realized that she was looking full of amazement at a store across the street from the True Dragon Pavilion. The name of that store is called Tianji Pavilion. The moment following Tushan item's gaze, Han Wudao realized that she was staring with interest at a white woman with a cool temperament in plain clothes. The woman was an extreme true god. She had a stunning face that was enough to turn the world upside down, and she exuded a unique aura. The first time he saw her, Han Wudao had a sense of being an exiled fairy entering the mortal world, not eating the earth. Also, Tushan Items was staring at the woman in white with an extremely worshipful gaze. It was as if he had seen some amazingly powerful person. High Priestess of Een Mountain. Yi Banishment. When Han Wudao's gaze looked at the woman in white, there was an instant feedback about the other party's identity and origin. In the meantime, there was also a lot of basic information about Yi Banished Immortal, and even his mind instantly surfaced with memories of Yi Banished Immortal. According to the memories of the old devil of the Yellow Spring, Yi Banished Immortal came from the Tiannan realm outside of the 9 states. It was called the first heavenly pride of Tiannan. For 100,000 years, no one had been able to surpass her in terms of qualifications and talent. Yi Banished Immortal's name had long since spread throughout the entire southern wasteland Earth, and even the entire Great Wasteland 9 regions. It is said that she started practicing at the age of 10, and opened her journey to enlightenment on Een Mountain, crossing the 12 realms of mortals in a row in 3 days and cultivating to the extreme path of a demigod. After hibernating for 10 years, it took another 13 months to continuously break various cultivation shackles and cultivate to the extreme Tao True God. Yi exiled Xian's world-class qualifications could no longer be described as heavenly and demonic. Her existence was a myth in the great desolate 9 regions. In regards to this mythic level supreme heavenly pride, Han Wudao had only had some cursory understanding from the memories of the Yellow Spring's old devil. What he didn't expect was that this time, he actually met Yi Banishment's real person in the talent market of Kyushu. Just the first glance made Han Wudao feel incomparably stunning. Subsequently, after he carefully browsed through all of Yi Banished Immortal's information, his eyes even blossomed with a brilliant divine light. The information fed back by the system was even more outstanding than what was rumored to be in the outside world. Do you have your eye on Yi Banished Immortal? Seeing Han Wudao and Tushan Items, both staring at Yi Banishment with burning eyes, Gong Jiao immediately became interested. Only the eyes he looked at Yi Banished Immortal hid a lingering sigh. Fellow Daoist, this Yi Banished Immortal is the High Priestess of the Broken Sky Mountain Range, the Een Mountain Tribe. Her qualifications and enlightenment are certainly beyond words. The recognized number 1 within the 9 regions of the Great Desolate. It's just that Yi Banished Immortal is most likely not very suitable for you. Oh, what does that say? I do think that in the entire southern wasteland or even the Great Wasteland's 9 regions, there is no one better than Yi Banishment. Only, recruiting her might be a little difficult. Han Wudao did not hide his favor and appreciation for Yi Banishment. That look, he couldn't wait to immediately go over and snatch Yi Banishment back to the heaven-worshipping demon sect. Fellow Daoist, Yi Banished Immortal's qualifications and abilities are certainly not unquestionable, but from what I understand, she doesn't seem to be doing too well at the moment. Previously, given Yi Banished Immortal's supreme talent that has not been seen for ages, it was said that the Imperial Extreme Sacred Land beyond the Great Wilderness sent a saint specifically to recruit her as the first Holy Maiden. However, the news that came back later said that Yi Banished Immortal did not succeed in entering the Imperial Extremity Holy Land. It's like she herself is the problem. Chapter 49 Green Emperor's Divine Throne. Tribal Valkyrie, the Green Emperor's divine position? Hearing the sudden beep in his mind, and then feeling the mysterious stone in his arms that was constantly trembling, Jiang Wuchen was suddenly shaken. Does that mean that's what it's really for? He secretly clenched his palms, and a flash of intense surprise surged up from the depths of his eyes. This time, the Inshan tribe had really come to the right place. Inherit the throne of God. Although he didn't know, for the time being, what kind of deity the Green Emperor was, Jiang Wuchen naturally wouldn't let go when faced with the opportunity to change his destiny. So, he chose to agree without hesitation. You have successfully inherited the divine throne of the Green Emperor and have become the second Green Emperor in the human world. Thy priesthood is the god of all life and flowers. 2 prompts, once again, appeared from the mind. Immediately after, in Jiang Wuchen's incredibly surprised expression, the mysterious stone in his arms suddenly disappeared out of thin air. When it reappeared, it had already come to the depths of his consciousness and had transformed into a majestic and sacred Qingdi divine cannon. Sound of a crash. As Jiang Wuchen's mind touched it, the Qingdi divine cannon deep within his consciousness automatically turned over the first page. It displayed a copy of the Qingdi Eternal Life Sutra. So that black stone is the Qing Emperor's divine spirit Tao fruit? From now on, I'm the second generation Qing Emperor? I became a god? Feeling the Green Emperor divine canon deep within his consciousness, Jiang Wuchen's heart was filled with astonishment and amazement. Happiness comes so suddenly. Originally, he was already ready to be unable to cultivate immortality and live out his life in an ordinary manner. How could he have known that he would actually accidentally activate the Qing Emperor's divine position in the Yinshan tribe? The so-called gods are those who have become gods by faith and incense. Now that I have inherited the throne of the Qing Emperor and become the second generation of the Qing Emperor, as long as I develop believers and collect incense, won't I still be able to attain immortality? It's just that the Qing Emperor's divine position and priesthood seem to be a bit different compared to the other incense gods and goddesses. The Green Emperor actually relies on planting flowers, plants and trees, endowing them with spirituality and wisdom, thus generating faith and collecting incense and divine power. After carefully studying the Qing Emperor's divine position, Jiang Wuchen finally figured out the Qing Emperor's divine position, as well as his specific authority. His faith in incense comes from the flowers and trees that are planted, plants that had been planted by the Qing Emperor's own hands, when they matured, and were then given spiritual intelligence through divine magic, could produce absolutely firm faith. These plants, they are the people of the Green Emperor. So that means I'll have to collect faith incense and advance to the divine rank by farming in the future? Jiang Wuchen looked odd. The moment, he suddenly thought of the 10 acres of rejuvenation grass that he had planted in the Yinshan tribe, and they were about to mature. Is it possible to take these back to the spring grass and make them your own people? Think about it. Jiang Wuchen was in high spirits. After taking a deep breath and calming the joy in his heart, he walked down the altar without moving. Then, once again, to the medicine field not far from the tribe. Name, Echinacea. Rank, mortal plants. Quality, ordinary. Maturity, 99 out of 100. Introduction, supplements weak life force, can be used to make spring rejuvenation pill and heal injuries. As his eyes swept over the spring return grass inside the medicinal field, numerous information was presented in the form of a panel. It gave Jiang Wuchen a more detailed understanding of the spring returning herb. These will be my first subjects. I also don't know how much incense this 10 acres of spring returning grass will bring me after it opens its spirit. Once I become a child, these planted elixirs cannot be picked and harvested at will. They represent my faith and are all alive. It seems like it's necessary for me to open up a bigger medicinal field and grow more plants before I can do so. Only then will I be able to collect more incense. Jiang Wuchen was secretly calculating his future development plans in his mind. It was also while he was gazing at his brows and thought that clan elder Yen Song, as well as Han Yunshan and the others, came before him in quick steps. Young master, I've already discussed this with elder Yen Song just now, and the clansmen in the tribe are all prepared. So as long as the spring return grass matures, it can be harvested immediately. Han Yunshan said with a smile. If it was before, Jiang Wuchen would definitely be happy, however. Now, these spring return grasses obviously could not be harvested. I have decided that the spring return grass does not need to be harvested for the time being, letting it continue to grow, and that it should be well watched over and cared for. In addition, Yen Sung clan elder, do you have more open land in the Yin Mountain tribe? I plan to plant something more valuable. Ha? No more harvest? You want to expand the field? Hearing this all of a sudden, Han Yunshan instantly cast a surprised look. Young master, these spring return grasses have been planted for a year. We have invested a lot of manpower, material and financial resources. If we don't harvest them, we will lose money. The longer we delay, the more we lose. Moreover, even if we want to plant new herbs, we should replant these 10 acres of spring return grass after harvesting it. In addition to opening up a new medicinal field, we have to invest a lot of manpower and material resources again. We have limited funds. Isn't it a bit too urgent to open up a new medicinal field now? Han Yunshan murmured. Jiang Wuchen's parents had died early, and only the two of them were left in the large autumn water villa, and the estate was extremely limited. Maintaining these 10 acres of spring return grass is already very difficult. If they continue to open new medicinal fields, according to the financial strength of autumn water villa nowadays, they simply can't afford it. If you play it off, all your investment will be lost. Han Yunshan's concerns were naturally very clear in Jiang Wuchen's mind. If it was before, he definitely wouldn't have dared to do so, but not anymore. Right now, he had inherited the divine position of the Green Emperor, and as long as he finished harvesting the faith and incense from the first batch of spring return grass, he would be able to acquire divine power. With divine power, isn't it easy to make money? So, Jiang Wuchen had made this decision after much deliberation. Moreover, sooner or later, the medicinal fields would have to be opened up. Uncle Han, don't worry, I have my own way. Elder Yen Tsung, are there any other vacant lands in the Yinshan tribe? Preferably larger ones. In the future, I may have to grow very many herbs. He continued to ask at Yen Tsung. Seeing that Jiang Wuchen was so persistent, Yen Song also smiled and nodded. Yes, Sir Jiang. Within the Qingfeng Valley to the north of the tribe, there is a large area of unused vacant land, roughly estimated to be at least 1,000 acres. It's just that place is a bit dangerous, and from time to time, ferocious beasts from the Cloud Wasteland mountain range will come to invade and harass it. If you want to grow herbs, you have to guard against those ferocious beasts. The Valley of the Breeze? Jiang Wuchen murmured softly, secretly keeping this place in his mind. Waiting until he finished harvesting the faith of rejuvenation grass, he would go for a field trip. As for the so-called ferocious beasts within the Qingfeng Valley, there would always be a way to solve them when he became stronger. Think about that. Jiang Wuchen stayed in the medicinal field for a few moments. Then with Yen Song and the others, he returned to the Yinshan tribe. Since he had obtained the divine position of the Green Emperor, Jiang Wuchen didn't rush back to Qingyuan City, but stayed in the Yinshan tribe for the time being. Every day after that, he would come to the medicinal field to check the growth of the spring return grass. Original. According to his expectations, it would take at most 3 to 5 days for the spring return grass to mature. However, the actual situation was much more prolonged than what he had expected. It wasn't until 10 days later that his long-awaited spring return grass finally came to maturity. For this reason, he came to the medicine field early in the morning. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. In the name of the Green Emperor, I grant all the spring return grasses within the 10 acres of medicinal fields the birth of spirituality and wisdom. Standing at the highest point beyond the medicinal field, Jiang Wuchen let out a sacred whisper from his mouth. Buzz! As his words fell, he only saw a soft divine radiance emerge from within the Green Emperor Dao fruit, enveloping all 10 acres of the medicinal field. Under the illumination of the divine light, the spring return grass was gradually endowed with spirituality and wisdom, and after, the originally silent medicinal field began to become lively. Father God! Father God! Father God! When the spring return grass was endowed with spirituality and sanity, a subtle and childish whisper immediately came to Jiang Wuchen's ears. In the meantime, the leaves of the spring returning grass planted within the medicinal field began to gently bend in the direction he was in, and the appearance seemed to be a pilgrimage to him. Father God? That's the name of the great creator. I never thought I'd have a day when I'd be called Father God. After the spring return grasses were endowed with spirituality and sanity, I actually developed a strange feeling of blood connection with them. Even, one can feel their joys and sorrows. Jiang Wuchen's eyes were filled with astonishment. The moment, he could clearly feel the excitement and joy that came from the returning grasses and that each one was calling out to him. This feeling, it's still marvelous. After sensing and listening attentively for a moment, the corners of Jiang Wuchen's mouth lifted into a wide smile. He's lived the creator's life. That feeling of being as high as a god and mastering all of his people was truly not something that mortals could imagine or experience. Rumbling. It was also when he was carefully perceiving the marvelous connection between the spring returning herbs that suddenly, a rich stream of faith power began to surge over from inside the medicinal field. It merged inside his Green Emperor Dao fruit. Eventually, the 10 acres of rejuvenating grass contributed a total of 10,000 points of faith to him, which was then converted into 1 point of divine power. It caused Jiang Wuchen's divine rank to be raised to the first rank of Void God, which was equivalent to an immortal cultivator's refined Qi layer. Is this the power of the gods? Feeling the incense and fire divine power flowing within his body, Jiang Wuchen's calm heart lake set off a violent ripple. Although he could not cultivate immortality without a spiritual root, after inheriting the divine throne of the Qing Emperor, he took the path of becoming a god through incense. Right now, a first-order void god was equivalent to an immortal cultivator at the first level of Qi refining, and if one reached the second-order void god, it would be equivalent to the fourth level of Qi refining. Third-order void god, equivalent to the seventh level of Qi refining. So it seems that even if one does not have a spiritual root, one can still live forever by becoming a god through incense. Incense becoming a god is indeed divine and marvelous. It's just that in order to raise the divine rank, you have to accumulate a large amount of incense divine power. If you want to advance to a second-order void god, these 10 acres of spring return grass in front of you are not enough. Jiang Wuchen secretly calculated in his heart. After the rejuvenating grasses were endowed with spirituality and sanity, they surprisingly underwent new changes. Name, Echinacea. Rank, mortal plants. Quality, ordinary. Maturity, 100 out of 100. Introduction, supplements weak life force, can be used to make spring rejuvenation pill and heal injuries. Life expectancy, 1 year. Remarks, each rejuvenation herb can produce 1 point of faith every 10 days. The life of the springback herb is too short. Moreover, only 1 point of faith can be produced every 10 days, so, if you do the math, it will take 100 days for these 10 acres of spring return grass to produce 1 point of divine power. If I were to rely on these 10 acres of spring return grass alone, It would take nearly 30 years for me to advance to a second-order void god. By that time, the springback grass would have died dozens of times. Looking at the information presented by the spring return grass, Jiang Wuchen silently calculated the value they produced in his mind. According to the information contained within the Green Emperor's Dao fruit, 10,000 points of faith could only be converted into 1 point of divine power. Relying on these 10 acres of spring backgrass would definitely not work. So, it was necessary to expand the size of the medicinal field and plant more plants. Moreover, ordinary plants were still too slow. Next, perhaps consider growing elixirs. The higher the grade of the plant, the more faith and divine power it produces after maturity. Naturally, if you want to harvest more faith and divine power, you either need to expand the size of your medicinal fields or plant spiritual plants. And if you want to grow the spiritual plants of the immortal cultivation world, you first need to have a spiritual field, and you also need to buy grass seeds and seedlings, all of which require spirit stones to do. Therefore, my top priority now is to find a way to earn the first bucket of money, and then purchase grass seeds and seedlings to plant more spiritual plants. Jiang Wuchen kept calculating in his mind. At this point, he already had a clearer plan for what was to come. Think about that. With a movement of his mind, the Qingdi divine canon deep within his consciousness gently flipped open to the second page. As he advanced to the first rank of Void God, a new page of the Qingdi divine canon was unlocked. On top of the second page, a divine method was recorded, as well as 5 magical and powerful divine arts. The divine law is called the Great Law of the Ascension of the Green Emperor. By casting this divine law, one could temporarily raise their divine rank by 1 level, thus acquiring great power. As for the 5 divine arts, they were divine baptism, heaven-mending divine art, spirit-gathering divine art, stealth divine art, and disguise divine art. Each of these divine arts possessed magical powers. Divine baptism, capable of raising the heal and quality of a plant by 1 level. Heaven-mending divine art, capable of making up for flaws and repairing damaged items. The spirit-gathering divine art can plunder the essence of all things. As for the stealthy and camouflage divine arts, it's all literal. The divine laws and divine arts recorded on the second page of the Green Emperor divine canon, if utilized properly, can bring me great benefits. There is no lack of various heavenly materials and treasures in the Cloud Wasteland mountain range. With my current strength, I can try to go in and look for some precious medicines as well as rare spiritual plants. Then, one can go through the baptism of the gods to enhance the quality of the precious medicines and spiritual plants, and go to the immortal cultivation market to sell them for a good price. Use the spirit stones again and buy grass seeds and seedlings. Thinking about it, Jiang Wuchen carefully surveyed the spring return grass in the medicinal field before returning to the Yinshan tribe. Clan Elder. Clan Elder. Oh, Clan Elder saved my big sister. She's dying. As Jiang Wuchen had just stepped into the tribe, all of a sudden, a sound of a girl's crying came from beyond the square in the distance. Hearing this sudden cry for help, Jiang Wuchen instantly followed the sound and looked over, only to see that several majestic tribesmen were carrying a wide wooden plank and hurrying over. On the boards lay a beautiful woman covered in blood and dressed in a strong suit. The moment, she seemed to have suffered an extremely serious trauma, and a large amount of scarlet blood continuously dripped down from the wooden boards. Beside the woman, there was also a little girl around 7 or 8 years old, who was extremely spiritual and wise. One of her small hands, gripping the woman's arm tightly, kept crying. See the scene. Jiang Wuchen walked over quickly. Just now, with just a glance, he knew the woman's identity and origin. Her name was Wu Huan Items, and she was the most powerful clan member in the Yinshan tribe, other than the clan elder Yen Song, known as Tribal Valkyrie. As for the little girl beside her, she is her younger sister Wu Linger,